They find themselves in an unknown place where a brutal battle is taking place involving a huge number of undead and skeletons. The warriors scatter in different directions, reporting that this battle is lost and they will not be able to defeat this army. They are followed by a huge pile of skeletons led by a giant demon whose appearance frightens everyone. Looking at him, the frightened fighters say that this is a demon of Taros, which is almost impossible to defeat. All this is followed by an ordinary man, dressed in strange clothes, who giggles as he watches what is happening. This man is the main character and also the champion of the United Forces named Hank. Next to him walks the Archmage Taros, who is responsible for the creation of this demon. But he is afraid to be here. Hank informs him that he was summoned at his call, so he should watch how well he fights. He also states that if Taros is dragging him into some kind of trouble, then he should at least take responsibility. Taros lowers his head, while Hank notes that to him, his opponents and those who hired him are no different. Hank adds that the only reason he's helping them is because it's the fastest way back. Properly burned out, he advises Taros to stop grumbling and behave decently before the consequences come. Meanwhile, the demon of Taros destroys another batch of enemies, leaving behind only corpses. Looking closer, Hank discovers another body, this one belonging to the Demon King he fought. Taros remarks that this is very cool, but Hank asks if it really does end that badly. Taros reports that he prepared 4 more weapons for the fight with the Demon King, but they were not needed. Hank says that in any case, now it's time for him to keep the promise he made recently. After some time, it becomes clear that this promise consisted of a huge amount of gold bars. He happily looks at these ingots and says that these are his favorite little things that he needs. He also says that once he returns to Earth, he will live the rest of his life in peace. Taros reports that everything has been prepared and asks Hank if he wants to go home right now. Hank states that there is no point in delaying because even if he stayed, no one would be happy about it. In response to Taros' attempts to justify himself, he says that there is no point in discussing these trifles now. The Dark Mage says he brought a mana crystal that distorted the chain of cause and effect. He also promises that once this crystal is shattered, he will return to his home planet. Hank says he doesn't quite understand how cause and effect works, but that's not important. Taros says that even a small impact will easily destroy this crystal, so it won't be difficult. Hank happily announces that in that case, he will simply leave here after what he has done in this world. After a while, he opens his eyes and looks around to understand where he is. Quite quickly, he realizes that his dream has indeed come true, and he finds himself in his apartment. The first thing he wants to do upon his return is to finally get rid of his uncomfortable Gothic uniform. After that, he buys himself kimchi fried rice and other sweets. But this is only the beginning of his journey. He reflects that now he has nothing but time and money, so he will not rush. He also decides to check what he brought with him as gifts for working for the Dark Magician. He happily reaches out his hand into a special portal, hoping that he will come across something interesting. However, despite all his efforts, his hand cannot feel anything material, and this surprises him greatly. Finally, he decides to check out what's going on and sticks his head into the portal to see for himself. What he sees surprises him greatly, and for a while he is even speechless because of the situation. He recalls that he brought with him gold bars, jewelry, and many different gifts. He also had a massive army of undead that was supposed to serve as a pension fund. Each of these warriors had to lay down his life to ensure the well-being of the master. However, it seems that Hank ends up in a completely different place than his Earth. So a strange change occurs. He remembers how, long ago, he ended up in a strange place called Sarone. It was a completely different world, located in a parallel reality and possessing different technologies. Hank ends up there for an unknown reason. But even then, he meets the one who brought him here. He was given various knowledge about this world, but at first it seemed to him that it was all complete nonsense. They look at him with surprise and try to understand why he refuses the valuable knowledge offered to him. Hank curses at anyone who tries to help, telling them that he shouldn't be there at all. He has to go through many difficulties before he masters the necessary magical skills. Of course, he meets a few people who become his friends, but he still doesn't like them very much. The thing is, he really doesn't like being in this world, and many people think he's some kind of creepy guy. Over time, he becomes very influential, but his character only becomes more irritable. He is informed that today marks exactly 25 years since he first came here. He has been waiting for this day for a long time, But now he has to face betrayal when he was about to return. He angrily announces that he can no longer retire without his pension fund. Remembering his old comrade from numerous battles, he regrets that he ever met them. After some time, he feels the presence of a very strange matter, reminiscent of a mana wave. Hank stops abruptly to take a closer look at the anomaly and feel it. He wonders if this is a mana wave that came here from Earth. After this, he looks out the window and notices that he is surrounded by shell people. However, in the middle of the giant highway, energy fluctuations begin to appear that behave strangely. Over time, these vibrations transform into a strange portal, reminiscent of a large scar in reality. Hank immediately runs out into the street, trying to figure out what it is and why it appeared on his planet at this moment. People suddenly start running for their lives, shouting loudly that it is too dangerous to stay here. Hank runs towards the crowd and suddenly discovers a strange sight that makes him freeze in place. Dragons appear in front of him, flying in the air and attacking everything below them with fire. Hank can't believe that something like this could happen on Earth, because such things have never happened here. He wonders where the hell they sent him and realizes that it is definitely not Earth, where he came from. He decides that he needs to get out of here quickly before anything happens. But suddenly, he discovers a child. This child slips because he was running too fast and is now in mortal danger. He is immediately attacked by a giant reptile that wants to tear him into small pieces. The boy only has time to raise his head to see the sharpest teeth rushing towards him. Hank realizes he's been trying to keep a low profile with his new abilities, but now he has no other choice. He also realizes that he will definitely achieve the opportunity to retire and punish those who deceived him. Moments later, he hears a warning through a siren that all civilians need to evacuate. Special agents come onto the scene and quickly destroy the vile creatures. The agent tells the boy that he will explain everything later, and he thanks him for saving his life. Immediately after this, the agent turns around and runs away, while the protagonist continues to watch him. These people turn out to be an emergency response team sent to pacify the monsters. Hank wonders what's going on here, noting that these people are very well equipped. Each of them is armed with special devices that resemble medieval weapons. However, in the hands of these people, these are not just trinkets, but real magical artifacts capable of killing monsters. Hank realizes that people with such power on this earth are no different from those who were in the past world. Within moments, one of the dragons changes its target to Hank and moves to destroy him. The agent tries to prevent another disaster by warning civilians to be careful. Hank, however, reacts as if it were any other Tuesday, simply dodging the attacks. A giant pillar of fire appears behind him, blocking the normal path back to his apartment. Hank feels like everything that's happening has lost all meaning and he wants to laugh out loud. He remembers a joyful Teros, who reported that he had finally kept his promise and fulfilled the agreement. Hank looks around in this crazy world, wondering where the hell they sent him. After some time, he returns to his apartment to connect to the internet and collect information. It had been quite a busy few days, as he had been trying almost non-stop to learn more about this world. He becomes convinced that this place is not really the Earth he once knew, and which he longed to reach. Now the difference is that there are gates and monsters here. These are people known as awakened. Since the gates began to appear on Earth, some people have begun to exhibit unusual abilities. These people later began to be called awakened. But the mystery of this world still remains to be solved. The most important thing now is that his luxurious retirement plans were completely destroyed in one moment. Hank wonders if at his age he really has to worry about making a living again. However, he understands that if he registers as an awakened person, he will be able to make money quickly, although he is too lazy to do this. On the other hand, he can use magic and leave everything to the skeletons to automate any production. On paper, it's a perfect plan, but it's unclear how scared people will be by the appearance of the undead. After some time, he contacts the agency to demonstrate his abilities. They look at this skeleton in amazement, noting that they have never seen anything like it in their entire careers. Hank reports that the creature can move and follow simple commands when given. They begin to bombard him with questions about how effective this creature is in terms of combat power. Hank is also asked how many skeletons he can summon, to which he replies that he doesn't know. He is also asked if it is possible to put anything other than skeletons into the portal, and he immediately replies that this cannot be done. After a few moments, the object thrown into the portal flies out of it at high speed. Hank muses that he can put anything he wants in there, but only if he allows it. The scientists apologize for this and report that the next test should determine the combat power indicators. Hank agrees to this proposal, after which his skeleton takes up a special fighting position. The scientist swings a baseball bat while the protagonist watches him with a bored expression. After receiving minimal damage, the skeleton jumps to the side, unable to stay on its feet. His head proves too fragile and falls to the ground with a characteristic dull thud, bouncing several times. Scientists are closely monitoring this and report that the figures are, to put it mildly, not very impressive. However, they conclude that this is sufficient for initial testing. They promise to tell him how great his power is, and Hank decides to eavesdrop on them. Scientists discuss that the ability is quite powerful, but the skeleton's combat power remains weak. Hank listens to them happily, realizing that he will now be given a low rank and therefore will not be popular. He never really needed fame, it is in the past, and now he just wants a calm and peaceful life. Hank realizes that by being an unnoticed worker, he can earn quite a decent amount of money. Most necromancers use their own mana to imbue undead monsters with willpower. However, human mental energies and mana have limits, and this method limits the number of summons. That's why he came up with another method that proved incredibly effective and could become a real breakthrough. Right now, this method can be demonstrated on one of the giant monsters hidden in the dungeon. This monster releases a large stream of fire towards one of the skeletons, without even thinking about stopping. Hank watches the monster in surprise and is amazed that it can use such unusual attacks. After this, he turns to his magical system, noting that in such a case, it is necessary to change tactics to a more defensive one. He quickly issues commands to all monsters, causing them to act autonomously depending on the situation. In simple terms, it looks like he pre-programs the action algorithms for each monster. This way, he can control these creatures and let them obey manually. But the number of skeletons is not limited. Hank lets out a tired sigh and says he can't believe he's back at this again. Of course, at first there may be errors, because if the algorithm is built incorrectly, the skeleton does not understand what to do. But during his time on the continent, he had perfected his skills over 30 years, although they had now weakened a little. Hank points out that there is no point in complaining, as he should at least create a basic system. Looking at the timer, he realizes that he has been hunting for 4 hours already, and it is time to return. Looking around, he sees that the place is completely cleared of all evil. After this, he goes into a special portal, which takes him out of this terrible place. He is being watched by other awakened ones who have already received some information about him and are discussing it among themselves. They note that this person was assigned to the lowest rank, but his results are quite impressive. Hank doesn't pay attention to such things, as he has already achieved everything to realize himself. After some time, a strong man appears in front of him, who is happy about his arrival. Looking at all the monsters that the hero destroyed, the man notes that quite a lot of creatures were caught today. Hank says he is used to working quickly, and hopes the money will arrive in his account at the same speed. The man clarifies that after taxes, the reward will amount to 2 million won, and Hank is happy about this. He asks his interlocutor to transfer the money, and he says that he has already done this a few minutes ago. Hank realizes that retirement still seems like a distant dream, but these are small steps in that direction. He also realizes that this is much better than getting a high rank and attracting too much attention. He overhears other players discussing him, and noting that Hank uses a porter even in such an easy area. They add that this is an important unit that can be useful for more advanced heroes. Hank listens carefully to their conversation and decides to come closer before they leave. He apologizes for disturbing them and tries to get their attention, after which they turn around abruptly. Realizing who is in front of them, they say that they did not want to offend him and were simply discussing personal matters. Hank says he didn't notice and asks if they're looking for a porter. They look at him in surprise and add that they were just about to hire such a person. Hank claps his hands happily and announces that in that case, he has a proposal. He offers them a chance to try out the new porter for free as part of the grand opening. This business idea that came to his mind seems simple and brilliant at the same time. The people he just made a deal with go into the dungeon to destroy the monsters. They hone their fighting skills so that they can take on more challenging missions later. However, it is not yet entirely clear what exactly Hank's business idea is. The fact is that he managed to create a special skeleton carrier of an improved model that accompanies people. This product is designed to use skeletons as carriers, although it still needs some work. Hank reports that these creatures are eco-friendly, require no fuel, and cost only $30,000 an hour. After discussion, the heroes realize that this is only a small part of the total cost. Hank says he hopes not to tell everyone about this, adding that he can provide a discount. He understands that being a businessman is not that difficult if you already have experience interacting with people and running businesses. He realizes that in this situation, it is best to make money in relatively easy ways. People approach the girl next to him, wanting to test 2 models of porters. The girl calmly lowers her eyes and becomes curious about who this man is who appeared out of nowhere. To explain this, we need to go back in time a little, because it all started on the day he came through the gate. He was looking for inspiration to improve the macro system for the skeleton carrier. However, after some time, he discovers the girl's body lying in the middle of the corridor, completely alone. Hank immediately feels the aura of death and understands that it is no longer possible to save the man, since his soul has left. He reflects that interfering would be painful, and that it would be better to pretend that he saw nothing. After this, he takes a few steps towards the exit, but freezes, realizing that he cannot do this. He gets angry at himself and wonders why he can't just stay out of it, then turns around. He adds that he really needs another person part-time, and he can use this girl. However, he is still interested in understanding how this girl ended up here, and most importantly, who killed her. Hank delves into her memories and sees her parents apologizing for relying on her. The girl's brother tells her that she doesn't need to strain herself so much and torture herself with such work. The sister notes that there is no need to worry since she is awakened and can stand up for herself. Hank muses that he'll make sure his paychecks get sent on time, since that's better than dying like this. He dives back into his memories before her soul left her body. The comrades who walked alongside her in the dungeon suddenly turn out to be real villains and turn away from her. The girl tries to ask for help, but the leader of the group says that it's not worth getting into trouble. She is asked what to do now, but Hank notes that everything is obvious here. She says with a smile that they should just leave the girl here, because that's the only thing they can do. The girl continues to ask for help, holding out her hand, but they don't even turn around. After some time, she bleeds to death, unable to escape and find healing. The girl's story could have ended here if Hank hadn't found her. Hank reflects that it must be a shame to be betrayed by some bunch of scum who are nothing. He realizes that he feels sorry for the girl and decides that from now on they will work together. He names her Holly, who now becomes his zombie assistant and a first-rank awakened. Holly looks at him in surprise, and Hank explains that it's her new name, so she should get used to it. Business begins to flourish, and the part-time job proves to be quite effective. Hank ponders what to do with the people who treated this poor girl cruelly. On the one hand, he doesn't want to interfere, but on the other hand, it would be very unfair. However, he comes to the conclusion that interfering would be tedious. However, he quickly realizes that he is running out of skeletons to rent out to other users. Hank muses that this gate has limits, and wonders if it's worth moving on to another one. After thinking for a bit, he decides to observe and make a decision later, after which he steps aside. Meanwhile, he is being closely watched by another group of people who do not like the change of scenery. One of the girls notes that this upsets her greatly, since she had not planned to change jobs. She adds that everyone uses skeletons and no one hires porters anymore. Her friend remarks that this is surprising since people are closer than these skeletons. He offers to negotiate with Hank, as he does not seem to be intractable. From his point of view, one could ask Hank to limit the supply of skeletons for the business so that they would have enough food. She argues that simply switching to a different gate will not solve the problem as the business will expand. They conclude that the number of skeletons is unlikely to decrease and that the problem will soon recur. They wonder how long this will go on and why they are being pressured by a new businessman. After a while, another person appears behind him, who declares that his words now make sense. They turn to a young man named Kim and ask what he is doing at this time. Kim reports that these skeletons belong to a low-ranking awakened one. He is warned not to cross the line, to which Kim replies that he will not touch a weak person. After this, he smiles and says that he has a plan to solve the problem. He adds that his awakened friends support him, so he just needs to follow him. The porters watch him and suggest that this is indeed a good offer in the current situation. One of them tries to stop his colleagues, saying that the problem can be solved diplomatically. They explain to him that there is no guarantee that it will work, so they will turn to Kim and his team. Kim approaches his comrade, telling him that if he changes his mind, he can join in to help. The porter looks at them for a long time and then says that he thinks this is the wrong decision. He notes that Kim will be in danger and tries to figure out whether he needs to warn Hank in advance. A few moments later, a lone figure emerges from the public restroom. The porter hears Hank's loud voice, who approvingly notes that he did not expect to hear that. Hank wonders if Kim really tried to warn him to increase the danger. Smiling, Kim says that such actions have made him interesting to Hank as a business partner. The porter looks at him in surprise and asks about the conversation that had just taken place between them and their comrades. Hank claims that he heard everything down to the smallest detail, so he doesn't need to tell anything. He adds that he loves it when people try to trap him, as he planned to destroy everything. He emphasizes that he found the porter's behavior sweet, so he decided to think about it a little. He asks if the porter would like to work for him part-time to earn decent money. Hank adds that he plans to travel for his business, so the extra hands will be very useful. He also tells his plans, and the porter remarks that if they are carried out in this way, it will be successful. Hank reflects that he has thought about this a lot and agrees that this plan seems to be the best one. He emphasizes that he will not allow those guys who wanted to crush him to remain unpunished. He understands that if he does not resolve this issue peacefully now, his comrades could be seriously injured or killed. He notes that he hasn't had much work lately, but despite this, they are good people to talk to. Hank says he doesn't usually forgive people who betray him, but he understands what it means to be left without money. He adds that he will give them another chance, and the porter must keep the terms they discussed secret. In his view, if they trust him, they will show at least partial loyalty. And the porter agrees to this. Meanwhile, the porters who tried to restore justice head after Kim. Having reached the right person, he reports that he has brought everyone they requested. One of the rapists looks at the awakened man and wonders if this is really the solution to their problem. The thing is, a low-ranking awakened named Jonathan decides to take on this task. They point out that if this is Jonathan's team, the guy should be easy to deal with. Jonathan announces that today they are going to deal with this pathetic man and drive him away from here. He adds that he tried using this skeleton and wonders why he would hire people. After this, he notices that the situation is a little different and asks to listen to him carefully. He notes that Kim makes a lot of money, so his rights need to be protected. He adds that he would like to explain the plan for today so that everyone knows what needs to be done. He says that a man comes home on the same day and they have to stop him and provoke him. Jonathan clarifies that when he reacts, they will intervene to use force. The rapists point out that this way Hank will look like the aggressor and there will be no problems. Jonathan reveals that they are still charging for participation and is increasing the share they are owed. Kim looks at him in surprise and notes that this was not part of the deal. Jonathan asks if Kim really thought the awakened one's punishment would be free. He asks if they will let him steal his work, or if they will pay him more and get more work. Kim realizes he has no choice and agrees to harsh conditions. Jonathan hits him and notes that it is always easy to negotiate with Kim. After this, he turns around and leaves along with the thugs looking for someone to fight. Kim is informed that after taxes and with such margins, they will barely be able to survive. Kim simply tells them off, saying that without Hank, none of this would have happened. He adds that if they don't like it, they can go somewhere else. Suddenly, a familiar friend catches up with them and recommends that they stop. He notes that this is far from the best solution to the problem that can come to mind. Kim asks what he should do, and the porter says that he personally met with Hank. Kim calls him a traitor and asks what he wants to say, but the porter declares that he came in peace. He adds that he simply asked for a way to make a living, and the porter offered a solution. He notes that there must be a way to work together, as even a summoner would have a hard time doing it alone. They ask what the solution is, but Hank decides not to reveal the details. Kim says one should not act on vague promises, as they may be lies. The porter notes that he can't reveal much yet, but Hank is a good man with whom one can negotiate. He asks if they can trust him and hold out a little longer, since they know him well. His comrades agree to trust him and finally call him by his name, Chuck. Kim notices that support is gradually slipping away from under him, and this irritates him greatly. He recommends pulling yourself together and providing for yourself. However, other porters note that they are ready to trust Chuck because he has never let them down. Kim adds that if they refuse, there is one thing they should remember before leaving. They threaten that they will have no work left if they kill him. after which the events move into the night. Hank remarks that he is starving and decides to order some food for dinner. After a while, he sees several figures approaching him and stops. He asks if the porters have come to complain, and Kim begins to suspect Chuck. Hank explains with a smile that Chuck didn't really care and was just asking for a favor. He adds that he gave him a part-time job, but this does not apply to Kim. He notes that he just wanted to play along and tease them a little. But now he has no intention of dragging it out. After this, he creates several portals and summons special chains to link them. He also notes that those hiding in the bushes and trying to set up an ambush need to be tied up. Jonathan and his team are caught off guard and have no idea how they were spotted. Hank notes with a smile that they are now beginning to understand that something is wrong here. After this, he focuses his gaze on the person to examine him closely. He menacingly notes that now he finally recognizes him and understands that in front of him is his employee's enemy. He adds that he didn't intend to let him go so easily and that he was too lazy to look for him. But now he's lucky. Jonathan looks at Holly and can't believe that in front of him is the girl who was left for dead just days ago. Hank muses that it's time to have a little fun to brighten up the evening. He adds that this is exactly what happens when someone interferes with someone who is simply trying to do their job. Looking at his face, he notes that in front of him is probably a real bandit in all his glory. Jonathan tries to escape from the death grip, but he is unable to do so. Hank begins to torment him with powerful blows to the ground and notes that he will not forgive what they decided to do. He adds that he went too far in his actions and must answer for it. He summons an army of skeletons and declares that he will make sure they can never think about it again. The skeletons quickly approach Jonathan and prepare to brutally beat him for what he did. Hank muses that this should serve as a good example to teach him some common sense. After a pause, he notes that they have finally sorted out the problems together. He realizes that he scared those bastards who tried to harm him with the help of undead and enhanced magic. Chuck, along with the other porters who joined him, sincerely thanks Hank for the service rendered. Hank says that this is not a problem, because he really needs more people. Chuck looks at him with admiration and asks what exactly he did to those guys. Hank pauses briefly, then laughs and notes that he almost forgot about these guys. After this, he adds that he simply warned them in a friendly manner not to behave like that again. He adds that it is better to move on to the main topic and tells them the hourly rate. He also states that in addition to the stated price, thanks to the change, they will never be out of work again. After this, he opens the portals and notes that he brought a good solution as help. He presents an improved model of the transport skeleton and adds that this will significantly increase their efficiency. The porters look at this strange device in surprise and wonder what the hell it is. After some time, business processes gradually improve, and Hank's empire expands. A group of adventurers notes that the transport skeletons in the average city must be amazing. They add that they are curious to know about it, but are unlikely to be able to come here. After some time, a soft female voice addresses one of them, demanding attention. She informs them that if they are looking for a porter, they can work with her and her team along with the skeleton. The fighters look at her in surprise and ask if they can't just rent some skeletons. The girl explains that they only provide their services as a team, not individually. The fighters negotiate to assess how satisfied they are with the cost of these services. After some time, they agree to work together, and the girl promises that they will not regret it. After some time, they continue to travel through the dungeon, in which many dead have already accumulated. The girl notes that the clearing of the dungeon is complete, and this is amazing news. She takes out special cutting tools and explains that she will be able to pack things as she moves. A fighter observing her notes that this is a very convenient service, and he could not imagine how fast it would be. Another fighter notices the appearance of monsters, and the girl immediately gives the command to hide. After a few moments, the bone doors close and the girl hides in the resulting shelter. After the fight ends, she emerges from cover and notes that she will begin to dismantle the bodies. She is asked what happened to the bodies collected earlier, and she states that she has already dealt with them. An experienced fighter says that he is a very effective porter, with whom it is better to continue cooperation. The girl states that she will always be glad to see them as clients, and invites them to return. Thus, a new model of skeletons with amazing efficiency begins to dominate the industry. Hank looks closely at these models and notices that something still doesn't satisfy him. He remembers how the undead were treated in the previous world, and this thought makes him angry. However, he still doubts whether to increase the number of porters, as he does not know the reaction to them. Hank notes that he could go into mass production, but that would inevitably attract a lot of attention. He adds that usually summoners receive a maximum of 10 summons, but he has already exceeded that number. He emphasizes that adding another challenge will definitely attract more attention. He suddenly turns to Holly and notices that she has been frantically typing on her phone the whole time. After he gives her a few commands, he asks what she's even looking at on her phone. After taking the gadget, he discovers that she had been watching videos of idols the whole time. He suggests that these idols make a lot of money from just one performance. He also suggests that you don't have to be a celebrity if you're rich enough. This way, he understands that if he wants to attract attention, he better give it his all. After this, he decides to act decisively and takes out his phone. He calls his friend and tells him that he needs to increase the number of monster bones he buys. He is asked how many times he needs to increase his purchases, and he looks at his balance sheet. After this, he decides to spend a whopping 32 million won, which greatly surprises his personal assistant. He notes that from now on he will invest every profit into buying a large number of dice. The assistant replies that he will collect only the freshest and best bones for him. Hank claims that he has ordered the bones to be purchased, so everything will be taken care of. But that's not all. He decides to rent a decent warehouse to open a company and distribute bones daily. However, after thinking for a while, he realizes that it would be better to invest absolutely everything he has right now instead. After some time, he heads to the first gate control, to the Office of Registration of the Awakened. The office director asks if there is anything special to report. The scientist reports that there is nothing special, but there is one fact that he would like to discuss. He asks the director if he knows about the management's special goal related to Hank. He adds that according to the latest data, a month ago he created 32 skeletons, and this is a lot. He also states that he founded the company Cerrone, and today is the official opening of this company. The director notes that Hank uses his weaknesses very well and has already achieved a lot. Scientists report that his number of conscriptions is running low, so he will soon be removed from special supervision. A scientist bursts into the room and asks if they have heard the amazing news. The director assumes that this is news about Hank, adding that he already knows that the man has started his own company. However, scientists say the issue is that Hank just invited a huge number of porters. They understand that in fact 32 skeletons is not the limit, but just one of the new records. The scientist slams his hand loudly on the table and declares that the problem is actually much more than that. The director asks in surprise how many skeletons he used to achieve such a reaction. The scientist holds up 3 fingers, and others suggest that he only used 30 skeletons. However, a colleague loudly states that he has used 300, and there will probably be more soon. After a while, the surprised director quickly gets into the car and heads towards Hank's company. Stepping outside, he wonders what is going on here and how it can be explained. He discovers that the skeletal porters, along with their teams, are moving around the facility. Colleagues report that they have checked all the necessary data and realize that the number of skeletons exceeds 350. The director asks where Hank himself is now, and he is told that he is right now in the warehouse. After some time, these people penetrate inside to find out how everything works here. The director can barely contain his voice at the incredible sight he sees when he steps inside. Hank turns around, noticing the guests, and remarks that it looks like it's time for a short break. He also informs his new manager, Chuck, that in honor of the arrival of the honored guests, he needs to buy them something tasty. After this, he turns around with a smile and greets the director, noting that he is glad to see him. The scientist who once conducted his first test to gain the rank of Awakened also greets him. They notice Holly, and Hank reveals that she is his cousin who helps with the work. Holly nods silently, so as not to reveal that she is, in fact, a living dead person. He is asked how many skeletons he has summoned so far, and Hank states that indeed it is true, and there are already many. Scientists look at him suspiciously and assume that he tried to deceive them during the test. Hank states that he had no reason to do this and that he didn't know he could summon so many. The director looks at him carefully and advises him to stop worrying about the skeletons right now. He notes that summoning more than 100 is too much, but 350 is far beyond the summoner's capabilities. Hank asks why he should comply with this requirement and is told that the situation is not normal. Hank, in turn, states that he sees nothing wrong with this, as he has checked all the legal aspects. He adds that this model has been used before, and during testing, no one said it was dangerous. The director asks the scientist if Hank is really right, and he confirms that he is legally right. Hank also notes that when he founded the company, He followed current legislation and did not violate anything. After this, the registration department employees stare at him for a long time, trying to figure out what to do. However, they quickly come to the conclusion that they cannot counter his ironclad arguments. Hank states that it's better to just leave things as is so there won't be any problems. He adds that if he previously called on several dozen a day, then it would be possible to come up with justifications for intervention. He notes that people react when something happens that is completely outside their expectations, and that's normal. Hank also says that he could easily summon 300 models a day, and no one would say a word to him. Having made his decision, he notes that he needs to try hard to earn a living. However, moments later, he is faced with one of the most serious problems of his life. The problem is that he is actually too lazy to do anything serious and invest in it. It takes him 4 days to make 1,000 transport skeletons, and it causes a stir. However, the real problem is that he doesn't want to work a lot, and he is happy with what he has. He says he wanted to retire to avoid work, but now he has to forget about it. After a while, there is a loud knock on his door, and Chuck's voice asks if he can come in. Hank lets him inside, and Chuck tells him that something very serious is happening outside. He asks if there are any problems here too, and Hank hides under the table. He notes that it doesn't sound like noise yet and asks what the serious problem is. Chuck reports that there is a huge group of rapists from another region on the street. Hank understands that the protesters are a very serious problem that needs to be addressed immediately. The protesters are demanding that their jobs be returned and that their rights not be violated, as no one is using their services anymore. One of them notes that their jobs were previously threatened by robots, but now their place has been taken by skeletons. They also denounce the tyranny of the Siren Company, claiming that it is putting porters out of work by using cheap conscription. They argue that the company's CEO should guarantee the labor rights of porters. Hank decides to engage in dialogue with the protesters and states that they have misunderstood him. He notes that he understands their concerns and suggests discussing this not here, but over a cup of coffee in the company office. After some time, he prepares a special cup of coffee that is supposed to please his interlocutors. After this, he says that he gets the impression that the protest is aimed at creating jobs. Having invited several protest participants to his place, he notes that he is interested in hearing their opinions. One protester says that given the state of the market for porters, bad times are ahead. He adds that because of the skeletons, porters are no longer in demand and no one hires them. He also notes that even if work can be found, porters will be considered ineffective compared to skeletons. Hank quickly crunches the numbers in his head and realizes that 250 skeletons are destroying 1,500 jobs. He also realizes that if he were to lose the thousands more skeletons he has already made, 3,000 jobs would disappear. To reach his retirement fund goal, he needs to earn at least $10,000 more. After thinking for a bit, he slams his hand on the table and notes that he has finally found a way to solve this problem. He states that he will stop producing transport skeletons because he cannot threaten the existence of other people. He also notes that he will adjust the price of Kamaz trucks so that they do not disrupt the functioning of the market. He turns to his manager and asks him to bring a pen and paper so that he can complete everything properly. Chuck reflects that he is very glad that the conflict was resolved peacefully. He describes his boss as an incredible person who never ceases to amaze him every day. However, Hank still has a problem that he must solve as quickly as possible. He looks at the ceiling and wonders what he can do to make money without protesting. He opens his empty notebook to write down new ideas and experiment. However, he now has to take into account the fact that this device should not affect existing jobs. Chuck notes that his boss is careful not to put other people out of work. However, Hank really just wants to stop being criticized as it would attract unwanted attention. Hank is going through various ideas to see which one looks best when he suddenly freezes in place. He takes a closer look at his pen and discovers that it is made in China, which gives him an idea. He immediately turns to the back of his diary and finds exactly the same plaque there. After this, he turns over the empty mug and discovers the same inscription as everywhere else. Hank smiles and notes that in this case he has an excellent option for providing himself with money. He understands that he does not have to worry about the well-being of the neighboring side, so he can capture their market. Meanwhile, in China, another businessman is preparing to file for bankruptcy. The man notes that this business has belonged to his family since his father's time, but now the time has come to make a decision. He adds that because of the ridiculous prices in China, they can't even pay their workers' salaries. The factory owner's name is Donald, and one of his assistants reports that there is urgent news. The assistant adds that there is a company called Saran in the industrial complex, and Donald states that he has heard of it. He also says that he envies Hank, as he was lucky enough to awaken his abilities and gain a fortune. Hank notes that he doesn't quite agree that he was just lucky, but that's not why he came here. Afterwards, he enters the office with Holly, adding that he is pleased to meet Mr. Donald. He gives his name and says that he has now become interested in the shoe industry. He states that he would like to negotiate the purchase of the factory if it meets his standards. Donald looks at him in surprise and thinks that this is simply an excellent opportunity. After this, he immediately gets up from the table and declares that he will tell Hank everything he needs to know. He invites him on a tour so Hank can see the factory with his own eyes. He thinks that he cannot miss this chance and wants to buy the factory for the sake of his employees. He reports that they first use the machine in the back to cut out the shoe parts. Hank looks at the machines in surprise and notes that they look outdated. Donald assures that this is not a big problem, as his workers are well qualified. Hank listens to him carefully and says that in that case, he will continue the tour. After a while, Donald explains the production process without details. Hank notes that all of this seems doable to him, as the tasks are much simpler than combat macros. He asks and is told that most of the work is done manually, and there are no automated machines. Donald notes that much of the work has to be done manually, but he only has 20 employees. Hank listens carefully to this information and asks how he is doing with sales. Donald says they primarily take orders and manufacture shoes to customer specifications. When asked why not create a reserve, he explains that unforeseen reserves will lead to losses. Hank praises him for his honesty and openness, to which Donald states that it is not exactly classified information. Hank asks why he shouldn't rely on cheap labor, and Donald points out that it's not that simple. Hank explains that it's not about automation, and Donald adds that cheap goods are always sold somewhere. Hank states that this is absolutely everything he needed to know, after which he is ready to make a purchasing decision. After a short time, he manages to sign the documents and take office. Donald happily reads the documents and notes that he is allowed to keep his position and all his employees. He vows to do his best to fulfill orders by any means necessary and achieve success. Hank explains that they plan to produce the product in a warehouse and sell it directly through export. Afterwards, he opens a portal to his own dimension, saying that he will show Donald how it's done. A huge number of skeletons emerge from the portal, which Hank calls his new interns. Donald looks at these creatures in surprise, realizing that they are just skeletons that are not of much use. However, after some time, he realizes that these skeletons are actually very useful employees. Donald sees the bustle in his factory and says he hasn't been this busy in a long time. After this, he turns to Hank and says that this would not have happened if he had not met him. Hank smiles and explains that Donald gets most of the credit for this, as he handled all the sales. Donald notes that he was initially very surprised because he never thought they would use skeletons. Some time ago, he asked Hank if it was okay to use such unusual employees. Hank, as if nothing had happened, explained that he didn't see any problem, since they hadn't broken any laws. After this, he decides to see how good of a shoe these skeletons can make if he gives them commands. Donald notes that the results are better than he expected, but they are still not as good as if they were made by hand. Hank asks him for more specifics, and Donald states that there are some inaccuracies in these sneakers and lists them. Hank notes that the shortcomings will be taken into account and corrected immediately, after which he changes his subsystem. After this, he shows the next sneakers, and Donald notes that all the flaws have been corrected. Hank praises his skeletons and says that if they continue to work on this principle, everything will work out. Donald notes that the savings on labor costs are a game changer because they have less loss. He adds that if they build their reputation, they may even receive orders for original products. Hank notes that he thought brands had their own factories, but Donald explains to him what OEM is. Hank realizes that at this rate, they will be able to produce any product without worrying about design. Thus, the Saran company constantly increases productivity thanks to tireless skeletons. Hank acquires several more shoe factories to expand his business and becomes even busier. After this, he explains to the next factory owner what to do with the skeletons, and then decides to go home. The client expresses gratitude for the work done and wishes Hank good health. Hank muses that after another late night, he needs to go home for a good night's rest. After a while, Donald calls him, and Hank hopes that he will be told bad news. Donald immediately reports that new orders have arrived and production lines need to be reconfigured. Hank realizes that this is urgent, and says that he will go to him immediately. Hank speculates that at this rate, they will quickly burn out on this job and become ineffective. He wonders if he should train an apprentice, but he still doesn't have enough workers. He also understands that training another student will take a lot of time and effort, and he will not be able to produce that many zombies. He reflects that getting more bodies is a hassle, and if people find out about it, his reputation will suffer. Hank knows he'll have to handle the main bodies himself eventually, but for now he needs to set up the macros. After a while, he freezes in place and realizes that macros is a very appropriate term for this work. He smiles and notes that it's not much different from regular programming. After some time, he decides to hire another person who should help him. The man's name is Bernard, and Hank tells him he can come into the office for an interview. Bernard goes inside and tries to contain his emotions because he really needs the job. Hank reads his resume and asks him to sit in a chair before starting the conversation. He adds that other than his part-time jobs, he doesn't have much experience. Hank asks if he has any special skills, and Bernard tries to figure out what to answer. Hank notes that if you don't have skills, it doesn't matter. But Bernard states that he has one special skill. Hank asks what that skill is, and Bernard explains that he's good at video games. Hank looks at him with some skepticism and asks what games exactly he is good at. Bernard claims to be good at all genres and ranks high in some of them. Hank asks if he likes simulations or strategy games, and Bernard replies that that's his specialty. Hank asks if he has any demonstration of the skill, and Bernard reports that he has a video. Bernard adds that he was originally playing a game designed for building golems, but was able to create an airplane in it. It also provides a wealth of information about the game's physics engine and how it works. Despite this, in his heart he knows that he is doomed to lose this job and will have to turn to someone else. However, Hank suddenly informs him that he has decided to hire him for the position. He asks if Bernard can start work tomorrow, and this statement shocks him. The next day, when Bernard goes to work, he is greeted by a very intricate device. He looks at a special remote control made from bones and tries to figure out how to operate this device. Hank explains that there is no need to worry about the appearance, because it is a completely ordinary computer. He also corrects his words, noting that it is more of a control console. But this does not clarify things. After this, Hank decides to demonstrate the principle of operation and turns one of the console knobs. A nearby skeleton raises its hand as if following a command. Hank suggests that Bernard try his gymnastics routine using the skeleton. He muses that it may look simple, but in reality, this skeleton has magic. Unlike regular skeletons, skeleton mages can use simple magic, and Hank converted it into a console. Since the console was made in a hurry, it is not very convenient to operate, but this is just a matter of practice. 2 days later, Hank discovers that Bernard has already completed the task and realizes that he clearly has talent. He asks what Bernard thinks about this console, since it is just a beta version and can be edited. Bernard shares all his wishes for improving the console and states that they will improve it. He adds that he has high hopes for Bernard and hopes that he will not disappoint him. He appoints him as the company's first programmer and recommends that he work harder to train newcomers. Hank grins and explains that eventually he will get a promotion and his salary will increase several times over. Bernard proudly states that he does his best to live up to his mentor's expectation. Hank says that's great, suggests they pursue success together, and shakes his hand. After some time, someone calls from the registration office to share their experiences. Hank explains that he is fine and tries to understand the reason for the call. After a rather incoherent conversation, he says that if anything bad happens, they will call him back. Donald asks who it was, and Hank adds that it was just the director of the registration office. Afterwards, he asks how Bernard is doing, and Donald states that everything is going very well. He adds that Bernard had a hard time programming the skeletons and mixed up a lot of shoes, but now everything is fine. Hank notes that this is very cool, and since Bernard is doing well, they need to hire another programmer. He adds that it seems like they're starting to fall behind in production, but Bernard says that's not the case. He explains that it only seems that way because factories are developing faster than rumors are spreading. Meanwhile, Holly somehow managed to use magic to turn the skeleton pink. Hank doesn't notice this and wonders when they will start taking orders from big brands. Donald says he hasn't submitted any business proposals to these companies yet, but will do so soon. He emphasizes that big brands rely on trust, and since they are a young company, They have not yet earned it. Hank says the quality of their products must be too low if they can't meet the brand's demands. Donald counters that the quality has only gotten better, and Hank realizes they need a chance. He notes that then it is necessary to launch an appropriate advertising campaign to attract attention. He suggests telling people that the shoes were made by skeletons, as this will create a stir. Thinking for a moment, he observes a bizarre sight that is both cute and creepy at the same time. Holly, using some unknown magic, dresses the skeleton in a cute outfit from a real bank. Hank makes a few comments and orders the skeleton to be returned to its original form immediately. However, after a few moments, he stops her, noting that this could play into their hands. After this, he decides to invite a few people to the factory to give them a tour. One of the employees says that now you can see with your own eyes how the skeletons work. People who are here note that the skeletons look quite normal and are not at all creepy. After some time, the guests discover a strange stand and approach it closer. The employee asks if they would like to buy a pair of shoes handmade by skeletons as a souvenir. He adds that the shoes cost only 6,000 won a pair, and guests remark that this is a very low price for such quality. They also note that the design is a bit depressing and suggest that the skeleton theme is part of the concept. The employee informs that in this case, 4 pairs can be taken, but the guest notes that only 2 can be purchased. This person turns out to be a famous blogger who has made several videos about these shoes. Brand awareness is growing at an incredible rate, and videos dedicated to the company are gaining views. Donald comes to Hank to share the latest reports. Hank studies the papers carefully to figure out what to do next. He receives an order from Roku, a top 20 US sports brand. Hank notes that this is ideal, and that they need to start making samples immediately. After some time, one of the company representatives comes to Hank to discuss the results of the work. He reports that the production cost is extremely low, but the quality of these boots is quite good. He adds that he will present the information to senior management to obtain a license to produce the product. Hank carefully asks his interlocutor whether this strategy is a winning one, or whether it needs some improvement. He replies that he can't say for sure, since the cost is attractive, but the use of skeletons remains a gray area. Hank tries to understand why they don't accept the idea that shoes are made using skeletal labor. He asks if the other person knows the terms of the contract so that he can prepare in advance. The interlocutor states that this is more of a temporary measure, so the contract terms will not be the most favorable. Hank asks if the price needs to be lowered further to make the offer attractive to them. Donald notes that the contract term and guaranteed volume will be short because they want to play it safe. Hank says they will still get a guaranteed steady income and the brand will get its supplies. Donald adds that sometimes brands use guaranteed volume to negotiate lower prices. Hank realizes that they are now most likely looking for a temporary replacement for the idle factory. The source clarifies that if the local factory resumes operations sooner, they will receive a surplus of products. Hank wonders what the maximum volume of product they can offer is. Donald says those numbers aren't enough to interest major manufacturers. He adds that this usually suits small businesses like the one they run. Hank asks if the contracts with the factories have been signed yet, and is told that they haven't yet. Hank explains that there is no point in signing a 3-month contract, because if the factory opens, everything will be lost. He adds that a short contract of 1 month should be concluded with the possibility of extension with the consent of both parties. He also states that if there are any quality issues or defective products, they will compensate for everything. Hank adds that they will adhere to minimum order requirements but will maintain the price. Their lawyer notes that these terms look interesting and he will discuss the documents with headquarters. Hank, exhaling tensely, says that fortunately another deal has been made. Donald asks fearfully why he is behaving this way. Hank explains that with such conditions they could simply sign them to a contract and never receive an order. He states that this was precisely the goal, as it has its advantages for him. Hank notes that this is to give them the opportunity to try the products without pressure. He adds that he hasn't seen anyone beat their prices yet, and Donald agrees. Hank emphasizes that trust is built on consistent quality, and using skeletons is the best choice in this situation. He says there is hardly any other company that can regulate volumes so flexibly. Hank adds that the only thing they lack now is confirmation, so they need to take such measures. He notes that once customers try their products, they won't be able to stop at just one order. Meanwhile, the lawyer gets into a special car and goes to business negotiations. Hank continues to maintain high confidence that the true face of the undead will yet reveal itself in this world. After some time, the action moves to Rocco's headquarters, located in the United States of America. One of the company's executives looks at the reports and realizes that the numbers show the best performance. A CEO named Andrew asks a colleague if this is really the maximum productivity. A colleague replies that they are working at full capacity and that they need to hire new workers to increase production. He adds that to supply the remaining 300,000 pairs of shoes, they will have to find a new factory. Andrew inquires about the factory in China and is told that they require contracts with guaranteed production volumes. According to the source, other factories also want at least 3-month contracts with guaranteed volumes. He adds that another 70,000 pairs need to be supplied by next week and recalls one video. He notes that the video concerns the Korean summoners who run his factory. Andrew asks why he decided to bring this up now, and is told that it is better to check the situation. At first, Andrew assumes that this is all done for show, after which he studies the reports. The report stated that Roku Korea sent a report after meeting with this factory, and it attracted attention. He notes that everything here is real, and shows the proposed contract. Andrew reads the terms carefully, and notes that they are incredibly beneficial for their company. Andrew asks if there are any prints, and is told that it is unlikely. He inquires about the quality of the products, and the interlocutor adds that the quality is quite decent. Andrew points out that there would be no harm in trying to work with them, as even if there were defects, they would be paid. He adds that if there is no risk, a small order should be made. 10,000 pairs of shoes to start with. After some time, this news reaches Korea and the protagonist's office. Donald happily runs into Hank's office and announces that Rocco's company has placed an order for 10,000 pairs of shoes. Hank notes that they were able to attract the company's attention thanks to the materials they had. Donald adds that current production lines need to be suspended and priority given to this company. Hank says they have enough skeletons to handle everything, but Donald says it's not that simple. He adds that they are short of stamping machines, and Hank tries to figure out if that could be a problem. After a few moments, he attracts even more skeletal mass to extract something interesting from it. He adds that if they don't have enough machines or stamping devices, they will make them from scrap materials. He asks Donald if there is anything else they need, but Donald loses the thread of his answer. He adds that they need space because all 5 factories, including this one, are already full. Hank points out that they need to use the warehouse, and Donald points out that production in such a facility is illegal. Hank explains that this is not entirely true, since he had already registered the property as a business long ago. Donald admires his boss's multitasking and thoughtfulness, and adds that he no longer has any problems. Hank smiles and says that they need to finish this order in one go, and Donald immediately supports him. After some time, they find themselves at a major board meeting of Rocco's company, which is tense. One of the participants says that it is necessary to negotiate with current partners to reduce guaranteed volumes. Suddenly, one of Andrew's assistants receives an important message and contacts his boss. He says that this is the shoe factory they are cooperating with, and suggests that she is trying to jump off the hook. The assistant clarifies that the point is that they were already able to fulfill the order. Andrew asks in surprise if they were really able to create so many pairs of shoes. The assistant shows him an email from the branch in Korea and asks him to look at it. Andrew learns that all the necessary goods have been delivered and inspection confirms their quality. Andrew asks if this is possible, as the quality, price, and speed seem too good to be true. The assistant happily informs that in this case, they will be able to handle larger orders. Andrew says we need to order all the remaining supplies needed for next week. They receive news that 60,000 pairs need to be produced by the end of next week, so they will have to work at a faster pace. Donald notes that it appears their new customer is testing the limits of the factory's production capabilities. He adds that they have clarified the factory's maximum production capacity. Hank smiles and says they've got their attention before taking the call. Having resolved all the issues, he notes that they will be able to fulfill the order without any particular problems. Once a new order is placed, it takes only 2 days to complete, which greatly surprises Rocco's company. From that moment on, everything went like clockwork. A week later, an additional order for another 80,000 pairs of sneakers arrive. 2 days later and the following week, they receive another order, this time for 150,000 pairs of sneakers. Despite this challenge, they complete the order in just 4 days. Despite the efforts of the Saron company, they were not able to perfectly fill the gap caused by the temporary closure of factories. One of Andrew's assistants reports that the suspended factory will soon resume operations. Other employees say this is good news, But in the meantime, a new player has entered the market. They add that Saron has been able to significantly increase their profits during their time working together. Others confirm that this is indeed the case, even without taking into account that their quality was incomparable with others. Andrew's assistant points out that the losses they are incurring due to contracts with other factories are in the billions. He adds that cooperation with the Saron companies significantly changes this situation, since they work quickly and efficiently. Andrew says this is excellent, as it will keep inventory losses to a minimum. He decides that the time has come to sign a formal contract with this company to secure the partnership. The business lawyer points out that this is an official contract sent from headquarters. Hank takes the document cautiously, and the lawyer advises him to study it carefully and look at all the details. Hank says his plan was perfect, and this company came to them to make a deal. The lawyer reports that this is an annual agreement with a guaranteed volume of 150,000 pairs of shoes. Hank leafs through the document with interest, trying to find something of value for himself. A few moments later, he notices something strange and asks his colleagues for clarification. He approaches the director and asks if the proposed conditions are really good. The interlocutor claims that the conditions are not the worst, so he does not understand what the problem is. Hank continues to study the document carefully, as if trying to find flaws in it. After some time, he hands it over to Donald and says that he should read the document himself and find out everything. Donald carefully looks through each item to figure out what angered his boss. After a while, he looks at Hank with surprise, and Hank assumes that something is wrong. Donald, however, notes that he sees no problems, as this is a regular OEM contract. Hank listens to him carefully and wonders if he just imagined it and missed something. Hank takes the contract and says that they need to look over it again so as not to miss anything. He notes that there is a clause requiring compensation for any losses. He adds that something strange might happen this time, and they will have to pay the corporation money. The lawyer explains that technically the contract requires compensation, but he heard that the corporation was lenient. Hank can't believe the company they just saved is going easy on him. He is told that there is no need to worry, since as long as production is running smoothly, no problems will arise. The lawyer notes that he understands his doubts, since this is the first contract, but this is standard practice. He adds that these points are merely precautions in case something goes wrong. Hank says he once went abroad on a business trip where he learned a life lesson. He reports that he was told to focus on just one task and not worry about the rest. However, when he got to work, he found that this one task was extremely difficult. He adds that at one company, he accidentally crossed the line with the son of the boss, and this caused their anger. He clarifies that the leaders stated their intention to take disciplinary measures, although he was the reason for their success. It was then that he realized that fulfilling all other people's requests leads to the fact that you end up being just an executor. Hank points out that you need to forget about standards and practices and do things your own way. He turns to Director Donald and asks if the results have not yet proven their effectiveness. Donald confirms that this is indeed the case, after which he adds that there is enough information. He notes that he sees no reason to compensate any costs that a business partner incurs. He adds that they shouldn't care if the company accepts orders from other firms. He crosses out some points and notes that he agrees with them. He is told that Rocco will not agree to this, but Hank states that he sees no reason to refuse. He adds that he will offer the same conditions to all brands, so there will be no problems with customers. He also says that he finds these points redundant, cumbersome, and annoying, so he does not agree with them. Andrew receives an official response from the company sometime later, which makes him furious. Lawyers say this is almost a mockery, because the company should not allow itself to be manipulated. Some note that pride can interfere with financial stability, which is ineffective. However, they add that such a precedent cannot be created, as it will cause problems with other contracts. Andrew says that this needs to be dealt with later, once the other plants are back to normal operations. However, this decision is not long in coming, as it is necessary to produce a new model. Andrew notes that it's too early for that, and the company's demands seem ridiculous given the cost. After this, he irritably slams his hand on the table, realizing that there are fewer and fewer options left. He reflects that he understands perfectly well that Saron is a unique company, while the rest of the industry is ordinary. Another assistant comes to him and informs him that a defect has been discovered in the products of the Chinese factory. He adds that, fortunately, the batch is small, but the delivery date will be delayed. He notes that, according to the contract, the factory will cover the costs of reproduction, But this does not solve the main problem. Andrew sadly realizes that if they had partnered with Saran, this problem would not have arisen. He realizes he needs to move faster because other competitors are showing interest in Saran. After some time, an obvious thought occurs to him, which should have appeared earlier. He is pondering what needs to be done before Sarona's priority shifts to other brands. He offers to resume the contracts with Saran, and Andrew asks, surprised, why he changed his mind. Andrew says every second counts, so it's best to get to it now while there's time. To sum it up, everything went well, and in the end, Rocco signed a contract with triple the profit margin. Donald happily reports that this month alone, orders from major brands have exceeded 1 million pairs. Hank asks how much time has passed, since Rocco's gang only returned a month ago. He notes that now that they are gaining momentum, contracts are being signed everywhere, bringing in huge profits. Donald reports that another company is interested in whether they can make clothing in addition to shoes. Donald asks if he has any experience with this, and Hank reports that he has a little experience. He wonders if cheap labor can help them in this situation. Donald claims that this decision will be even more profitable than shoe production in the current situation. Hank notes that this is great. They just need to buy a sewing factory and start production. He asks why they don't become a manufacturing company, even though they can manufacture whatever they want. Donald says that sounds very good because they can produce any other goods using the assembly line. Hank smiles and notes that this is an excellent option, and that this is exactly how it should be done. He says the days when China was considered the world's factory are over, and they will now become the new manufacturing hegemon. His idea is that they should produce clothing, hats, and even accessories if needed. His company expands into labor-intensive and light industries, establishing itself in the market. However, a problem arises, and Donald notes that the shoe factory is fine, but the others are often idle. He wonders what would happen if they combined all the factories to make the skeletons work faster. Donald adds that the problem is that they don't have enough space now, because all the new factories are small. Hank points out that this is a really serious problem, and they need a bigger factory to handle the volume. Hank muses that there is an even more serious problem that needs to be addressed. Donald asks if he's even listening to him, to which Hank replies that he's been listening carefully all this time. Hank muses that the problem is that he has completely lost motivation because he has already made enough money. Donald says that if he feels unwell, it is better to go home and rest, and this immediately pleases Hank. Donald immediately rescinds his recommendation, noting that he still has many more reports to prepare. Hank tells his subordinate that he wasn't this strict before, and Donald says he doesn't understand what he's talking about. He adds that the remaining reports are not urgent, but it is better to deal with them tomorrow. Hank realizes he doesn't have to work that much. Just when the phone starts ringing very loudly, an urgent alert is transmitted over the phone that monsters from unstable portals have penetrated through the gates. Hank realizes that it is nearby, after which he realizes that all residents need to evacuate as quickly as possible. Hank goes outside and wonders what kind of monsters these are that are causing the evacuation. Bernard reports that the monsters are reported to be skeletons, and Hank tries to figure out what that means. News reports indicate that the rapid response team is currently confronting skeletons. The fighters decide to hold the line, despite the fact that these creatures are much stronger than the previous ones. Hank carefully makes his way through the alley to get closer to the battle and observe it. At first, a bright flash opens before him, but over time it weakens. He realizes that he came just in time, as he had been feeling a bad feeling all this time. The thing is that these skeletons belong to him, but for some reason they began to act autonomously. Hank muses that these skeletons are centurions, meaning he made it in time. He notes that they are in reconnaissance mode, so they do little damage, and tries to reprogram them. However, despite his persistent attempts, he fails to reconfigure the skeletons. Hank tries to figure out why the system commands aren't working and hopes they don't go into combat mode. A few moments later, the true culprit of what is happening appears, emerging from the portal. Hank discovers a special commander who has been watching them all this time. The skeletons now increase their attack many times over, making it increasingly difficult for agents to hold them back. Experts are wondering what is going on here, and why the creatures are advancing so hard. Hank speculates that their behavior suggests they are operating on programmed macros. He still doesn't understand why the commands aren't working and is trying other reprogramming methods. He appeals to the skeleton lord, but this also has no effect. Meanwhile, the skeleton calmly resists Hank's attempts to reprogram him. After this, Hank makes a rash decision and rushes into the attack, not caring about possible injuries. The thing is that the target turns out to be one of the agents, who has been standing with his back to him all this time. However, upon hearing the enemy approaching, the agent turns around abruptly. However, he does not have time to strike back and block the attack, after which he is wounded. Hank realizes he has no choice and asks Holly to stay and wait for his return. The commander of the Special Forces unit jumps aside and says that he hasn't been in so much pain in a long time. He realizes that there are too many opponents to contain and that they will die. He asks his comrades for forgiveness, noting that if he had not lost his vigilance, everything would have been different. However, after a few moments, the situation changes dramatically. One of the fighters supporting the commander advises him to raise his head up. He points to a high-ranking awakened being who soared above them to save their lives. They try to reach him by shouting and telling him that they urgently need help. Hank turns around and explains that he now understands why he came here. He accuses the skeletons of interfering in his affairs and declares that he must destroy them himself. The special agents don't fully understand his words and are trying to figure out what he meant. The unit captain notes that the young man's face seems familiar to him. A few moments later, he is surprised to realize that they are facing a famous person. He loudly declares that this is Hank Jensen, the head of the Cerrone Company. Hank decides to use hidden talents that he had not previously demonstrated. With his powerful skills, he rains down giant chunks of bone on his opponents. Each bone projectile creates a powerful explosion, destroying everyone in a small radius. One such attack is enough to significantly reduce the number of hostile creatures. The special agents can't believe they've encountered an awakened, multi-talented fighter. One of them notes that it is now no wonder why this man did not create fighting skeletons earlier. Hank, meanwhile, slowly descends to check the battlefield and clear out the remaining enemies. He creates special portals to recycle the remaining pieces of skeletons and create new ones. Special agents note that Hank did not create skeletons unless necessary. Hank insists that all skeletons that were acting autonomously have been destroyed and recycled. After this, he turns his attention to the agents and asks if everything is okay with them. They respond with immense gratitude, adding that they thought they would not survive the day. Hank notes that he did what he had to, trying to make sense of what happened. The commander says he could not imagine that the chairman of a trading company had such abilities. After this, he thanks Hank again, emphasizing that without his help, he would have died. He also notes that these monsters appear to be almost intelligent, as if they were being controlled by someone. He approaches Eugene as an expert on skeletons and asks if he has any comments. Hank tries to figure out how to avoid answering this difficult question, after which the agents start to press him. Hank states that it is better to move the wounded first and orders a special skeleton to help with this. The special agents agree, noting that this is indeed a good idea since civilians need to be evacuated. Hank watches their actions with joy and realizes that he has just escaped serious danger. He is also surprised by what is happening and realizes that he was able to transmigrate an awakened D rank. He comes to the conclusion that the awakened are much weaker than he thought. But that is not the most important thing now. He takes a piece of bone that he hadn't had time to process, hoping that something can be done about this situation. After some time, he returns home and lays out the pieces of bones on special newspapers in the apartment. After this, he decides to analyze the remains and realizes that the macros he programmed were not damaged. However, the mana emanating from these remains is clearly not similar to the one he possesses, at least in terms of color scheme. Hank speculates that subspace didn't work because it only perceives inanimate objects. He also realizes that these items must be imbued with his mana, and now everything falls into place. After a while, his thoughts are interrupted by loud sounds made by Holly playing with the spheres. Hank lightly admonishes her and tells her that it's too noisy in here to concentrate properly. He looks at the monster cores and wonders where they came from, as they are quite expensive. After some time, this gives him an interesting idea that may explain what is happening. He notes that this mana feels very similar to the core he just interacted with. He also notices that the mana is raw, untouched, and rough, like a pure natural flow of energy. He suggests that it is quite possible that the situation developed in such a way that the skeletons were controlled by the mana of the spiritual gates. When he came to Earth and his body returned to normal, his items were absorbed into the gate and space. This means that some of the skeletons that previously served him now obey an unknown force. Hank realizes that since his mana was gone, the gate's small mana replaced it, so they followed their macros. He also understands that if skeletons appeared, then other things that he created may appear as well. He realizes with horror that if something like an interesting death or a meat golem appears, the situation will become extremely dangerous. Hank realizes that he will have to fight the enemies he created, but he cannot defeat them because of their strength. He realizes that in front of him is a kind of undead army designed for protection. This decision is not easy for him, since he did not plan to attract attention to these creatures. However, it is now becoming clear that the Legion must be rebuilt as quickly as possible. The biggest problem with creating the Legion is the magic stones, which are very difficult to replace. Hank realizes that he will need a large number of corpses to raise the Legion. He repeats to himself that he will need to engrave the magic circles with gold and strengthen the weak spots with metal. He also realizes that with the income he gets from his business, it's not nearly enough. He again wonders when he will be able to retire and forget all these horrors forever. Of course, there is a way to make more money much faster, and it is quite simple. All that needs to be done is to increase production. And in this case, income will grow exponentially. However, doing it this way is too inefficient, so a more intelligent way is needed. Donald proposed acquiring a larger factory and implementing a hybrid structure. Hank understands that even such measures require large expenditures and are a limiting factor. He realizes that he could head to the gates for extra income, but there is a serious problem. He's been keeping afloat for decades, and now he has to hunt again, even though he really doesn't want to do it. However, he has no choice given the circumstances, so he will have to recall his past skills. Hank takes the call and says that he only takes personal orders and does not participate in interviews. He is contacted by a rapid response team leader named Eugene, whom he recently rescued. Hank raises the phone to his ear in surprise and notes that he did not expect to meet him. Eugene asks if now is a good time to visit and says he will send the address. Hank watches what is happening with interest and tries to understand why Eugene needs this. After some time, a luxury car worth millions pulls up in the parking lot. Hank wonders what all the noise is about, as he doesn't think the employees drive such expensive cars. Eugene gets out of the car and greets Hank, dressed in expensive clothes. He thanks Hank again and asks if he has disturbed him with his visit. Hank explains that everything is fine and points out Eugene's expensive car. Eugene says he went overboard when buying a car, but when he woke up, he couldn't drive any car. Hank wonders if the awakened actually buy cars, and Eugene confirms that it happens often. He notes that, in fact, a luxury foreign car is the first thing that awakened people buy with their own money. Hank looks at this with surprise, as he expected that the awakened ones could afford more. After this, Hank asks if Eugene can do him a small favor, and he agrees. Hank announces that he has come up with a brilliant business idea and would like to hear Eugene's opinion on it. Eugene looks at him with some surprise, as a business consultation is the last thing he expected. However, after some time, he suddenly finds himself in very strange and unusual circumstances. He asks Hank why they ended up at a byproduct market in one of the dungeons. Hank cheerfully explains that they came here because he is looking for something very important that he needs to purchase. After this, he approaches one of the sellers and asks if he still has this product. He notes that he needs a product of a certain size that is also strong and fast enough. Eugene says that in that case, it would be better to turn to beasts like Demora, which meet those requirements. He adds that it is a large cat-type monster, so it should be durable and very fast. Hank insists that everything will go very well and asks if the seller has anything else. The seller says there is something smaller and weaker than Demora, but still looks like a horse. Hank declares that he will buy whatever is offered to him, after which he selects the bones and places them in a special portal. Eugene notes that he thought the portal was for storing summons, but other items end up there as well. Hank says that after some experimentation, it turned out that there really could be bones there. Eugene remembers that Hank had already tried to collect bone fragments when he rescued him. Eugene notices that this is suspicious, but decides not to continue questioning Hank so as not to undermine his trust. Hank takes him through the hangars and tells him that from now on, his role will be very important. Eugene says he has nothing against cooperation and is simply waiting for orders. Hank adds that first we need to test the creature's abilities to determine its characteristics. Eugene watches the summoned creature, brought to life through necromancy, and assures him that he can handle it. Eugene mentally understands that he will not be able to completely cope with creatures of such rank, but they will probably give in. Hank happily declares that it is time to begin their training. To the soldiers' great surprise, The unit recommends that Eugene mount the animal. He adds that they need to take a ride around the hangar so they don't have to fight this giant monster. Hank immediately notices Eugene's surprise and explains that he will now show him how to use this monster. Hank looks happily at his comrade and says that he has almost prepared everything necessary. Eugene doesn't believe what's happening at first, but agrees, admitting that he didn't expect such a strange request. After he mounts the creature, Hank asks how Eugene feels riding it. Eugene begins to rock and reports that it is incredibly uncomfortable and unusual. After this, he quickly gets off the bone monster and tries to regain his balance. Hank realizes that the first experiment cannot be called successful and decides to try again. After some modifications, Eugene notes that he feels much more stable and confident. Hank happily declares that this is exactly what he was expecting and recommends that he take the ride again. The trips last for several hours until sunset. Hank asks how he feels, and Eugene adds that the monster is suitable for regular use. As he descends, Hank asks if this is a military call or a civilian transport. Eugene adds that if people ride it, it will be useful in battle as well. Hank explains that it is not intended for combat, because if it were, simple centaurs could be created. He adds that these creatures are intended solely for riding, like regular mounts. Eugene looks at him in surprise and asks if Hank is going to sell these creatures like regular horses. Hank recommends waiting a bit, explaining that the creature still needs to be properly configured. After some time, he uses his bone-altering skills to improve the frame. Eugene and Holly watch the results closely and share their impressions. They let out exclamations of surprise, expressing incredible delight at the result. Hank also carefully examines the resulting creature, which began to look even more beautiful. He notes with a smile that this is an excellent reaction and exactly what he expected. Hank emphasizes that the creature doesn't have many functions, but it can be ridden even in the gate. Eugene says he would spend all his savings to buy it, and wonders if the creature can be repainted. Hank agrees that the possibility of repainting is a great idea that should be noted. Eventually, the mount prototype is handed over to the team leader to be tested on duty. After a while, he comes back and says that this is a real hit, and the mounts are literally attracting attention. Hank adds that if Eugene decides to buy the mount, he will provide a 30% discount. Eugene notes that he understands this and promises to make the most of his vacation. After that, they decide to make some cosmetic changes to the mount. Bernard reports that he has completed all the adjustments he was asked to make and faces the mount. He immediately falls in love with the design, admitting that he has never seen anything like it in real life. Hank states that he is just in time, as they are currently working on a custom design. Bernard says you can use a silver base to match the bone color and add a few accents. He quickly sketches out a color scheme and asks them what they think. Hank adds that it looks quite sophisticated and elegant, and he really likes it. Eugene protests slightly, thinking it might look too soft for a combat model. An argument breaks out between him and Bernard, and Hank reflects on how healthy competition leads to great results. He recommends stopping the squabble, explaining that they should create both designs and see which one gets more votes. He notes that the winner will receive either special bonuses or additional discounts. Bernard and Eugene realize that this is the most important competition they have ever had and decide to give it their all. As expected, the rivalry heats up intensely, and they spend a lot of time creating their designs. Hank, meanwhile, is thinking about how he can already hear the sound of money accumulating, which will help him live again. After some time, he gets to the first mount giveaway event, which attracts a large crowd. Hank welcomes everyone who came and says that he would be happy to host the event himself. He decides to introduce a skeletal commander mount that will significantly increase the effectiveness of any squad. Holly removes the special cover so the audience can see how impressive the mount looks. However, when looking at the basic form of the creature, most customers are not very impressed. Hank explains that this creature is different from what they saw online, then snaps his fingers. Immediately after this, a powerful metamorphosis occurs, and the mount begins to change its form. Hank shows off a new look for his battle mount, which looks much more appealing. After such a transformation, people are immediately impressed and start taking pictures of the mount. Hank notes that the design is actually a reflection of the owner's preferences and can be changed as desired. He adds that the mount is suitable not only for everyday use, but also for combat use in the gate. After this, Hank smiles and says that there will be no more theories, and they will raffle off one of the mounts. A few moments later, he turns to his assistant to get the coveted number. He looks at the piece of paper and asks where participant number 37 is, and he raises his hand. Hank congratulates the winner and informs him that he can choose his own option if he wants. The winner admits that he doesn't have a very good understanding of design, but the price is quite high for him. Hank explains that they are offering an installment plan, and the winner replies that he has enough available funds. Hank looks at his interlocutor in surprise, assuming that this is a high-ranking awakened one. Other observers realize that this is Harry, the leader of the first squad of special people. Hank notes that this guild is one of the top 10 in Korea, which means it is quite authoritative. Harry asks to equip the mount, but replies that this cannot be done, although they can show details. They create a special image that clearly shows how all the decorations will look on the mount. Bernard is pleased that his boss chose his option for additional armor. Harry asks if it would be possible to engrave glowing initials on both sides of the armor. Hank reports that each glowing piece costs 10 million, so the procedure will cost 600 million. Harry asks if decorations can be added later, and Hank says it's no problem. Harry says that for now, we just need to place the first S on both sides and add another one on the forehead. Hank states that, taking into account the starting price of the creature, the total amount will be 700 million won. Hank adds that he will register the mount for Harry and offers to place his hand on the creature's head. Harry carefully extends his hand forward and clarifies whether he is doing everything correctly or whether something needs to be changed. At this moment, a powerful energy effect occurs, and the mount binding procedure begins. The creature's eyes gradually change color, after which it recognizes Harry as its master. Harry is greatly surprised when the formidable creature suddenly begins to act affectionate. Harry decides to give the creature a name and calls it Unduri. Hank smiles, thinking that everything was going great before he came up with this strange and ridiculous intervention. After this, Hank announces that from now on, this creature belongs to Harry. Hank suggests continuing and playing for the next winner, who will be able to buy a mount. Previously, people had only two ways to meet monsters. One was through the internet. Another way involved directly confronting the monsters and fighting them. However, there is now a new way that makes encountering such creatures relatively safe. Some people are still frightened by the appearance of these creatures and suggest immediate evacuation. More knowledgeable people understand that if there is a person sitting on a monster, there is nothing to be afraid of. The idea of using these mounts as summons to quickly travel around the world is becoming popular. When people look at Harry, they think it looks really cool and is a status symbol. Harry turns to his loyal mount and asks him to speed up a little. After this, he quickly flies forward, and ordinary people remark that they would also like to ride on one of these. After some time, Captain Harry finally reaches his destination and stops for a short time. Colleagues ask Harry if he will now be traveling on the command Demora. Another fighter notes that he has fought this creature before, but now the feeling is completely different. After a while, the guildmaster approaches him and says that he hasn't seen Harry for a long time. A master named Herbert notes that the commander's mount Harry acquired looks impressive. Harry greets the master, who is surprised that the mount is also wearing armor. Herbert adds that it would be great if he could get a closer look at the creature. Harry cautiously asks what Herbert is planning to do, and he replies that he just wants to inspect the mount. Harry says that in that case, he can watch from a safer distance and not come closer. Herbert takes a few steps forward and notes that the armor looks pretty strong and not too bad. He notes that, judging by the video footage, this creature can be quite flexibly customized. Harry hears Herbert suggesting that he try to remove the armor, and immediately realizes that this is not a good idea. He also rushes to him and explains that under no circumstances should he touch the armor, because it cannot be removed. However, it was too late, and Herbert had already torn off a giant piece of armor, disabling the mount. Harry becomes furious and at first tries to suppress his emotions, but he doesn't do it very well. After all, his boss had just destroyed a vehicle he had paid a lot of money for. Herbert, looking confused, says that he doesn't understand why a significant part of the armor also came off. Harry explains that the armor plates are built in and cannot be removed, and Herbert remarks that this should have been said in the first place. Harry claims he didn't even have time to say anything, and Herbert points out that in that case, he can buy new armor. Harry adds that then it will be a completely different mount, not the one he loved. He orders the guildmaster to repair the mount himself. Harry sends him directly to Hank, adding that the master should be grateful that he was not punished here. The bone animals were successfully sold, with the average revenue per piece reaching hundreds of millions. Hank's fortunes grew significantly, But new problems quickly arose. Hank couldn't imagine that the first skeleton horse he had spent so long creating would end up in such a state. Herbert sadly asks if there is any way to fix the mount after what happened. Hank states that there is a lot of work to be done, as suitable materials need to be found and processed. Herbert asks if the mount can be repaired in a different way so that the bones don't get mixed up. Herbert adds that if the commander finds out about this, he's finished. And Hank says there is an alternative. He explains that it is worse because the glued bones will break more easily, but Herbert stops him. He asks to return the bones to their original shape and adds that money is not a problem for him and he will pay the entire amount. Hank asks how this even happened, since such an event is almost impossible. Herbert rubs his forehead tensely and says that he somehow managed to complete the task. Hank immediately realizes that everything around him is still unclear as to what exactly happened and how the mechanism broke. Herbert explains that he watched a video where the bones were supposed to automatically connect. After this, he demonstrates the mechanism's operation using a few gestures. He adds that he immediately thought that such armor would suit him perfectly and that it could be freely adjusted. He says he is interested in the possibility of making similar armor for humans. Hank asks why a person would need such armor, and Herbert promises to show him. Herbert's explanation that the armor is designed for a person 10 meters tall, which imposes limitations. Hank says they could just use a suit made of stretchy material, and Herbert points out that he already does that. Hank states that he doesn't really understand the process in words, so a demonstration is needed. Herbert exhales tensely and says that the demonstration cannot be held here. After this, they decide to find a more secluded corner where no one will observe the demonstration. Herbert feels awkward in every movement, but he pulls himself together and says that he needs to start. After this, he uses his giant skills while Hank and Holly watch the result closely. Hank waits for the skill to wear off and realizes what the main problem is. Holly takes out her phone and takes a few photos while observing Herbert's strange costume. Hank notes that in that case, it really is worth getting some armor to avoid embarrassment. Hank adds that the Gravemaster requires durable armor with high protection and good elasticity. Herbert says he needs something that will hide the shameful outfit from prying eyes. He adds that although he is in good shape, it does not mean he wants to be the center of attention in such a situation. He notes that everyone already knows how he fights in autumn overalls when everyone else is showing off in armor. He emphasizes that he is already clearly visible because he is a giant, and even his own daughter is ashamed of him. He adds that he always wanted a suit that could change depending on body size. Herbert states that he would be happy to purchase any armor that would meet his requirements. Hank reflects that he originally thought about selling the skeleton horse to make money, but now it looks better. He understands that by establishing connections with more elite fighters, he will gain access to a very rich market. He had previously planned to solve the macro problem by attaching skeletons to the bodies of fighters during training. Hank turns sharply to his interlocutor and says that he would like to know how he fights and what techniques he uses. Herbert claims to be using secret martial arts, and Hank comments that it's amazing. After this, Hank theatrically adds that the situation is indeed sad, but he will create armor for him. Hank is adamant that he's taken it on and will do it to the highest standard using the best materials. Herbert says he will pay exactly what is required and will not skimp on funds. After a while, he returns to the guild and starts walking back and forth, waiting for the bell. In response to his comrades' questions, he says that for the first time in a long time, decent armor will appear. He asks how long it will take, and Harry reminds him that they promised to contact him in a few days. Herbert asks for a more precise date, and Harry replies that if he is interested, he can call Hank. Herbert admits that he is afraid to call, because he might rush and ruin the armor. Harry assures them that everything will be fine, and that they should stop worrying because he has already seen the armor. He adds that if everything goes well, Herbert should treat Director Hank better in the future. Harry explains that Hank is the only person in the world capable of creating custom armor. Herbert suggests inviting Hank to the guild, but Harry notes that he already has a lot of money and is unlikely to agree. Harry adds that he is interested in business and making money, and Herbert notes that it is unclear why he destroyed the skeletons. He also says that he needed to hide because even after revealing his abilities, he has no interest in the gate. They come to the conclusion that he has his reasons, since not all awakened ones want to fight monsters. Herbert notes that if it were different, he would not have interfered last time, which means he has some kind of trauma. After some time, he receives a message on his phone, reads it carefully, and beams with happiness. He runs out of the office and says that he went to his office and will be back pretty soon. Just a few minutes later, he finds himself at Hank's company, waiting for his reservation. Hank greets him without much enthusiasm, but notes that he arrived quite quickly, which is surprising. Herbert asks where the armor is, and Hank replies that it's all in the next room. After this, he approaches the exhibit on which lies a large cloth and says that it needs to be tested. Herbert slowly reaches out to grab the fabric and finally see the armor in front of him. Even though he is an adult, this is not easy for him, because his delight prevents him from acting quickly. However, as soon as he tore the cover off the armor, his eyes again shone with incredible happiness. The armor turns out to be elegant, practical, and has a stunning appearance. Herbert wonders if he can really wear armor even as a giant. Hank explains that this is an everyday option and asks to try it on to correct any imperfections. After some time, Herbert completely changes clothes and carefully examines the new armor. He asks Hank what needs to be done to make the armor grow with him. Hank snaps his fingers and says that now we need to listen carefully so as not to miss anything. He points to the bones and explains that they will become parts of the armor after they are enlarged. He shows a large box with the number 1 on it and explains that it contains all the necessary parts. He asks Herbert to stand in front of him, spread his arms and legs wide, and wait until the armor block glows red. Hank patiently waits for the armor to glow red before using his giant ability. After a moment, his body grows significantly, but the armor does not break. More bones are added to the empty spaces that appear to strengthen the armor protection. Holly continues to watch what is happening, showing with her whole appearance that it looks very impressive. Herbert waits for the procedure to finish and looks at the armor, which is not damaged in any way. Herbert wonders happily if the armor will actually be his. Hank says the armor is strong thanks to the quality materials he provided. Herbert notes that he really likes the armor and that it is even better than he imagined. Hank explains that to reduce the armor back, you need to stand in the same position and wait for the blue signal. Herbert follows all commands and successfully restores normal growth. Herbert states that he no longer has to overcome the armor every time he uses his abilities. Hank says it was easy, and the value for money was good. Herbert says he would be happy with any changes as long as the armor is wearable, and he is currently over the moon. Hank reports that the price of the armor will be $3 billion to cover all expenses. He also says that he would like Herbert to invest some money in his company. Herbert looks at him and realizes that this is an unexpected request for such a man. Hank states that if Herbert agrees, after purchasing the armor, he will receive a lifetime warranty on its repair and upgrade. Herbert asks how much money Hank wants as an investment, and Hank replies that the more, the better. Herbert breaches to contribute $20 billion from his own pocket, and Hank is surprised. Herbert shakes Hank's hand and says he will make the first payment as soon as he returns and starts working with him. After a while, Harry happily throws himself into the arms of his mount, which has been repaired. Herbert, meanwhile, tells him how he was able to increase his size while remaining in armor. After some time, they hear a strange sound and assume that the gate has most likely opened. Herbert explains that this is a D-rank job and an emergency response team is already there. He adds that the unstable gates are likely to be very disturbing to those around them. Herbert immediately runs off, noting that he is obliged to help them, and Harry is surprised at how hardworking he has become. After some time, the giant monsters that tried to get here are destroyed. Herbert transforms into his giant form and, donning his new armor, joyfully destroys everyone in his path. The news reports that the guild leader responded to a call to the unstable gates in an unusual guise. Hank watches this on TV and thinks that this will be great advertising for his products. He adds that he is very happy because he earned good money and helped the man get armor. In addition, it can now receive more battle data, which is recorded on special media. He notes that this saves him a lot of time in creating combat programs and other things. Meanwhile, Holly plays with a small skeleton who tries to stop her from petting him. However, the girl ignores his demands because the skeleton looks too cute. Hank turns around and notices that the little skeleton has decided to fight the man who is violating his personal space. Hank hits her on the head again and reminds her not to move, as it will interfere with the data collection. After some time, he checks the bank accounts and reports that the money has already arrived. Andrew says he didn't expect such a shortage of guaranteed volume and is sad about it. One of his assistants comes to him and tells him that the Saron company has announced the opening of a new factory. He adds that in addition to the existing factories, they plan to open another one under a separate contract. Andrew states that it is urgent to conclude a contract with them for the entire remaining production, taking into account the guaranteed volume. Donald brings this news to Hank and adds that Rocco's company has offered a guaranteed volume of 700,000 pairs of shoes. Hank asks in surprise if they were really offered such a lucrative contract. Donald adds that with this volume, they will overtake Rocco and quickly rise in position. Hank notes that he needs to sign all incoming contracts and is surprised that he hasn't been offered anything more yet. Bernard says the management of these companies views their businesses differently. He explains that mid-tier companies focus on design and marketing rather than technology. We note that such manufacturers develop their technologies through technical alliances. Donald says there is nothing to worry about because companies' opinions will change over time and everything will be fine. Hank asks why he is so sure, and Donald replies that this has already happened with the Korean industry. He says that the first to go are small and medium-sized companies that are unable to make good money. Hank says that, if you think about it, it would be a good idea to develop your technologies now. He adds that it is necessary to begin construction of a laboratory that will be able to develop interesting solutions for them. Donald asks if he has heard anything about the Korean Shoe Association. Hank looks at him in surprise and asks what the hell that is. Donald explains that it is an association founded during the time when Korea was at the peak of shoe development. He adds that the association's members are considered elite and have survived the spread of Chinese goods. He says he is one of the members of the association, but he has not advertised it. Hank says that if he is already registered there, he would be happy to join the club. After some time, he comes to the meeting to make useful contacts. Hank wonders why the welcoming ceremony was always so grand. Donald remarks that he has never seen anything like it, when suddenly an unknown young man approaches him. He introduces himself as Yuri and says that he is the president of the Shoe Association. Hank shakes his hand, thinking that this man looks strange. Yuri explains that he will bring him closer to the stage, since today he is the most honored guest. Hank realizes there might be a catch and starts looking around. He notices businessmen watching him closely and whispering constantly. He smiles and notes that this is a funny situation, one he hasn't found himself in for a long time. He suggests that this is not quite the ordinary welcoming ceremony they are trying to present it as. Yuri says that everyone knows that Korea was once the second largest shoe exporter in the world. He adds that there are just over 300 companies left in the country, and none of them have more than 300 employees. Hank asks what the chances are of taking control of the remaining factories, and Donald replies that it is unlikely. Yuri explains that Director Hank has finally joined them, which makes the situation easier. He adds that by using budget labor, they can compete with China's shoe industry. He also says that if Hank shares his resources, they will regain their former power. Hank understands that all this is being done only to obtain favorable preferences from him. Donald suddenly stands up for his boss, noting that the proposal was not agreed upon and seems unreasonable. The other businessmen wonder if there is any agreement between these two people. Donald explains that the skeletons are a key resource for the Saron Company and Hank's unique ability. Yuri says they are simply discussing possibilities since Hank is asking for resources for free. Hank realizes that there are confused association members and directors here who are escalating the situation. He tries to understand who is controlling the situation behind the scenes and turns to Yuri personally. He adds that it will be difficult to find common ground now, so it is better to start the dialogue from the very beginning later. After some time, Donald turns to his director to make amends. He says he is very sorry that everything turned out this way, as he did not expect the pressure on them. Hank states that this is completely logical, so there is nothing to worry about, and Donald can rest easy. Donald tries to figure out what the CEO expects and decides not to disturb him for now. Hank, meanwhile, sits down on the table, trying to figure out why he didn't slap Holly for sitting in his place. Donald continues to reflect and believes that he should not give in to their ridiculous demands. Hank says they were going to make connections, but Donald points out that such connections will only hurt them. Hank remarks that the whole thing looks like a staged production, and Donald adds that the president is deliberately keeping quiet about everything. Hank wonders if he's in charge, but Donald explains that the position doesn't mean anything right now. Donald then lists several companies that he believes may be behind the incident. He notes that these companies are the largest shoe manufacturers in Korea, but their factories are located in China and South Asia. Donald also says that these companies are major sponsors and contribute significant amounts. Besides these companies, there are other small firms that do not have the capacity to make large donations. Hank says that first we need to separate allies from enemies, and asks what to do with small businesses. Donald suggests that small businesses genuinely want skeletons to improve their productivity. He notes that they were simply frightened by the news from the association's president, but they themselves are most likely not to blame. Hank emphasizes that all three internal companies need to be dealt with first, and then the rest. He adds that he decided to stop producing profitable skeletons because the competition was too high. He notes that the shoe industry is structured differently, making it easier to deal with. From all points of view, if he gets smaller companies on his side, it will give him more strength. Donald asks if he's really going to rent out skeletons to small businesses, but Hank just laughs. He explains that it will be enough for companies to simply believe that he will allow them to do so. Donald believes that both their companies and the association's members will ultimately benefit, as it will help the factories. Hank notes that a new contract needs to be drawn up to ensure that companies are paying attention to the proposal. A few days later, they find themselves back at the Shoe Association, where Yuri is trying to resolve the issues. Hank and Donald walk inside, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Yuri approaches them and extends his hand, but Hank ignores him as if there is no one in front of him. Yuri suggests that perhaps Hank simply didn't notice him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have behaved so unceremoniously. Hank enters the main hall and goes up to the podium to greet the others. He notes that everyone who wanted to discuss skeletons had gathered here, and he understands their interest perfectly. He adds that after thinking for a while, he prepared a very advantageous offer for them, which they could not have dreamed of. He also states that he is not a very easy person to work with. He adds that if they simply asked, he could help. But this needs to be discussed in advance. He states that no excuses are needed, as he is here to provide the skeletons on one condition. This condition is that Yuri loses his position, since Hank personally does not like him. This statement causes a deathly silence among the other participants, as no one expected this. Yuri himself wonders why things have come to this, as this has never happened before in the association's history. Hank explains that according to the bylaws, if half of the association's members vote to resign, the issue will be resolved. Yuri notes that only members of the association can propose a resignation, and Hank is not yet a member. Donald proposes to strip the president of the association, Mr. Yuri, of his powers. Hank looks carefully at those present and asks if there are any objections among them. He adds that there is no point in postponing the decision if everyone has come here. He grins, raises his hand, and adds that they will see how many people support the proposal. He explains that everyone who supports the resignation motion should raise their hands. Many people raise their hands, noting that the president's behavior is indeed strange. Hank adds that all 170 people voted in favor, which means voting needs to continue. He explains that if 220 people support the decision, Yuri will either join the association or leave. After some time, the required number of votes is collected, and Hank announces that Yuri now loses his powers. Yuri adds that this is wrong, and he should have held a general meeting to resolve this issue. Hank points out that if they are unhappy, they can hold a general meeting, but the resignation remains valid. He also emphasizes that it is necessary to move on to another topic in order to leave his mark on the process. After this, Hank happily notes that he is joining the association, and this evokes similar emotions in the other participants. After a while, Yuri quickly laughs at his phone as some message arrives on it. Hank immediately notices this and assumes that Yuri is waiting for new orders from his superior. He thinks that Yuri wants to assess the situation, but he is not here to play along. Hank states that he is not willing to provide the skeletons for free, as he has also put in the effort and expects something in return. He adds that it is important to understand that skeletons are very different from regular workers and are not easy to distribute. He explains that it's better to think of them as semi-autonomous machines rather than regular workers. He notes that in practice, it is impossible to ensure the operation of the entire factory, so he proposes using skeletal labor. He adds that the factory takes orders, fulfills them, and delivers them at a modest price of $1,500 per unit. Hank also clarifies that his company does not produce shoes for export, but only for the domestic market. He adds that in future they will only accept orders for footwear for the domestic market from association members. Other members of the association realize that in this case, they don't even need to run a manufacturing factory. Hank confirms that this is a true observation, and now they no longer need to maintain the factory and employees. He adds that this is a win-win situation, because if someone loses their job, they won't be the one to blame. He notes that he had a great idea. He came up with a skeletonized factory. Customers say they want to rent skeletons because of the cost, but now they have to support the plant and employees. Hank notes that it is indeed a bit of a problem, but if it is difficult for them, The newcomers will not survive at all. He adds that where there are people, there is money. Because if they want to get shoes, they need to hire workers. He also emphasizes that all this time, everyone has been working towards this, and that manufacturers must share the domestic footwear market. He says they need to unite to get back what China took from them. Yuri loudly wonders what to do with the export of their industry, since it will be significantly reduced. He adds that this will suit everyone, since some of the association's companies are export-oriented. Hank notes that he is not interested in foreign companies and does not even think about them. He adds that skeletonization only concerns domestic factories and workers, and does not concern him about foreign ones. Yuri clarifies that the factories are located abroad, and the apartments are in Korea. Hank says it's impossible to please everyone, because his production can't handle the task. However, after a few moments, everyone else starts shouting that they are pleased with Hank's actions. Hank adds that most of them are very happy, and that's enough to keep them going. Yuri notes that this could significantly impact profits, which is what the whole thing was all about. Cornered, Korean factories used their connections to win back the domestic market. Then, an official general meeting of the Shoe Association was held to demand the president's resignation. Yuri is stripped of all his powers and will most likely soon be permanently removed. Donald adds that he is interested in whether it is worth accepting those whose factories are not in Korea into the ranks. Small producers note that there are only 3 such companies. Donald explains that this is why he put the issue on the agenda and decided to limit membership to such companies. Hank overhears other members saying that they receive a significant share of their orders from these companies. Hank issues an ultimatum, explaining that the choice is theirs, but the consequences will be theirs to bear. One of them approaches Hank and asks if he can ask one important question. He asks what will happen if a company with a factory abroad moves to Korea. He adds that this will set a precedent when a strong competitor appears who will share the market with them. He clarifies that he simply wanted to give an example to understand how to act in such a situation. Hank announces that he is calling a vote for the members to decide whether to limit the membership of these 3 companies. Donald declares that the matter is officially closed, as everyone voted in favor. Hank says they're almost done, but he has one last proposal to discuss. He notes that the position of president of the association is currently vacant and proposes Donald's candidacy. He announces this loudly, and many people immediately start voting for this decision. Donald sadly notes after some time that he had no choice but to accept the position. Hank adds that he only trusts Donald, who states that he will have a hard time handling the responsibilities. Donald is advised to find a good vice president and delegate the work to him when difficulties arise. Donald notes that the dog that barks loudly and irritates everyone was kicked out of the house, hinting at Yuri. Hank says that's excellent and gives him carte blanche to make all decisions on the matter. Things are going so well that Hank begins to doubt whether things can get any better, because the money is coming in like a river. Thanks to his solutions, income increases several times, and monthly profit approaches 20 billion. However, he understands that there are still opportunities that need to be seized before it is too late. To do this, he takes out his phone to check a few news sites. After some time, he decides to study more data about the associations he is a part of. He soon realizes that the industry in their country is significantly outdated. He wonders if their country has ceased to be the world's center of electronics. The leader of a large company, Uchibara, does indeed dominate the electronics industry, but this industry is now fading. The production of toys, razors, shredders, and other low-value goods requires more labor. Hank reaches his assistant and takes the electronic toy she is holding back from her. He examines it carefully, then notices that if he thinks about it, they are all made in China. He notes that when buying such simple things, cost-effectiveness is valued, but not quality. After this, he wonders if he can enter the electronics industry to make money there too. However, a problem arises here, because it is not clear from what materials the products should be made, since these are not shoes or fabric. Hank is thinking about buying a company in Korea, but none of them are suitable, so there is nothing decent left now. It is not difficult to find technologies for the production of electronics, so the creation of such goods can be established. He is trying to figure out how to study this business in China to find some clues there. After a few moments, it occurs to him that they have started making replicas of finished items. He understands that you can't just copy something, but you can use this method partially. He gets to Donald and tries to discuss an important issue with him. He calls Donald the president of the association, and Donald immediately explains that now he is an ordinary worker. He also asks to be addressed as usual, without unnecessary pathos. Hank adds that he has some interesting ideas and they need to be discussed immediately. Meanwhile, we move to a Chinese headset company. Representatives of these companies are holding a special meeting to discuss an important matter. One of them is named Sung Khan. He is the CEO of SR Electronics. His interlocutor explains that they have a main company, and Senkan adds that it is called Siron. He notes that because the company has only just opened a factory in Korea, its product line still leaves much to be desired. The interlocutor examines the documents and notes that the unit price appears incorrect. Senkan explains that he can't change anything. His CEO decided so. The interviewee adds that he does not want to increase competition, since it is already high. Senkan notes that they will buy back all the machines currently used to produce the old models at twice the price. He emphasizes that this is a product that has been developed with great care, and the price is too low. Senkan says he is willing to spend $1 million if more is needed. After this, he suddenly gets up and remarks that if they have agreed on the same things, it is sad, but they will meet again. However, his interlocutor suddenly stops him, noting that there is no point in rushing into such matters. He asks if Hank would like to use his logo in the model name, and then remarks that it would be nice. The Chinese businessman pauses to consider the idea. After that, he says that the contract can be included, and Senkan approves this decision. He suggests looking through the documents and asking if they use other factories. So Hank's company ends up licensing several products, which turns out to be a win-win situation. He adds that it cost him much less than buying a factory, and they will even make a profit. Bernard notes that Chinese technicians will arrive soon to help set up the equipment. Hank asks him to ask the manager to give him a tour of the plant and show him what needs to be done. He also clarifies that under the pretext of technical maintenance, one can study how employees work. Bernard realizes that by observing their actions, the skeletons can be trained to later replace the workers. Hank smiles and notes that this way they will be able to enter the border with Chinese products, which is great. After some time, Hank meets with his new business partner and notes that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. His interlocutor, Han, explains that he is deeply involved in the structure and vision of the business. Hank adds that he was simply lucky to have such an adventure, and he took advantage of the opportunity. Han asks if Hank wants to arrange supplies into the country, and Hank confirms that he does. Khan notes that his company deals with textiles and footwear, which are considered Chinese products. Hank adds that goods are also produced in Korea, but the prices there are slightly higher than those of Chinese products. Khan asks what he thinks about producing dolls, since they can be profitable. Hank clarifies that this means someone is making them in China, and it costs a lot of money. Hank adds that he will add it to the list and contact Han once production begins. Han offers several more ideas, but Hank firmly refuses each time. He explains that the problem is that he is too passionate and will therefore continue to take orders and produce products. After this, he opens a portal to show Khan the various electronic devices he has produced. Han looks at the devices in surprise, asks a question, and is surprised that Hank has switched to electronics. Hank explains that the devices are sold in Korea through an online store for 25,000 won. He adds that he is ready to sell these goods to Khan at a lower price and asks how much he wants. Hank clarifies that he is willing to sell them for 7,000 won each, which greatly surprises Han. Han recalls that Hank previously said that they were selling online for 25,000 won. Hank explains that he doesn't see a problem with this, but Han asks if such behavior is legal. Hank claims that all of this is done in his factory. He has licenses, and this applies to other products. Khan reports that he has looked through and tested many products and has come to the conclusion that cheap products are always of poor quality. He adds that this is ridiculous, considering the quality despite the low price. Hank explains that he can leave him all the samples so that he can take his time and make his decision. Khan notes that there is no point in doing this, since he is already ready to sign a cooperation contract. He adds that their companies have joint ventures with Japanese stores and Chinese businesses. Hank says he is ready to begin reviewing the contract, as he is meticulous in drafting such documents. Khan notes that there is no need to worry, as he has already familiarized himself with the recent situation in the shoe association. Hank explains that this is great, because then they won't waste time and will get straight to work. They choose one of the stores as their first target in the Korean market because it is a powerful distribution center. They want to encourage people to try the new company's products and demonstrate value for money. However, The problem lies in exporting and promoting products in international markets. One of his assistants comes to him and tells him that he will have a very important buyer. Hank says they could hold a raffle and put the cat itself as the prize. He suggests that once a month it will be possible to raffle off and award the winner with a serial number of a combat product. Smiling, he notes that they won't have to look for buyers because they will simply come to him. After a while, we are transported to one of the stores, near which people continue to gather. The customer says that everything is very cheap in the 1,000 won stores, but you can get carried away and spend tens of thousands. The wife says that today they will only buy what is on the list, and she will not accept any objections. The husband comes inside and wonders where to find blackout curtains. He also discovers that it has become too noisy here and decides to find out the reason. Coming closer, he tries to understand what is going on here, and notices a large number of interesting goods. Taking a closer look, he notes that the goods are quite cheap and might be worth buying. After this, he decides that today he will buy only what is on the list. However, moments later he discovers that he can win a grand prize in the form of a fighting animal. He adds that these fighting animals are very expensive, and it might make sense to take a little risk in such a situation. His wife waves her hand at him and reminds him that he promised not to waste money today. Marketing with a focus on the lucky ticket turns out to be a subtle way to attract the attention of different people. After some time, Hank decides to call the manager of the electronics store. Hank picks up the phone and says he's listening, and is immediately told they're sold out. He asks how much more goods need to be sent, and receives the answer that everything that is available is needed. Hank wonders if there have been any unexpected surprises, like foreigners coming in and buying everything. They tell him that he simply assumed such a situation. Hank states that he will contact them when everything is ready and will deliver all the missing goods. Soon after, one of the suppliers from China says that the goods are simply excellent. He adds that the value for money is excellent, and he finds it hard to believe. After this, he also notes that the design seems very familiar to him, and he has definitely seen it before. Hank explains that the product is from Inch Electronic, and the other person confirms that it is indeed them. Hank notes that the design is identical because he licensed the merchandise and released it exactly the same. He adds that there is nothing wrong with this, because in the end it does not matter. Hank announces that he plans to sell the products for export at a price of 20,000 won, which greatly surprises his interlocutors. He emphasizes that he will hold a raffle in which all sold products will participate. The interlocutor notes that this is a lot of money, but if Hank decided to do this, it is surprising. Hank adds that there is nothing in the license agreement prohibiting export or anything like that. He also asks if he can supply these goods exclusively to the interlocutor. Hank explains that the price will remain fixed, and he also does not sell exclusive items, so as not to complicate the process. He understands that it won't be possible to trade anything special, and the other party agrees to the terms. He is inundated with orders, and on top of that, he has a team that is ramping up production. Meanwhile, while electronics products are selling out, the companies that license them are facing problems. They are inundated with questions about changes, contract terminations, and lawsuits. Hank says he doesn't want to spend a lot of time on legal issues because they don't interest him. He also adds that it would be great if they expanded their product range. Hank notes that there is no ideal product for production yet. Senkan suggests producing something like scales or wall clocks, since the technology is quite simple. Hank says you need to license high labor cost products to make more money. Sung Khan adds that it will be more difficult than before, as Sung's name is already known in China. Hank explains that this is indeed true, but there are no barriers to money. He adds that the most important things for them are price and volume. The cheaper it is, the more sales there will be. He understands that he needs to hold a special prank to attract the crowd's attention. Hank explains that they need to broadcast the drawing live and add subtitles in all the languages of the countries. After some time, they decide to set the stage and hold an impressive broadcast with a prank. The presenter announces that he is pleased to welcome everyone to the drawing for an electronic gift from the company. Hank asks if the subtitles are okay, and the host confirms that they are monitoring everything in real time. He also notes that they have more than 100,000 viewers from all over the world, which is a good result that is constantly increasing. The presenter assures that their servers will not fail, as they are located in a professional studio. He announces that now it is time to move on to the most important part, and presents the main prize. After this, the spotlights are turned on, and all spectators have the opportunity to see the giant cat. The presenter notes that in reality, these products look much more impressive. He adds that they should take the risk and explains again how to check the lottery number. He also says that they shouldn't be upset if they don't win, as they will have a few more tries in the future. He notes that now it is time to start the drawing and comes closer to the lottery system. He explains that a product is currently being raffled off to select a winner and give him a gift. After this, he recommends that everyone get ready, catch the lucky ball, and check the numbers on their tickets. Ticket reports that, as far as he understands, this is the best-selling product in the electronics line. He adds that the number 4 means that whoever matches that number will receive a mini vacuum cleaner. Hank notes that the total sales of this product were 40,000 units, which is not that much. The presenter states that the CEO said that about 40,000 vacuum cleaners were sold, and this is a good prize. He asks his friends not to forget and to be sure to buy at least one type of product during the year. Now they will find out who will be the lucky winner of the competition. The winner turns out to be an ordinary man from Korea, and as it turns out, the vacuum cleaner he bought was the winning one. The award ceremony is a success, but the consequences are devastating. The rapid growth in sales of all products proves incredible, bringing Hank fantastic profits. Hank is happy that money is pouring in and feels like he will soon be able to retire. However, he now realizes that he needs to earn even more money to finally provide for himself. After a while, Senkon approaches him and says that the head of the company, Urim, wants to talk. Hank asks what company it is, noting that he knows it but hasn't heard of it in a while. Senkon explains that they are a medium-sized company that produces small air conditioners and they are doing well. Hank suggests that this is probably an OEM order to get more profit from the final sales. He notes that he has nothing to lose in any case, so he asks to schedule a meeting with the manager. After some time, he goes to the appointed place, which looks unusual for negotiations. The company's CEO, Charlie, says he's very pleased to meet Hank. Hank responds with a mutual handshake and notes that he is also pleased to meet them. Charlie says he was looking forward to the meeting as he had heard a lot of positive things about Hank. After this, Charlie invites them to move on and pours a special tea for them to enjoy. He notes that the prank on the fighting animals was grandiose and envies Hank's foresight. Charlie smiles and adds that if he had such abilities, he could build a great company. He says they have 2 factories in China and 1 in Korea, and he would like to ask a question. Senkon asks why he didn't move production to China, where even expensive goods are cheaper. He explains that domestic production should not be underestimated, as it provides more confidence. He adds that he would like to keep the Korean factory, but the problem lies in Chinese production. He reports that China's economy is growing rapidly, so the advantage of cheap labor has diminished significantly. Charlie explains that he would like to open a joint venture with their company to achieve greater profits. Hank looks at him in surprise and asks if he really wants to go into business together. Charlie reveals that he doesn't know that Hank doesn't lend skeletons, but that doesn't diminish the potential benefit. Hank speculates that at this rate, they will be able to produce a lot through the joint venture. Of course, from his point of view, it is profitable, but they will not be able to freely spend the money they earn as they want. Hank asks if the OEMs are interested, and Charlie says no. He explains that skeletons can be thought of as a machine for automated production. He adds that Urim then builds a factory, and Saran moves there and installs automatic machines. He says that this can be called a one-factory system for 2 companies, which will be beneficial. Charlie asks why complicate things, to which Hank replies that he doesn't like complicated relationships with capital. He explains that, apart from loans, his company operates entirely on its own funds. Charlie notes that equity relationships become more complex as a company expands. Hank states that they are not going to go public, and Charlie points out that they need a guarantee to do so. Hank clarifies that this is not a contract with Urim, under which Saron is hired for a certain period. He adds that if there are such concerns, they are asked to clearly spell this out in the contract. Hank explains that he would like to add one more thing before they finally finish their discussion. He smiles and notes that the shoe factory has never canceled contracts with clients before. Charlie says that if this is the case, then it is worth discussing this issue seriously and drawing up an agreement. Hank adds that the contract can be negotiated with minor changes if that is more convenient. After they come to a mutual agreement, Hank points out that people will be outraged by the loss of their jobs. Charlie states that the factory is not originally located in Korea, so the outrage will quickly die down. Hank notes that employees based in Korea will be worried upon hearing this news. Charlie agrees with him and they decide to first meet with the union at the Korean plant and discuss everything. After some time, they organize a meeting and invite a large number of reporters to cover the event. One of the union representatives comes to Hank and greets him politely. He reports that they have confirmed the terms of the contract, which guarantee volumes and models for the Korean plant. Hank smiles and notes that he will always find a way out of a situation to make people more comfortable. He explains that many people don't understand, but skeletons are not universal, so human help is necessary. He adds that when foreign factories come to Korea, the Korean economy becomes active. This is why he is confident that this will be a major step in the development of the Korean economy. People happily welcome the return of capital to Korea from abroad. Hank notes that the company will continue to do everything possible to encourage overseas factories to return. Hank hopes that companies with overseas factories will contact him as soon as possible. After this, they receive offers from several foreign factories and conclude many deals. In a short period of time, they sign agreements with several medium-sized companies, confirming their contribution to the country's development. Hank watches a news report on the topic and wonders if they have anything to do with it. Sengkan notes that he did not ask for comment on this, but he heard murmurs from the electronics industry. He adds that these companies with factories in Korea face reverse discrimination. Hank believes that they have already reached a meeting, and further concessions would be irrational. He recommends not to pay attention to it and not to give in to it, as it will simply be ridiculous. He also advises stating that cooperation with Korean factories is impossible, as it will harm the workers. Sengkan says their partners are looking for a site for the plant and want to take his opinion into account. Hank thinks for a while, and then comes up with a brilliant idea. He notes that the partner companies have attracted media attention, and if the location choice becomes public, it will spark competition. Hank realizes that they can use this as leverage in negotiations in future situations. Smiling, he adds that if they are going to act this way, they need to calculate everything carefully. He proposes to concentrate suppliers in one place and make the local economy dependent on Suran. That is why he decides to go to the nearby provinces to establish business connections there. Holly follows her boss to help him if needed. Donald also accompanies him and asks why they came to this particular province. Hank explains that this town has a fairly large daily profit and is located near the port. He also adds that a car plant has recently opened, which poses a threat of job losses. Donald understands that this will lead to people needing new jobs. Hank notes that if you negotiate successfully, you can get the most out of the situation. After some time, he goes to meet with one of the important politicians to discuss everything. Hank says he's glad they found time to meet, despite the surprise visit. The mayor suggests that they get comfortable so that they can more easily discuss important issues. The mayor's name is Hobbs, and he asks Hank if he's come to cooperate with the city. Hank explains that working with partners in one place will be much more convenient, as it will simplify processes. Hobbs says the city has been chosen as a special zone to combat the industrial crisis. Hank notes that the rules in other industrial zones are different, and is surprised by these guarantees. He adds that this province is the only industrial zone, although there are many similar ones. He clarifies that taxes are not the only advantage of this city. Hank notes that running a plant presents many challenges and problems. He adds that they use skeletons as workers, so they need large spaces. Hobbs asks if this means he wants to maximize the area ratio. Hank confirms this, and Hobbs notes that it will be difficult due to relationships with other companies. Hank says that the situation may be an exception, after which he takes out a special tablet from the portal. Attached to the tablet is a list of foreign companies that have contacted them and want to expand into Korea. Hobbs looks closely at the list and is surprised by how many companies are on it. Hank explains that if these companies come to the province, a lot of jobs will be created, and that's a good thing. He also advises thinking not only about jobs, but also about the taxes that will come into the city. Hobbs reads the document carefully, but he has one more question he would like to resolve. He asks if Hank can promise that all partner companies will also locate in this province. Hank replies that if the mayor has good intentions, then he is obliged to reciprocate. A few days later, one of the large factories, which had been in China all this time, returned to Korea. The news reports that many sad events have occurred in this province over the years. Hobbs, however, says they can now confidently say the city will only continue to grow. From his point of view, the return of one of the major enterprises to the province is the beginning of a great victory. Hank stays behind the mayor all this time and hopes that he can inspire all the residents. He is asked how many companies have announced their intention to return here after some time. Hobbs states that the CEO of the Saron company, Hank, will answer this question. Hank says he has confirmations from 15 companies, with more in talks. He adds that the confirmed estimated sales volume will be 1,200,000,000,000 won. One reporter notes that the most noticeable benefit for residents will be the creation of new jobs. Hank says the ratio of humans to skeletons in the factory is about 6%. But that ratio will change. He adds that skeletons do the work, but they need support to perform their functions effectively. Hank notes that the number of workers lost due to the closure is too large to replace them entirely. He states that he will try to accommodate as many skeletons as possible. He adds that the decision will benefit both Korea and his company, as the skeletons bring back jobs. According to his plan, Saran companies promise to attract even more foreign companies to the province. Hobbs thanks Hank for his speech and asks if there are any more questions. Hank hopes he'll be asked an awkward question because he's confident he can answer it. He is not afraid of difficulties, because his goal is too ambitious to stop now. He wants to turn this province into the city of Sarona after he receives significant financial resources. 3 months after the move, the Saran company opens facilities in other provinces, along with factories. Hank receives a list of new companies, filtered by their prospects. However, Hank is not too impressed with the results, as he expected more. He adds that if there are competitors or companies with which they already work, contracts can be concluded with them. Donald notes that some people think it would be a good idea to extend promotional activities to partners' products. When asked whose idea it was, Donald replies that someone started a rumor, and Hank decides to ignore it. He adds that he relies on Donald for the rest, and asks him to act at his discretion. He also notes that partnerships will continue to be formed for some time to come, and money will soon start flowing like a river. After a while, Chuck comes running to him with the message that a call came from the fire department. Hank asks in surprise what happened, and Chuck explains that the situation is very delicate and difficult. The fact is that a massive fire has broken out in a nearby warehouse, which firefighters are constantly trying to put out. Hank arrives on scene to assess the situation and is immediately spotted by the fire brigade commander. He apologizes for the sudden call, explaining that the situation is urgent and help is needed. He adds that 5 employees did not have time to evacuate from the large fire, and firefighters cannot get inside. Hank says his skeletons will be able to get inside, but they need the approximate location of the victims. The fire chief reports that, unfortunately, he does not have precise information to assess the situation. Hank realizes that he will have to find all the people in the warehouse and save them in time. He realizes that he will have to put in a lot of effort to manage so many skeletons. Hank suggests using a fire hose with the skeleton, but the firefighter claims it is ineffective. Hank says it's been a while since he's had to control multiple skeletons at once. At first, it seems like there is no choice. But after a few moments, an obvious idea appears to him. He orders the firemen to get the mobile phones and hand them over to him. His plan is to attach a camera to the skeleton, and he will follow the program while conducting a search. Firefighters will be able to use the camera to quickly assess the situation and issue appropriate orders. After a while, they report that skeleton number 14 needs to open the front door. Hank quickly executes the command, translating it into a macro language that reaches the skeletons. He takes on more complex tasks and controls the skeletons directly to increase their efficiency. However, at first they fail to find the missing people and only find empty rooms. Hank has been controlling the skeletons for a long time and begins to feel that his powers are gradually fading. After some time, they finally find a person, and he decides to connect to a specific skeleton. By going into his consciousness, he actually discovers a person who needs to be saved. However, he also notices serious cracks in the walls and realizes that he needs to act faster. He immediately gives the command to the skeleton to dash forward and save the man. The action turns out to be timely. Otherwise, the worker could have been crushed by the debris. Hank is glad that the man is safe and sound, but the skeleton has been seriously damaged and cannot move. He decides to send other skeletons to comb the area and rescue the remaining people. Meanwhile, the skeletons continue their tasks and finally pull out the survivor. Hank is pleased with the initial successes and notes that he needs to find the rest faster. However, it gradually becomes more and more difficult for him to manage such a number of skeletons. The firefighter thanks him for his help and notes that thanks to their work, no one died, and the rescue operation is complete. He adds that if it weren't for Hank, the consequences of the evacuation could have been much worse. Hank can't believe that people would rush into such a fire with only fire suits. Suddenly, he is asked how he can help the skeletons, and Hank speaks highly of these creatures. He understands that the real value of skeletons is that they do dangerous work in place of humans. He suggests that the skeleton could be controlled directly, rather than through a camera, and the fireman agrees that this is a great idea. Hank asks if the fireman would like to use his well-earned day off to help with the operation. News reports indicate that the rescue operation using skeletons was successful. They note that the incident has already been reported in the news, and it is unclear why the government is against this idea. Another firefighter says that even if they only issue protective clothing every other time, the skeletons are something incredible. They come to the conclusion that buying skeletons at their own expense would be very expensive. After a while, the fire captain comes out to them with excellent news. He adds that he wants to talk to them, and the staff asks what makes him so happy. The fireman explains that he worked with CEO Hank while on his well-deserved leave. The firefighters look at him in surprise and ask how they worked with such a powerful necromancer like Hank. The fire chief approaches the director and informs him that he can safely enter inside. The other fire department members look at Hank in surprise, the real star in front of them. After some time, a huge number of firefighters gather for a general meeting in the room. Hank claps his hands, noting that they did a great job and regretting noticing them so late. Smiling, he says that their hard and dangerous work has finally come to an end. After this, he introduces a pilotless firefighter skeleton that can be controlled. The employees watch in amazement and ask how these skeletons work. Hank explains that the skeletons are equipped with high-resolution, fire-resistant cameras that they created. He adds that the fire boots are made by members of the Footwear Association, and the suits are modified. Hank happily notes that, thanks to the chief's help, they have implemented various rescue programs. He adds that the helmet has been improved to allow remote control of the skeleton. According to his design, the helmet is connected to the skeleton's head and perfectly follows the wearer's movements. He adds that the controls are easy and the skeleton can be controlled using the console. For more precise work, you can use a special glove to remove debris or open a door handle. The shift supervisor says that after the trial run, he realized that the skeleton control experiment was a success. Delighted firefighters note that they will now have unmanned robots to take part in operations. A more pessimistic firefighter says that this is great, but such a luxury is beyond the means of most people. The boss smiles and says that there is no need to worry, because the director gave them these robots. Firefighters can't believe that such expensive equipment was given to everyone for free. Hank says they will be donating 90 skeletons to other fire departments soon. He adds that they come with free lifetime service, which pleases the firefighters. A rescue operation using skeletons becomes the most talked about news topic for a long time. As news spreads, some experts begin to say it's a risky idea. The use of skeletons in past operations has been successful, and they are used in the field due to their high efficiency. Despite this, many new fire service stories fail to impress critics, and they publish critical posts. However, when the excitement subsides, a company from the 3D industry contacts them. This company wants to use unmanned skeletons on construction sites to prevent incidents. The source says Director Hank is mindful of job security. He adds that the unmanned skeleton is controlled by a human and jobs are preserved. The businessman notes that the skeletons can handle simple tasks, such as transporting materials. Hank adds that skeletons shouldn't be given away for free, and asks for insights into working in the construction industry. Hank listens carefully to make sure he doesn't miss any details about how the system works. After a while, he interrupts his interlocutor and clarifies what was said earlier. He notes that some of the equipment belongs to a construction company. Hank checks to see if the manufacturer hires heavy equipment operators and is confirmed to be so. He notes that the heavy equipment manufacturing company seems promising to him. He adds that he will first open his own company and then rent out more skeletons to it. After a while, he returns to the office and notices that Holly is playing with one of the skeletons again. Hank watches the skeleton closely and assesses its capabilities for work as a loader. After some time, the Saron company publishes a new job advertisement, and people flock to it like bees to honey. Hank notes that there is a real job shortage in the province with so many people coming. Donald tells him that everyone is nervous because this job is not permanent but short-term. Hank states that this is expected, then goes up on stage and looks at the excited crowd. He greets everyone and introduces himself so that people understand who they are dealing with. He notes that many were disappointed when they missed the ads because the jobs were short-term. After this, He asks them not to be discouraged and notes that the position may not become their job for life. He explains that working in the company's equipment rental department is no different from working in HR. He adds that they provide labor to anyone who needs it, and the company's main resource is not just skeletons. A few moments later, several skeletons come onto the stage, along with the operators who control them. He adds that they will provide labor along with the skeletons, and people will take on the role of operators. He notes that his explanation may not be very clear, so he will demonstrate everything in practice. The skeletons begin doing the heavy lifting, and he asks the humans if they understand the concept. One of those present suggests that they are being asked to control skeletons instead of carrying loads. Hank explains that heavy physical work is usually dangerous and can lead to health problems. However, for those who agree to this job, all they will need to do is control the skeleton from a safe distance. He asks them to think back to the transportation business and notes that the concept is very similar. So far, none of the skeleton transport pilots have resigned for personal reasons, and no one has lost their job. He adds that it won't be easy to adapt, but if you do, it will be an amazing experience. He claims that as long as they are willing to work, none of them will be left without a well-paid job. After this, he asks them to submit their resumes to the next department for verification. After some time, we are transported to one of the nearest construction sites, where a new influx of workers arrives. The builders approach the foreman and report that they cannot find additional workers. The foreman reassures them, saying that new equipment from the Saron company will arrive soon. After this, they see buses entering the construction site and realize that the time to act has come. The doors of one of the buses open and a squad of skeletons in construction uniforms emerges. A company representative also comes out and announces that he has delivered 20 skeletons. He is asked about the other buses and explains that they contain pilots who control skeletons. After this, he suggests not wasting any time and getting to work immediately to test the skeletons. One of the skeletons approaches the workers and asks where the cement should be placed. Feeling awkward, the builder announces that the cement needs to be lifted to the 5th floor. The skeletons confirm that they have accepted the order, turn around and head towards the bags. They quickly cope with the task and note that it was not easy, despite all the nuances. Hank receives information that the CEO of one of the construction companies is in need of skeletons. Hank smiles and notes that if the company approached him, it means things are going very smoothly. He adds that they have enough skeletons, so they can be sent. But Chuck replies that they do not have the manpower. Hank is surprised, looks at the manager and asks what he means. Chuck explains that there are 3 people working together per skeleton, so more personnel are needed. Hank notes that this is the first time he has encountered the problem of a shortage of personnel to manage the skeletons. He decides to make some minor personnel changes to combine experienced employees with newcomers. He adds that full-time employees should receive a bonus and train newcomers in their free time. Hank notes that if the situation continues, there will still be a shortage of personnel, and the problem needs to be addressed. He suggests that it makes sense to open a special center for training newcomers. Hank notes that the academy is the best place to train workers, but he has other things on his mind. He proposes creating educational centers to train new personnel from scratch. He adds that the course will guarantee 100% employment for those who successfully complete the training. He is asked if tuition should be charged, and Hank replies that it is not practical. He explains that the center is being created to train the necessary personnel, so charging money for training is stupid. Chuck notes that this is a great idea, and Hank concludes that the construction of the center should not be delayed. After a while, he calls Bernard, an experienced employee in managing skeletons. When asked about work, Bernard replies that the number of programmers has increased and the process has become more streamlined. Hank asks how the newbies are doing, and Bernard notes that they're trying, but they're doing it clumsily so far. Hank explains that this is why he plans to open training centers and would like Bernard to lead them. He adds that there is no one in Saron more suitable for this position than Bernard with his skills. Bernard says sadly that he enjoys working with skeletons in the field more than teaching people. Hank notes that Bernard is not tied to the center forever, but simply needs to prepare independent teachers. Bernard asks how long it will take, and Hank says 3 to 6 months. Bernard looks down. Afterwards, he asks if there will be enough skeletons for practice, and Hank confirms that this is exactly how it will be. Bernard comes up with an interesting idea and decides to think it over carefully before voicing it. Hank tells him that if he has any ideas, he can share them right now without fear. Bernard notes that he actually has one idea that he has been thinking about for a long time. He asks why not equip the worker skeletons with not 2, but 3 or even 4 arms. He justifies this by saying that skeletons have excellent sensors and will be able to cope with such tasks. He states that he has been thinking about this for a long time, but cannot go beyond the given management capabilities. Hank muses that this sounds good and believes that experiments are best left to the younger generation. He adds that in this case, the training center could be combined with the function of a research laboratory. Hank says that he will talk about the algorithms that make up the skeletons, and Bernard and the teachers will conduct experiments. He clarifies that he will come once a week and check all the developments that are shown to him. Bernard says that if it comes to such a project, he is ready to stay at the center forever and train newcomers. He also reports that he will devote his working hours to teaching and the rest of his time to research. Hank understands that if Bernard voluntarily agreed to such an adventure without additional payment, he is completely satisfied with it. Thus, in the suburbs and provinces, on the site of an old educational center, the Suran Scientific and Educational Center is being opened. Immediately after the launch, everyone interested comes there, and soon the company begins to produce personnel en masse. Hank notes that all available personnel are being assigned to jobs. Chuck reports that builders are interested in new electronic tools for precision construction work. Hank speculates that they could theoretically develop similar technologies, but it's risky. He does the physical work, but precision remains with the person. And this principle is the foundation of the company. Chuck receives the necessary instructions from Hank and then leaves to carry them out. Hank reflects that if you add up his company's profits, it exceeds $300 billion per month. He understands that it is already possible to say that the company has formed into an entire Saron group. He is proud of himself, noting that it sounds respectable since he is now the chairman of a group of companies. He also understands that the company has a research and education center, and it is time to hold the founding ceremony. Holly decides to take advantage of the moment to take a photo of Hank before he notices. Chaos reigns at the head office as the momentous event of the official opening of the group of companies is approaching. The company's founder feels proud of the path he has taken, and the rest of the employees feel joy. However, an accident soon occurs, which disrupts all plans for further development. Chuck notes that this happened on a construction site where there had never been any problems before. He explains that the construction skeleton fell on a stack of rebar and struck the supporting structure. Hank muses that this sounds like a nasty accident that could only happen to someone who doesn't understand how skeletons work. Every skeleton has an operator who controls its movements and is responsible for all actions. An unexpected situation can upset the balance of the skeleton, but it is designed to not fall over. At a certain level of resistance, the human hand can no longer apply force. If 1 or 2 headlights are damaged or not serviced, the braking algorithm still works. Hank asks who is controlling the skeleton, and Chuck reports that the operator tripped and dropped the remote. Hank realizes that this completely changes the situation and the course of action that needs to be taken. He says that action must be taken quickly to prevent word from spreading that the skeletons are dangerous. He orders the skeleton camera footage to be immediately removed and the operator who did it to be brought in. After some time, an operator is brought in who expresses regret about what happened. Hank reads his resume and notices that he has 5 years of experience in the construction industry and that he recently completed a course. He asks what happened at the collapse site when the ceiling collapsed and damaged the skeleton in the chamber. The operator reports that they were also unable to find the memory card as it was buried under the rubble. Hank asks if there were other skeletons or witnesses at the scene and is told no. Hank looks at him again and asks if the cameraman is sure the skeleton just fell. The skeleton operator gives his word of honor that everything happened exactly as he describes. Hank asks how the skeleton was able to scatter the iron beams in that case. The operator replies that he does not understand the seriousness of the situation. Hank demands that he speak honestly, because the credibility of the entire company depends on it. Because the skeletons are its foundation. He adds that if someone deliberately staged the incident, it was done to destroy the company. He asks the operator again if he is sure that the skeleton simply fell or that someone did it. After a pause, the operator confirms that the skeleton really did just fall, and there is no trick involved. Hank notes that this is very strange, since a skeleton can't just fall over, and then opens a portal and summons one. Immediately after this, he orders his interlocutor to try to push the skeleton. The employee asks what he means, and Hank explains that he wants to test how ridiculous his words sound. The employee realizes he has no choice, So he approaches the skeleton that is watching him. He puts his hands on the skeleton and tries to push with all his might to make it fall. However, despite all his efforts, the only thing he manages to do is sweat profusely. Hank notes that the skeleton will not fall unless the operator presses down on it with his force. He also reopens the portals and reveals that these are not all the skeleton's abilities. He puts on a special glove and says he can make a fist to test the skeleton's strength. The skeleton imitates his movements and tries to squeeze his fingers, but cannot overcome the resistance of an ordinary apple. Hank states that the skeleton could easily crush the apple, but he has a special force limiter installed. He again asks his interlocutor why the operator claims that the skeleton was swinging iron beams. The young man continues to insist on his own, and Hank adds that the skeletons have a black box function with a 360-degree view. He then makes a slight movement with his hand to activate this function of the nearest skeleton. After a few moments, the skeleton begins to project an image of an extremely tense employee. Hank notes that the image is quite clear, and believes that the same could be done with other skeletons. He adds that the camera is installed for the convenience of operators, but he sees everything directly. He clarifies that they need to activate the skeleton's head, stuck under the rubble, and time is not on their side. After some time, the operator realizes that it is better not to aggravate the situation, and asks if they will soften his punishment. Hank smiles and says that he will go to meet the person who tells the truth. Such guarantees make the employee feel more secure, and he decides to tell the truth. Hank learns that the skeleton didn't touch anything at all, and part of the building simply collapsed, and they tried to put all the blame on the operator. After this, he asks what happened to the skeleton's head and the camera, and the cameraman says that they were simply smashed on the spot. Hank asks who gave the order, and the officer states that it was the site supervisor. Hank tries to figure out whether the boss made the decision himself or someone was behind it, and asks the employee about it. The employee says he doesn't know, and adds that he got involved in it by accident. Hank says that in that case he would like to ask him for help to sort out the matter more easily. After some time, the employee brings in the site manager, who is responsible for all of this. The boss wonders what happened this time, noting that it is not to his advantage to meet with Hank. An employee comes up and asks how long they have been waiting for the boss, and he irritably replies that they haven't. The employee reports that he is worried that the situation is not entirely clear, and the boss begins to get nervous. He adds that there is nothing to worry about as there is no evidence left. The employee claims that evidence may emerge, but the boss claims that it is impossible. After this, Hank asks what the boss wanted to discuss at the meeting, and the employee's behavior begins to change. He asks what would have happened if the skeleton had not been there, and how the collapse would have been concealed. The boss asks him if he had mentioned wanting money before, and reminds him that he paid him $80 million. The employee becomes nervous and clarifies that this is not what he meant, adjusting his jacket. The manager notices changes in the employee's behavior and carefully analyzes it. After this, he suddenly stands up and says that it is time for him to go and not to worry, adding that everything will be fine. However, a moment later he lunges at the employee to grab him and quickly check the situation. The employee asks what he is doing while the boss pulls a voice recorder out of his pocket. After this, he clarifies who is behind this, suggesting that Saran is to blame. The employee is nervous and trying to figure out what to say in response to these questions. The boss informs that if the employee is intractable, everyone will be subject to criminal prosecution. He adds that the employee will either cooperate or must return the money received. In response to the employee's surprise, the head of the construction team declares that it cannot be otherwise. The employee decides to explain how everything works and describes in detail how the black box works. He notes that this is strange because Hank cannot create skeletons with one wave of his hand, and recovery takes time. He assumes that this all looks like an aggressive bluff to scare the employee. They don't yet know that their conversation is being recorded by magical means. Hank and his partner are nearby and use magical means to record the conversation. Hank smiles and notes that they can make any guesses about how to deceive him. The conversation is transmitted to a voice recorder using special technology, which can be used in court. Some come to the conclusion that it is necessary to create the appearance that Hank is demanding more money. Hank smiles and says that the conversation is being recorded, so their efforts are in vain. It uses magic that amplifies sound waves and transmits them over a long distance. The founding meeting of the Saran group is coming up soon, and Hank decides to take advantage of the opportunity. A few days later, a meeting is organized, and Hank decides to create a scandal. Unsuspecting people think they've come just to watch Hank cut the ribbon. At first, he gives time for all the reporters to take their places and turn on their cameras. Hank says he is very grateful to the people who came to support him. He adds that he is not in the mood for fun now and orders that all the journalists standing outside the door be let in. As soon as the doors open, reporters who didn't make it in time take their places. Hank notes that the incident with the skeletons shocked everyone, and he worked for a long time on the company's image. He adds that he investigated the latest incident to find out what happened and discovered something terrible. After this, he allows them to show the recording that he managed to record some time ago. Mr. Harrison, the person in charge of this situation, understands at the highest level that he is trapped. He says it's a misunderstanding and tries to beg the chairman's forgiveness. Hank notes that Harrison would certainly not spread false information at such an important meeting. He adds that Harrison's company destroyed the image he had built over the years, so he blacklisted them. He also adds that he is ending all cooperation immediately. Harrison looks at Hank in horror and asks how this is even possible. He immediately looks at his competitor, who has been closely observing the situation all this time. He suggests that Harrison must have made a deal with Hank to improve his position. This person says that he would be glad to continue cooperation. Hank smiles as if this was all part of his planned attack on Harrison. After some time, Harrison returns to the office to interrogate his subordinate. He tells another executive that if he takes on a job, he must do it well. He adds that similar incidents have happened before, and Harrison is accused of them happening on his property. The CEO apologizes, and Harrison asks him about a possible meeting with Chairman Hank. They tell him that Hank refuses to accept them, and Harrison notes that he seems to have thought everything through in advance. Colleagues say that skeletons are very effective, but their supplies are limited, so it is possible to do without them. Harrison asks, surprised, if he really wants to force this idea on him. After that, he talks about how effective skeletons are and how all the companies have increased their profits thanks to them. He asks why the future has not yet been studied, despite the fact that it has been talked about many times. Harrison adds that if something happened, he would have to undergo a prosecutorial investigation and admit guilt. He receives a call that a competitor has intervened in the negotiations and reduced the construction cost. Harrison realizes that his competitors have cut their prices by 15%, and this is hitting him hard. After some time, he received a call from the chairman of the Supreme Council of the company. Harrison asks what happened and is told that the chairman wants to meet with him. After some time, a meeting is scheduled, and it becomes clear that the chairman has come in person. He claims that he urgently called them because of the Seoul Reconstruction Consortium that took place recently. He reports that Harrison's company may have to withdraw from the project due to recent events. Harrison asks if Hank and the scandal he caused had anything to do with it. The chairman says he was advised to sever all ties with Harrison and take on a contract with another firm. He adds that everything has become clear to him now, and Harrison reports that his son wanted to organize a meeting, but he was refused. The chairman says he thought Hank was a softie because he was so accommodating. But that was a mistake. Harrison points out that this is wrong and tries to understand how it came about that so many companies depend on Cerrone. The chairman explains that they cleverly made the skeletons available to any company. He adds that this is only a plus for construction companies, since lower labor costs result in higher profits. He also says that construction companies can even compete for contracts, since Cerrone will support them. Harrison asks in surprise if companies are really just happy about the competition. The chairman notes that a 15% discount is too much money to refuse. Harrison asks to wait a little and adds that he will definitely find a solution to this problem. They tell him that everything can be discussed when he finds a real solution, because others won't wait. He also offers free advice, and Harrison says he listens attentively. The chairman notes that family is very important, but if the business collapses, the family will also suffer. He says that if you can't get rid of someone due to circumstances, you should at least pretend that you have control. We are talking about Harrison's closest subordinate, who is his son. This man got his position in the company in a not entirely honest way, but that doesn't matter now. Harrison listens to the advice and agrees that it is indeed good advice in this situation. After some time, Harrison comes to meet Hank, who sternly asks what he owes him this time. Harrison says he came to apologize for his son's behavior, which caused him trouble. Hank understands that the changes are genuine, but decides not to be too soft. He reflects on what he must show. What happens to those who decide to betray? Harrison, meanwhile, remains hopeful of regaining Hank's favor. He repeats that his son is to blame and is ready to answer to the fullest extent of the law, despite his position. Hank clarifies that he was misunderstood and that the investigation and verification were not initially part of his plans. Harrison says he came to call to eliminate traces within a month, and Hank notes that this is not enough. Hank adds that actions are needed, not words, and by actions he means the dismissal of everyone involved. Harrison realizes he has no other choice and announces that he will make the difficult decision to fire his son. Hank claims to have heard of children of company owners returning to business after scandals. Hank notes that in this case, only Director Kim and all his subordinates will be blacklisted by the Saran Company. Harrison asks how long they will be there for, and Hank states that it will be for the rest of their lives. Harrison clarifies whether this son will no longer be able to work in this field. Hank notes that Harrison's son is lucky that no one was killed, although that could have happened. He adds that otherwise he could blacklist the entire company and Harrison. He also clarifies that he does not prohibit giving pocket money to his son, since this is a family tie. Harrison asks if it will be enough to remove just the son, and Hank states that he will not torment the whole family. Harrison reluctantly agrees to these terms, and Hank confirms their agreement. After this, the chairman takes the necessary measures, firing not only the director but also everyone who was involved. He, as promised, removes the company from the blacklist in order to check on his son after some time. Chuck notes that Harrison's son was very outraged and founded his own company with his cronies. Hank states that they need to be dealt with as quickly as possible, and Chuck says he will get to it right away. He also reminds that the fire department wants to discuss the issue of fire skeletons with them. When things have improved and all that remains is to increase the number of skeletons for further growth, Hank begins preparing an army. To do this, he had to train the skeletons in martial arts so that they could perfectly replicate the movements of the great masters. The two skeletons that performed best were the ones that were specially modified by Holly. However, this time he failed to gain the upper hand over his opponent and fell to the ground. The enemy instantly rose above him and prepared to deliver a powerful, crushing blow. Of course, the blow was not delivered to the skeleton, since there was no point in destroying it, but to the floor nearby. Hank notes that thanks to Guildmaster Herbert Macrose, whom he invented, the skeletons have become much more useful. Hank takes a closer look at the readings and suggests that it might be time to create a Death Knight. He notes that human corpses cannot be used, so something else will have to be used. After some time, he contacts his assistant to order the monsters he needs. After numerous tests, it is decided that the Alpha Orc will be large and strong enough to suit the role. At first glance, the Death Knight looks almost indistinguishable from a skeleton. But this is a deceptive impression. The difference lies in how much power was recovered during production. Thus, these skeletons are much stronger than normal ones and can rival B-class awakened ones. Almost immediately, an idea comes to him that would be good to implement. He understands that if they were created now, it is better to use them and make a little money. He smiles and suggests that they would make good bodyguards that could be sold to others. In a world where monsters can burst through unstable portals at any second, the demand for bodyguards is high. The Awakened learn to improve their skills by fighting in portals, so they are reluctant to do this work. It is considered one of the best professions, so it is always in high demand. Hank notes that bodyguards can be stationed everywhere, or used as an army in critical moments. He also assumes that real people who receive such protection will become even more loyal to him. After some time, he decides to recruit another comrade to discuss plans with him. He states that he has important business and hopes that he can talk to him. He also clarifies that the conversation is not related to the new design of Necromancers and wants to discuss other issues. After some time, the captain of the rapid response team arrives at the arena to test the exhibit. He strikes his sword several times, but does not leave a single scratch on his opponent's body. Hank recommends continuing to attack by any means necessary, even using the dirtiest tactics. The captain of the rapid response team understands that full capacity must be deployed to bring the project to completion. After a few moments, he summons metal rods and throws them towards the enemy. However, the Bone Death Knight intercepts them without any problem and begins juggling. The special agent looks at the enemy in surprise and realizes that it is impossible to defeat him. Afterwards, he asks what it is, and Hank explains that it is a summoned monster. The interlocutor asks if he has started producing combat skeletons, and Hank notes that not quite. He adds that he would like to make a bodyguard out of the skeleton who will protect people. He clarifies that a skeleton guard capable of holding an awakened one will find his demand. The comrade adds that many will want to acquire such a bodyguard, as it is an impressive ability. He also asks why the skeleton doesn't have any attack skills to be able to hunt. Hank explains that releasing skeletons en masse to hunt will take jobs away from the Awoken. He also notes that bodyguards are expensive, so the profit will be much higher. The special agent reports hearing that Hank is planning to classify the skeletons. He asks where the limit is, and Hank notes that he's already surpassing Class A, but shrugs. After this, he suggests continuing the experiments and asks if it is possible to involve subordinates. A world where it is unknown who will awaken and when is full of criminals using their powers. Rich people always have a deep fear of people with such power. Among the kidnapped rich people was a corporation chairman named Oogway, who was kidnapped as a child by an awakened being. One of the directors decides to resign, adding that he receives even more than he deserves. Oogway asks why he decides to leave, adding that he trusts him greatly. The subordinate explains that he is already 40 years old, so he would like to move up the career ladder before it is too late. Oogway notes that if that's all it takes, he can give them paid leave. Someone says they're burnt out on the job, and Oogway starts to get really worried about the bodyguards. After a short pause, the chief bodyguard declares that he will not resign until a replacement is found. A few days later, one of Oogway's subordinates returns to tell him that he has bad news. Oogway asks if he offered enough money, and the subordinate states that he did all he could. Oogway asks why the Awakened refused to work, and the subordinate replies that they don't want restrictions. Oogway notes that if there aren't enough quality bodyguards, they'll have to hire the mob. After a while, his phone rings loudly, attracting attention. Oogway picks up the phone and asks what happened, and is told that Hank was trying to contact him. The secretary clarifies that Hank said something about bodyguards and asked to call back. After some time, Hank happily greets the entrepreneur, expressing his joy at seeing him. Oogway arrives with a large number of guards to ensure safety. Oogway says it's their first meeting and he's pleased to meet them, and Hank says the feeling is mutual. Oogway reminds Hank that he mentioned bodyguards and asks where they are. Hank smiles and tells them not to worry, and asks them to follow him to a special room. Oogway complies with the demands and sees an unusual fighter before him. He asks Hank if it is a skeleton, expressing skepticism about its fighting capabilities. Hank explains that all along he meant that skeletons would make great bodyguards. He adds that they simply didn't add combat skills to regular skeletons because they wouldn't need them. Oogway states that he needs a bodyguard who can handle an awakened one, and Hank smiles. He notes that there is an awakened Class F here. One of the guards is out of action, but states that he is ready. Hank stands up and says that if they can get past the defenses and attack, they will be considered defeated. The guests look at each other in surprise, trying to understand the catch, but decide to agree. The guard approaches the enemy, preparing to unleash his full force. Despite giving it his all, he fails to break through the defense. He tries kicks that might do more damage, but it's all pointless. After a few moments, he tries to outsmart the skeleton in order to get past him and move on. He decides to take advantage of the moment to make another maneuver and hit the skeleton. The skeleton is in no hurry to turn around, so Oogway's bodyguard delivers a powerful blow straight to the unprotected back. Oogway looks at the situation more optimistically and sees that the bodyguard is indeed very good. The fact is that the skeleton bodyguard managed to return and protect the owner from attacks. Hank states that the skeleton is completely focused on security and prioritizes protecting the facility. Oogway notes that having a 24-hour bodyguard who can fight awakened is great. Hank adds that this bodyguard will never betray his master, since he is his master. Oogway listens carefully to the creature's characteristics and notes that it is impressive. He emphasizes that he is concerned about the power level as he seeks an additional replacement for Director Pack. Hank says there's no need to worry, as he has level E, D, and B skeletons. Oogway is surprised that there are skeletons that can handle high-class awakened ones. Hank asks if he can take a few bodyguards to protect him from Class A. Hank confirms that it is theoretically possible and states that he has 5 such skeletons. It is considered that one awakened one of the highest rank is equal to approximately 5 of the lower ones, which is a fair conversion. Hank states that these skeletons have no combat functions and are created solely for security purposes. He emphasizes that they are capable of neutralizing the threat, and Oogway asks if it is worth it. Hank says he'd like to test it out as he's never tested them on anything like this. Puck asks how far to go with the test, and Hank recommends not holding back. Oogway notes that then he will have nothing to buy, since Director Park is unusual. Hank states that even if the skeletons break, he will create new ones within a few hours. Pak rolls up his sleeves and announces that he will fight at full strength. Charging his fist with otherworldly energy, he rushes forward to deliver a powerful blow. A few moments later, when the fist hits the skeleton's body, a powerful explosion is created. However, after the explosion dissipates, the director sees an amazing sight before him. He notes that a person would not have withstood such a blow, but the skeleton remains on its feet. Some of his limbs are shattered, but they are still in good condition. The remaining bodyguards immediately rush at Director Park, and he emphasizes their incredible experience. At first, it seems that this is not just a skeleton, but people controlling golems. He finds himself in a very difficult situation when several security units surround him. He tries to quickly analyze the combat situation in order to make a better decision. However, they do not want to give him time to think, approaching ever faster. Pak throws aside one of the bodyguards, then turns around to change positions. Once near other opponents, he punches the ground, creating a powerful explosion. Meanwhile, the bodyguard who remains next to Hank picks him up for possible evacuation. He realizes that his comrades are defeated, but quickly turns around and runs away. Pak looks at this sight in surprise, after which he is immediately attacked by damaged skeletons. He tries to fight them off, but the battle stops when Hank declares that he has seen enough. He also notes that it was impressive, and notices that the skeletons had activated their escape mode. Puck asks what that means, and Hank explains that if the enemy is too strong, one skeleton runs away with the target. Oogway says he had no doubt that his loyal subordinates would be truly reliable. Hank agrees with him, saying that he thought it would take fewer skeletons to stop such a fighter. Pak states that as long as the chairman isn't targeted by the S-Class awakenings, he will be safe. Oogway notes that if they add 2 more to make it 7, the situation will be completely safe. Hank says that since they have no offensive abilities, the upkeep cost will be reduced by half. The hero has at his disposal skeletons of the awakened level and more than 1,000 ordinary ones that can be restored at any time. Pak takes this into account and reflects that a person is capable of overcoming any obstacles alone. After this, he turns to him and asks him to take care of the chairman and help him. Hank replies with a smile that there is no need to worry about that, because he will do everything in the best possible way. After some time, they move to an unknown alley where there are dubious characters. One of them explains that you need to slightly intimidate the target so as not to create problems. Another participant asks if they are sure they won't get into trouble, since they are talking about an important person. The leader says there is no point in panicking. The main thing is that they don't get caught. Then there won't be any problems. He adds that they already have inside information about the person to get inside. He notes that only newbies are left there after the A-Class awakened named Puck quit. He believes that since there are only 7 bodyguards, they will be easy to deal with. Waiting until nightfall, they approach Oogway's residence, believing it is time to act. After examining the residence, they realize that the chairman's room is on the 2nd floor. They understand that the alarm has probably gone off, so they need to act quickly. The gang leader looks them over carefully and suggests that they are too rough. After a while, the sounds suddenly fade away, and he assumes that they have completed the task and left. After that, he jumps onto the balcony and tells the guys that they should have been called after the end. However, to his surprise, what happens is not what he initially expected. He discovers that despite breaching the wall, they were immediately neutralized by bodyguards. The leader of the criminals realizes that the information they were given turned out to be false. Suddenly, free bodyguards, who are not busy with anything, head towards him. The bandit carefully watches the intended target and decides to strike immediately. The bodyguard approaches without taking any action, and the bandit decides to hit him in the head. However, this idea proves unsuccessful as the bodyguard intercepts the blow. The leader understands that if he was able to block the blow, then he is at least a B-class bodyguard. After this, he tries to deliver a quick blow to the bodyguard's head in order to knock him out. However, despite the destruction of the helmet, the skeleton's hard head remains in place. The bandit watches the creature in surprise, trying to understand what it is and how a skeleton can be so strong. His subsequent fate turns out to be unenviable, as he was caught and neutralized. After some time, the news reports that the attack appeared to be staged. However, Hank has nothing hidden, and thanks to the incident, he receives many inquiries. The popularity of such bodyguards increases sharply, and he receives many orders. Over time, requests come in only for the latest bodyguard models, which are difficult to manufacture. Hank realizes he can create even stronger bodyguards, but it will be suspicious. He wonders whether he should hold back or go full throttle. On the other hand, he understands that with a higher class of clients, there will be fewer. Hank states that he is going to take the class placement test to make a final decision. The interlocutor says that he understands and wishes him luck in his endeavors. Hank notes that there is no point in taking the test since everyone already knows about his powers. After this, he turns to his partner, telling her that she needs to get up and get ready to go out. However, before he can leave the office, his phone rings loudly again. He gets a call from the registration center and wonders why they are still contacting him. Hank decides to pick up the phone since he needs to leave soon anyway. Hank carefully picks up the phone and almost immediately hears the director's loud, annoying voice. Word is that Hank finally decides to answer the call after several months. He adds that everyone knows that he belongs to Class F, and that he still has no updated information about himself. Hank states that he wants to take the test at the registration center in this city. The director informs him that he will quickly prepare everything and will soon contact him about it. He also asks not to worry and just wait until the information arrives on his phone. Meanwhile, the center's staff are wondering whether the test could show Class S or higher. One of them notes that Hank has a lot of abilities, but no fighting skills, so he is unlikely to be highly valued. After some time, the main character decides to appear in front of the public and come closer to the building. One of the workers immediately notices him and loudly shouts his name, attracting the others. Hank turns sharply to the crowd of reporters, asking them to stay put and not come any closer. He creates a small portal and announces that he will now summon skeletons. The portal features a wide variety of models that they have been able to create recently. He explains that the first model is a skeleton with boots, which play the role of an ordinary worker. After this, he demonstrates the prototype they worked on together with the scientists, as well as the skeletal guards. Holly hands over a catalog of summoned skeleton types, their characteristics, and allowed abilities. The employee notes that the maximum lifting capacity of construction and firefighting models is impressive. Hank says they can take a closer look at the skeletons before testing them. Those present wonder whether this is an organized exhibition of skeletons. The reason so many skeletons are summoned is because of advertising. Hank understands that if he can demonstrate impressive results, attention to the product will increase. Suddenly, he notices his old friend Herbert among those present. Hank asks what he's doing there, and Herbert says he volunteered to help them. Hank is extremely surprised and asks what he means. The girl behind him explains that to test powerful awakened ones, fighters of the appropriate rank are needed. She apologizes for not introducing herself and says her name is Daphne, adding that she is the director of the Awakened Administration. Hank shakes her hand and says it's nice to meet her, after which they notice another guest. Daphne reports that her comrade, Guildmaster Walter, is an awakened SS class. Daphne states that she was really looking forward to the meeting because she wanted to know why Hank was doing all this. She adds that Hank's activities have caused them a lot of trouble, as he does everything without exception. It is noted that taxes on skeletons and debates about the need for legislation have caused real chaos. Daphne, smiling, says that Hank's company has grown, and now there is nothing that can be done about it. She emphasizes that she does not mean to say that Saron is suffering, but that they have to act with ease because of him. Daphne adds that the rest will be discussed later, but today the agenda is a level test. She asks if Hank plans to release more guard skeletons, and Hank says that he does. Daphne adds that this is roughly what she expected, and then moves on to possible tests. She suggests limiting the checks to basic characteristics to make the process faster and easier. Hank, smiling, says that he likes this idea and fully supports it. He notes that only now does he realize how freely he acted up to this point. Hank states that if he gives them his contacts, he will warn them before launching new projects. Daphne says that they should first do a basic strength test, and then an easy duel with Herbert. Herbert remarks that it will not be long and says that he was hoping for a serious fight with him. Walter states that there is no serious need, since everything is already clear. He suggests skipping all subsequent tests and going straight to the fight with him. Hank wonders if the man sensed his magical energy. Walter adds that he noticed incredible potential even before entering the building. He adds that he has never felt such an aura, and that, apparently, even he cannot cope with Hank. Hank assumes this is bragging, as the SS class are serious opponents. He understands that Walter has good control over magic, and the potential of the awakened is much higher. In Sirona, it is customary to determine strength by sensing the magical energy emanating from a person. Most strong awakened ones try to hide their aura, as this is considered good form. On Earth, magic is weakly felt, so they don't bother to hide their power. Hank enters the arena against Walter and agrees to go to the finals. He asks how Walter sensed the magical aura, and Walter reports that it happened naturally. Hank realizes that this man gained an understanding of magic through combat experience and instinct. Walter says he would like to ask many questions, but words are just words, and the fight will show faster. Hank hears a command from the leader to raise his hands if he is ready to start the fight. Hank and Walter comply with the command, signaling that there are no obstacles to the launch. When the fight begins, Walter suddenly disappears into thin air, as if moving at the speed of light. He immediately appears behind Hank and announces that his main ability is instant acceleration. Hank asks why Walter is giving in, and he says he just wanted to warn him to keep things fair. Hank smiles and summons several portals, noting that then he too will show his power. After a few moments, he decides to attack the very fast enemy with several explosions. Walter, thanks to his agility, manages to dodge every hit. After this, he immediately grabs his weapon and tries to make a powerful lunge, combining it with a dash. Hank summons a bone wall to protect himself from the blow, hoping he won't get hurt. Within moments, the bones shatter into tiny pieces, but Hank himself remains unscathed. He smiles and notes that this is amazing destruction even without a direct hit from a spear. Walter responds by asking what the bone shield is made of and how it withstood the attack. Hank explains that he simply has a strong aura, and Walter realizes that he has finally found a worthy enemy. Hank smiles and says that he doesn't mind continuing the exciting battle for the sake of interest. Walter agrees and says that in that case, he will prepare for an attack. However, Hank notices that the enemy is in no hurry to attack, as if evaluating possible options. Walter is in no hurry, as an attack now is too risky given the significant stakes. After a few moments, he finally decides to attack, choosing a suitable route. After making several bounces in different directions, he quickly closes the distance for a quick and accurate strike. Having reached his target, he swings to deliver a confident and quick blow. Hank had anticipated this move in advance and dodged it with ease. After this, he begins to more closely analyze the opponent's movements, realizing his impressive speed. He realizes that even if 10 S-classes came, they still wouldn't be able to handle this enemy. Ultimately, however, it is just Master Sirona, whom Hank has long since surpassed. Walter notes that the fight has already begun, and Hank hasn't attacked yet. He adds that the enemy is not yet active enough to reveal its true power. After this, Walter's eyes begin to sparkle, and he announces that he must show his secret weapon. He explains that he has an ability he calls Berserk, which enhances his physical abilities. He adds that this ability makes it difficult to control one's actions, but is so strong that it cannot be ignored. He then takes aim at the enemy and begins to increase his movement speed. After a few moments, he jumps to the side and tries to attack Hank from behind. Hank notes that it's pretty fast, but manages to set up a shield that pierces right through. After this, the spear begins to rattle due to the enormous flows of internal energy. Walter gradually enters a state of true madness, as this is a feature of his ability. He screams loudly, while rage clouds his eyes and tenses the veins on his face. After building up his attack, he unleashes a powerful energy blast to destroy Hank's shield. A huge explosion is created, which temporarily obscures the entire battlefield, raising dust. Walter gradually comes to his senses and tries to assess the seriousness of the blow. However, when the smoke clears, he realizes that he has underestimated his opponent. Hank notes that it was a bit awkward, showing that he doesn't have a scratch on him. It is noted that the abilities of the Awakened are a real mystery, as they lose their minds and become dramatically stronger. Hank looks closely at his opponent and announces that he will also demonstrate his abilities. He asks if Walter will find out why he uses bones as a guide. He adds that the bones contain deadly energy that fuels his unique ability. He notes that bones are capable of storing large amounts of energy, which has always helped him. He explains that when he uses true destructive power, he extracts this energy from the bones. After this, he creates a dense energy ball that accumulates energy and takes the form of a small sphere. Hank shows the sphere and asks if Walter realizes how dangerous and frightening this thing is. He points the sphere forward, noting that it will be interesting to see the extent of the damage done. Walter watches the ball closely and believes that it is too small and slow to cause any damage. However, his instincts tell him that he is in danger. The sphere evokes an animalistic horror in him, since touching it can kill. Walter takes a few steps back, deciding to retreat. Hank smiles and notes that this is the right decision. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Daphne watches what is happening in amazement and wonders how this is possible. Herbert notes that Walter's speed guarantees evasion. Daphne suggests that there is a factor here that they are not sensing. And indeed there is. The aura is to blame. Daphne is surprised to note that the outcome of the battle was obvious from the very beginning, and there was no point in fighting it. After this, she turns to her assistant and asks him to urgently prepare a press conference. The theme of the conference is that the sixth awakened one with the highest rank has appeared in Korea. Daphne muses that this man might be so powerful that he surpasses even the highest rank available. This news quickly spreads throughout the country and becomes known to almost everyone. The number of awakened high-level people directly affects a country's international prestige. Other countries are also quickly becoming aware of this and are trying to take appropriate measures. Hank returns to his office after a while to analyze the events of the last few days. He notes that the fight with Walter really shocks him, because his opponent is a master-level fighter. Hank realizes that he needs to create an S-class skeleton to withstand a fight with such an awakened one. He picks up the phone and reflects that there are no S-class gates in Korea, but there are plenty of them in China. He adds that he has two options: either go there himself or buy a corpse for money. After some time, he contacts his trusted man and asks him to find the corpse of an S-rank monster in China. However, from the very beginning, everything does not go according to plan, as they are refused the sale, which greatly irritates him. Hank points out that he has done nothing wrong, and tries to understand why he is being deliberately hindered. Hank eventually imports a monster corpse from Europe, and successfully creates a Class S skeleton. Smiling as he watches the creature, he realizes that if China continues to interfere, problems will arise. He tries to decide what to do when his phone starts ringing frantically again. One of his old comrades, who is familiar with the details of the monsters, calls. He reports that a portal of the highest rank has opened in China, from which the undead have emerged. He adds that the residents turn to Hank for help, and the hero understands that this is an excellent opportunity. He states that he fully understands everything and promises to call back soon regarding the details. He is trying to understand why this is happening right now and in China, with which he has tense relations. He suggests that the situation looks suspicious and may be a trap. He says that if it's true, he'll go and deal with the monsters. But if it's a trap, everything will be fine. He understands that this is even better, because in this case, he will be able to neutralize all his enemies to the last drop. With these thoughts in mind, he quickly buys tickets to China and boards the next plane. While in the salon, he ponders why the portal suddenly appeared in China. He learns that a being has emerged from there that no one has seen before, and many awakened ones have gone there. However, all these awakened ones disappear without a trace, unable to cope with the monsters. Hank realizes that if the portal was SS level, only awakened S-class could enter. He understands that since the problem arose after his arrival, he will have to solve it. After some time, we are transported to China, next to a dwelling that is located near the portal. One of the awakened ones brings photographs and asks if he has more information. An awakened person from China named Ingvar reports that he has recordings from the cameras of the dead. Hank looks closely at the recordings and notices a strange creature that moves very quickly. Ingvar apologizes, saying that no one survived the encounter with the monster. Hank asks if Ingvar is sure there is an undead involved, as it doesn't look like a normal white monster. Ingvar states that the hunt was stopped because of one skeleton, but this cannot be ignored. Hank recalls the standard portal clearing and notes that the monsters inside are destroyed first. And then, if the portal has reached a critical point, you need to quickly destroy those who come out. This is usually not too difficult a task, as only weakened monsters emerge from the portal. No matter how strong a monster is initially, after an intensive cleansing, it is unlikely to pose a threat. Hank notes that 2 awakened max ranks have disappeared since the beginning, which poses a danger. He asks his interlocutor what the plan of action is in this situation. Ingvar announces that he will enter the portal with 12 high-level awakened ones to protect everything. Hank realizes that 12 top-ranked fighters are pretty good support. Smiling, he says that in that case, he will join them to check everything out. Daphne reports that the mission is too dangerous and Hank must contact South Korean ranks. Hank says that if she's that worried, he'll be careful and take it into account. After this, they decide to move away for a while so that strangers won't observe them. He holds out a miniature skeleton that looks dressed similarly to Hank. Daphne looks at the creature in surprise and asks what it is. Hank explains that if something happens to him, the device will notify her. Daphne looks closely at her little helper and notes that she understands everything. Hank asks her to try not to be nervous and wait until he returns with good news. Daphne looks at the chairman and expresses hope that everything will be okay with him. After some time, they, along with another group of awakened ones, climb up to a small cliff. Hank notes that there are no monsters here, despite the fact that he went home with a lot of skeletons. Ingvar asks if he has destroyed them all too much. Hank just stops for a moment to rest because he has something else to do. After this, he uses one of his abilities to gain vision through one of the skeletons. He notes that apparently some kind of monster is still present here, and it is being monitored. A skeleton dressed as a spy to remain unnoticed in the forest carries out his task. Hank carefully examines this creature and tries to understand what kind of strange monster it is. He realizes that it looks like a skeleton, but in fact, he has never seen anything like it. Suddenly, the monster turns around and rushes at the skeletons that have been watching him all this time. The connection is lost, and Hank realizes that his skeletons have attacked near the forest. Immediately after this, they turn around and head to the place where the skeleton was located. After a while, Hank suddenly freezes and realizes that they have gotten quite close to the creature. He asks his comrade to stop for a moment, noting that it is too dangerous here. He warns him that another monster is approaching from the other side. Ingvar says that they need to split into two groups and asks Hank to stay put. A few moments later, he and his comrades scatter in different directions, leaving Hank alone. Hank wonders what's going on, assuming it's not an undead army, but the aftermath of a single portal. The sun is slowly setting, and he reflects that it would be a shame if that were the case. A few moments later, several fighters led by Ingvar appear in front of him, and he realizes that this is a trap. Ingvar declares that Hank is too dangerous and must be eliminated for the sake of China's future. Hank smiles, and it becomes so funny to him that he can't help but laugh. He notes that because of this whole situation, he didn't even guess what surprise they were preparing for him. After a few moments, one of the fighters can't take it anymore and rushes forward to end the situation quickly. This fighter is armed with an incredibly sharp sword and is ready to strike quickly once he gets to Hank. However, Hank instantly reacts to the movement and creates a special barrier in front of himself. The barrier turns out to be so strong that not a single crack appears on it. After this, his barrier explodes as a large fireball from another fighter hits it. Hank immediately turns his attention to this fighter to get back on the defensive. At the same moment, another fighter moves behind him to strike him with a giant hammer. Hank creates a powerful barrier of bones, after which the shockwave throws him aside. Ingvar, meanwhile, begins to spin a special chain to attack Hank. However, Hank flips in midair, creating another obstacle to block the blow. He realizes that he is being attacked by a group of 6 high-ranking people who are quite strong. However, for Hank, such things do not pose a serious problem, as he has faced more dangerous enemies. Ingvar senses serious changes in the enemy's aura, and understands that the battle is just beginning. Hank creates several portals from which numerous units begin to burst out. Ingvar doesn't even have time to understand why the pace of the fight changed so quickly. He looks at his comrades, who are already defeated, and realizes that he is facing a monster. Hank notes with a smile that calling him a monster is too much, and he won't be able to forgive it. Ingvar falls to the ground in fear, and Hank continues to approach him to interrogate him. He uses special magic to penetrate Ingvar's thoughts and understand what happened. After this, he places his hand on Ingvar's head and penetrates his thoughts, finding out the true events. He realizes that someone in China knew about his interest in the undead, lured him in, and set a trap for him. The plan was to send a crowd of high-class awakened ones into the portal. Then they had to send one fighter capable of transformation and teleportation. Hank realizes that in addition to the monster skeletons, there were 2 transformers. He realizes that several weak awakened ones were sacrificed for this purpose. Ingvar reports that he was threatened and forced to participate, but receives a slap in the face. Hank points out that this is complete nonsense, since the state cannot threaten such a fighter. Ingvar also states that the remaining 6 awakened ones were needed as witnesses. Hank realizes that these 6 people and the missing couple are a gift from the Chinese government. Smiling, he says that what he needed were the corpses of the S-class fighters. He adds that they could be handed over, but this is unlikely. He notes that dead people don't tell stories, so there's no point. Ingvar asks not to turn him into a skeleton, but Hank shuts him up and asks him to be quiet for a bit. After this, he approaches the bodies of the fallen fighters and thinks about what to do next. He understands that he needs to create a more powerful skeleton first. He decides to use the decomposition skill to dissolve the body of one fighter, leaving only the bones. As his first target, he chooses the knight who seems to him the most promising. After all the procedures are completed, he allows the use of the skill of reviving the undead. Gradually, the skeleton rises into the air and slowly begins to move, moving its head. Hank carefully observes the resulting creature to assess its combat capabilities. He analyzes the result and realizes that it has some interesting feature. He notes that something is clearly wrong here, as the skeleton's abilities are not what he expected. Hank wonders if the skeleton really retained the ability to fly even after death. He realizes that, apparently, the power of the awakened remains in the skeleton's body even after resurrection. Smiling, he notes that this is an incredible find and turns to Ingvar. He says that Ingvar most likely does not want to become a skeleton since the procedure is painful. Ingvar declares that he asks for mercy and is ready to do everything to earn it. Hank notes that in that case, he must bring someone in his place to earn forgiveness. He adds that he knows other awakened ones who are collaborating with the Chinese government. He clarifies that if they are stopped, perhaps Ingvar will consider mercy and become an ally. After some time, he meets his comrades and tells them that all his friends have died. Ingvar claims he barely escaped, and Hank calls it a real monster that is impossible to deal with. His friends ask if they can defeat the monster if even 6 of them couldn't do it. Ingvar notes that he has the skill of teleportation, but he has a plan to overcome obstacles. From that moment on, Hank attacks his former comrade in order to deal with him as quickly as possible. Another warrior is shocked by the way his comrade's head was cut off and tries to understand what happened. He calls Ingvar a traitor who turned away from them at the last moment. He tries to escape, but Hank appears on his way, watching him with interest. Smiling, Hank notes that he won't be able to, since he is the main gift. After the man's death, he notes that it looks like he won't even have to intervene. Ingvar asks fearfully if Hank is ready to let him go after what happened. Hank notes that these two are just the basics, and it's time for a bonus. He states that Ingvar must go outside, report the failure of the attack and the serious injury, and ask for reinforcements. Ingvar says he might get caught, and Hank notes that no one will guess if he continues to cooperate. Hank emphasizes that Ingvar is already an accomplice, since he killed his comrades, and he has nowhere to retreat. He adds that Ingvar must be diligent, as this is his chance for the best in life. Hank clarifies that he needs a person to become a shadow, and Ingvar is suitable for this role since he knows Korean. He comes closer to him and uses a strange spell, warning him to think carefully. Ingvar looks at his body in surprise and asks what kind of spell this is. Hank notes with a smile that this is insurance, and now if Ingvar dies, he will turn into a skeleton. It was a bluff, of course, but Hank couldn't afford to let such a man go. Smiling, he notes that it is time to find out the plan he just came up with. After some time, they return to a small Chinese camp near the portal. Ingvar jumps out of the portal, showing the intensity of the battle. They ask him what happened and why he went out alone, without his comrades. Ingvar guiltily reports that everyone died in a difficult and unequal battle. He is asked if he dealt with Hank. Ingvar remains silent, and his interlocutor is surprised that this, apparently, did not work. He claims to have inflicted a fatal wound, the consequences of which will soon become apparent. He adds that he cannot cope alone, and needs as many high-level awakened ones as possible. After these words, the Chinese government sends 40 fighters through the gate, including S-class awakened ones. The head of the operation is thinking about what should definitely happen now, since many people have been sent. However, his soul is uneasy, despite the massive reinforcements. Despite this, exhausted fighters emerge from the portal, with almost no strength left. Ingvar follows them out in the company of another person who is behaving strangely. The boss asks what happened, assuming that success was again not achieved. Ingvar bitterly reports that the mission has failed. The chief is surprised how this could have happened since many experienced fighters arrived. The ally explains that the guild leader fatally wounded Hank, and now he needs to be finished off. Ingvar states that they cannot give Hank time to recover. They must begin the pursuit immediately. The chief asks in surprise if it is necessary to request more reinforcements. Ingvar confirms that reinforcements are needed immediately. They are told that if the situation continues, There will be no strong, awakened people left in China. The boss tries to argue, but another participant in the operation appears. He reports that a report has come in that skeletons in Korea have suddenly stopped moving. Ingvar notes that Hank is so badly injured that he is unable to control the skeletons. The captain anxiously declares that in that case, the men will have to be sent out again. Daphne receives a message that the skeletons have suddenly stopped. The informants assume that something has happened to the chairman, but Daphne reassures them, noting that they need to wait. She is asked how one can say such a thing at this moment, and she notes that the chairman's influence is too great. Daphne advises against panicking and notes that their task is to prevent information from leaking to the media. She hangs up the phone, noticing that her hands are shaking badly, as she herself is very nervous. She wonders what's going on there and why Hank has been gone for so long. She realizes that the first thing she needs to do is somehow contact Chairman Hank. After this, they get a skeleton that sleeps peacefully for several hours and try to figure out how to interact with it. After a few moments, the skeleton quietly opens its magical eyes and looks around. Daphne notes that the skeleton is moving and asks if it is a model for Hank. The skeleton quickly checks its owner's vital energy and gestures that he is all right. Daphne asks how he is feeling and if he received any injuries on the mission. The skeleton uses familiar gestures, understandable to everyone, to show that he is okay. Daphne exhales tensely, noting that she has begun to become very nervous about Hank's fate. She assumes that stopping the skeletons was part of the plan and tries to figure out what they intend to do next. The skeleton explains the plan with gestures so that Daphne doesn't worry and understands what needs to be done. Daphne carefully remembers everything that the skeleton conveyed and declares that she will act according to the plan. After this, she recommends taking care of yourself, and the skeletons are sent off again for a well-deserved rest. A few moments later, the phone starts ringing loudly as another person calls. Daphne picks up the phone and realizes that this time it is Mr. Donald calling to inquire about the situation. Donald immediately becomes worried and asks if the chairman has contacted him, and Daphne says no. Donald notes that the skeletons at the factory have stopped working, meaning something bad has happened. Daphne adds that it looks like something really did happen and recommends looking into the matter. She emphasizes that they are now obliged to correct the situation, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, we move to the place where Hank is, who is trying to implement his plans. Smiling, he notes that it is time to keep a close eye on the areas he now controls. Looking closely, he notices that many people have come here to hunt him. He claims that if so many people came, it means everything is going according to his plan. After thinking carefully, he realizes that he really only has two options. The first option is to kill everyone who came, and then tell the world that China tried to kill him for its own purposes. Hank understands that China will then be criticized by the international community, but it will not cause any harm. He also realizes that this will do little good, as the Chinese will likely find a way to shirk responsibility. After this, he decides to move on to the second option, which seems more attractive to him. First, he must dismantle the bodies of the unfortunate into pieces, and then pump out a large sum of money. However, before that, he decides to open the third gift that these people kindly presented to him. The highest-ranking awakened continue to patrol the surrounding area in search of their target. One of them wonders how the guild leader can be so strong. Ingvar states that the only thing he understands is that he must be killed, otherwise there will be no other chance. His comrade notes that their surprise attack didn't work, although this has never happened before. After a few moments, the fighter turns his head in surprise towards the nearby bushes. He detects movement and quickly realizes that Hank is approaching. The awakened one finds himself in horror, wondering how Hank managed to survive. He adds that he saw Ingvar pierce Hank with his powerful attack. The last thought was that they might be traitors, but it didn't matter. A few moments later, Ingvar kills the unsuspecting fighters and switches to the last one. The latter had no chance, as he did not expect the guild leader to turn out to be a traitor. Ingvar deals with all the enemies with incredible ease and tries to understand what will happen next. Hank puts his hand on his shoulder and notes that he did well and completed the task. Hank grins and says that Ingvar did better than he expected, which is commendable. Ingvar asks fearfully if this means he deserves mercy. Hank becomes pragmatic and says that this issue still needs to be discussed. He adds that he initially intended to kill him after the operation, but changed his mind. With a grin, he declares that he has changed his mind, hoping that Ingvar will continue to be useful. to which he agrees. Hank notes that Ingvar must now become his subordinate and carry out difficult tasks. Ingvar agrees and asks what needs to be done now. Hank smiles, preparing to voice his cunning plan. He states that Ingvar must head for the exit and squeeze everything he can out of the Chinese government. After some time, we are transported to the portal where the leader of the operation was located all this time. He thinks that there is no retreat, and that he will have to go to the end to fulfill his duty. After a few moments, the portal begins to pulse quietly, and someone's leg appears from it. Ingvar calmly walks out, looking around, hoping that there are no unnecessary witnesses nearby. The head of the operation looks at the guild leader in surprise and asks why he went out alone. He starts bombarding his boss with questions about how the operation went, but he is in no hurry to give answers. Ingvar reports that the mission to destroy the monster has been successfully completed, after which the portal is reactivated. The head of the operation looks in surprise at the man who came out of the portal and cannot believe his eyes. Ingvar clarifies that the operation was completed thanks to the help of Chairman Hank, who came to their aid. Hank smiles and notes that there is no need to thank him, since he only did what he had to. The head of the operation grabs Ingvar's clothes and asks if he really decided to give them the information. Ingvar replies that this is not the most important thing now, and there is no need to think about other things. Ingvar sternly informs his comrade that he is giving him a chance to hush up the whole matter and shift the blame onto the monsters. He immediately asks if he wants the truth to come out, and for absolutely everyone to know about it. Hank smiles and says that if they don't want to negotiate, they can go all the way. He emphasizes that next time he will not limit himself to this, and will cause much more damage. The head of the operation realizes that he has no choice but to negotiate with his enemy. Closing his eyes in irritation, he notes that he will contact senior management and discuss everything. A few days later, Hank heads to a meeting with a senior official to discuss the situation. Foreign Minister Pike Yang appears before him. Hank extends his hand to him, expressing pleasure at meeting him. Hank asks Ingvar if this was the man who was at the gate, and Ingvar replies that he was detained for investigation. Baek Yan invites him to sit down and make himself at home, to which Hank expresses his gratitude. Hank says he's always happy to help out good neighbors, and asks how the survivors are doing. Baek Yang clarifies that several heroes died, giving their lives to contain the disaster. He adds that survivors will also receive appropriate payments, and Hank notes that it is possible to return to normal life. After this, he adds that he first wants to receive payment for destroying the monster. Baek Yang asks if he has any wishes, noting that they will try to take them into account. Hank states that he is taking Mr. Ingvar and his guild members along with their families to Korea. He adds that he has received their consent, and Ingvar nods, confirming Hank's words. Of course, no one would have agreed to let them go so easily, considering that Ingvar was to blame for the incident. He is asked about other wishes, and Hank reveals that China has been preventing him from purchasing monster bodies. He adds that since he destroyed such a serious danger, the payment should be appropriate. Baek Yan notes that he will convey Hank's request to senior management at the next meeting. It's late at night, and Hank returns to the special hotel allocated for him. Daphne says she was shocked by the news that the skeletons had suddenly stopped working. Without hiding her excitement, she states that she thought something very serious had happened. Hank apologizes and explains that circumstances worked out that way, and he had to improvise. Daphne asks if he can tell her what happened at the gate, and Hank adds that it was nothing special. Daphne notes that if he says it with confidence, she will not insist. She recalls that China continued to send reinforcements to the portal despite everything. After this, she adds that Donald called her and told her that the skeletons had stopped, which worried her. Hank asks her not to worry and apologizes for the trouble. Daphne declares that the most important thing is that Hank is alive, and then her phone starts ringing. She steps back, takes the call, and asks what happened. After a few moments, she says that she understands the situation and asks her interlocutor to continue. After a short break, she wonders if everything is really as she was told. She announces that a top-class gate has opened again in China, from which the undead emerge. Hank wonders if this gate has just opened now, as if there couldn't have been a better moment. He realizes that he has a bad feeling that dangerous creatures may emerge from the gate. We are transported to the place where the portal actually opened, this time without outside help. A skeleton dressed in heavy armor emerges from the portal and looks around. Hank realizes he must act quickly to prevent serious civilian casualties. He notes that since high-class gates have reappeared in China, action must be taken. Daphne states that she completely agrees with Hank, and notes that this time, The sources of information are reliable. She adds that skeletons of monsters have been spotted in the forest doing nothing nearby. She also reports that, fortunately, a high-level awakened one dealt with them. This awakened one noted that the monsters were very strong, and after some time discovered a portal. After this, the reconnaissance group decides to go inside to understand what is happening on the other side of the portal. However, the sight that meets their eyes is both amazing and terrifying. They are faced with a gigantic number of skeletons, which are in battle formations. Realizing that there are too many enemies, the group decides to retreat into the portal and not engage in battle. Daphne states that they better get home as soon as possible to avoid getting drawn into the conflict. Hank immediately turns Daphne down, explaining that such options are unacceptable in this situation, and assures that they are going there to sort things out. Daphne asks him in surprise why he suddenly decided to go to this gate. She reminds him that he just came out of another gate and is probably very tired. Hank claims that China has already lost many awakened, and they will likely run out of people. Daphne notes that such actions should be moderate, and that one should not voluntarily take serious risks. She emphasizes that she has no obligation to intervene in this situation, and Hank agrees that she is technically right. After this, he adds that he has his own reasons, since there are too many monsters, and China cannot cope on its own. He clarifies that we are talking about the undead, which means his help will be especially useful in the fight against enemies. Daphne states that China would of course be happy to help them, but she is responsible for her people. She notes that such a risk seems excessive to her, since China must solve its problems on its own. After that, she asks him if there is another reason why he wants to go there. Hank thinks that there really is such a reason, but he can't voice it out loud. He understands that this portal is definitely not a Chinese plot, as they would not tempt fate twice. Besides, the formations Daphne mentioned are most likely Hank's undead army. Hank notes that China irritates him, but if these skeletons are his creation, he has to deal with them. He adds that in any case, he will be able to cope with the task and will not make any wrong decisions. He honestly promises to act with caution and to retreat immediately at the slightest sign of danger. Daphne believes that, judging by his reasoning, it is useless to try to convince him anyway. After this, they inform the Chinese government of their readiness to help clear these gates. Baek Yan smiles and notes that they will be very grateful and guarantees support for their help. Hank thanks him and heads towards the gate, noting that no other awakened are coming with him. Hank carefully examines the gate, and the foreign minister reports that they are approaching the location. According to him, intelligence reported that there were indeed a lot of monsters there, and reinforcements might be needed. Hank states that he has no reason to trust the Chinese awakened. After this, he clarifies that he first wants to assess the situation himself without outside help. Ingvar asks if he will go there alone without any help, and Hank confirms this. He adds that he will simply look into the portal and return immediately, after which he recommends that they wait here. After a few moments, he calmly enters the portal, expecting to encounter various problems along the way. However, as soon as he steps over to the other side, he finds himself in a giant, icy wasteland. He looks around and notes that it is quite cold and unpleasant here, so he needs to act quickly. He sets out to find his undead army, hoping that it is hiding somewhere nearby. The search takes some time, and Hank realizes that the weather is wearing him down. However, he senses the aura of the dead and heads towards the nearest flashes. Quite quickly, he discovers several rows of silent bone soldiers standing motionless. Their numbers are so great that if they emerged from the portal and started a battle, they would sweep away the entire country. Hank decides to take a closer look at their equipment and realizes that nothing has changed since it was created. He also understands that these are definitely his creations, since only he could create such a perfect form and armor. Hank adds that it's clear from his manner that he doesn't directly control their skeletons. With sadness, he realizes that he has no choice but to destroy them, despite their large numbers. He also realizes that, judging by the scale, there must be a commander here giving orders. After some time, he finally finds it, which completely meets his expectations. It turns out to be a Death Knight, who was nearby the whole time, sitting on a horse. Hank realizes that he will have to prepare thoroughly to deal with this enemy. To begin with, he decides to return to his dimension to understand how to act better. However, after a few moments, he realizes that he has already been noticed and is unlikely to be able to leave safely. He quickly creates a special bone barrier to stop the magic arrow. A few moments later, the arrow falls into a snowdrift and no longer moves. The Death Knight looks at the result of the shot in surprise, as he expected to kill the enemy immediately. Hank notes with a smile that the weapon's performance proved ineffective. After this, he puts out his hand to use magic and asks to wait a little. He rushes forward and, with a smile, announces that he will soon return and personally deal with the enemy. Meanwhile, people at the portal are closely monitoring his actions. Hank runs out of the portal, and Baek Yan notes that he is largely unharmed. He asks how the cleanup went, and Hank replies that there are indeed too many monsters. He adds that there are over 100 skeletons there, and even a death knight similar to the boss. He concludes by noting that the cleanup will not be easy and will take a long time. Baek Yan suggests that in that case, it would be better to send other awakened ones. Hank refuses and says that for this very reason he will go there alone. They ask him how he plans to cope alone, assuming he has some way. Hank claims that this method does exist and can be explained in simple terms to make it clearer. He notes with a smile that he will simply overwhelm his opponents with numbers using his skills. He specifically emphasizes that when he speaks of superiority in numbers, he means only skeletons, not people. From his point of view, China will not lose anything in any case, and will be able to send reinforcements if necessary. Hank asks them to trust him, explaining that he can handle it alone and does not need anyone's help. He adds that he won't be able to handle it quickly and needs some time to prepare. Baek Yan reports that China will provide him with the necessary resources to protect the gate. Hank claps his hands, calling this the excellent news he was hoping for. After this, he proudly declares that it is time to prepare for a raid the likes of which the world has never seen before. He is supplied with various materials that can be useful for creating skeletons. Hank realizes that he will have to try hard if he wants to create something really good. He turns to his great magic, which allows him to program any undead creature in the desired way. After some time, his painstaking work finally pays off. He looks happily at the resulting skeleton, noting that he managed to create another S-class skeleton. After this, he discovers that the new skeleton has the gift of electricity. Hank notes that creating skeletons at someone else's expense is the best job in the world, recalling that China was previously against this. However, now they have to help him create skeletons, and this is a fair punishment. Hank explains that if he created skeletons without obtaining monster bodies, it would attract unnecessary attention. He now has significantly more skeletons of this category, and his strength has increased significantly. After making sure that all the necessary items to clear the gate have been created, he decides that it is time to return. After a while, someone knocks loudly on the door and asks if Hank is there. Hank announces that whoever knocked can come in, and a few moments later, Daphne enters the room. She asks if he knows what she's going to say, and Hank states that she knows he won't listen to her anyway. Daphne smiles and says that even now there is the opportunity to turn to Korea for support. Hank, giggling tensely, says that it's okay, because the skeletons will be doing the fighting and he will stand behind them. Daphne sadly notes that she has warned him countless times, but he still does not listen. Hank states that thanks to China, his strength has increased significantly, so there is no need to worry about him. Daphne finds this information encouraging and asks when he will take action. Hank replies that he has just finished preparing and plans to set out tomorrow afternoon. Daphne asks if there is anything she can help with, and Hank thinks about it for a while. He asks her to keep an eye on China and make sure they don't do anything suspicious. Daphne asks if there's a reason for this, and Hank states that he's just being cautious. Daphne notes that in this case, she will closely monitor China's actions to prevent disaster. The next day, Hank goes to the place where the portal is still located. The same people who were here before see him off, and Hank wishes everyone good luck. Before leaving, he stops and says that he would like to talk to Mr. Ingvar for a moment. He explains that while he is inside, he needs to keep a close eye on China to ensure it does not take advantage of the situation. He adds that he has informed Daphne of this possibility, so she better not try anything. After this, he pats Ingvar on the shoulder and says that he is now ready to go to this dangerous place. There is almost always a smile on his face, and he says that he will be back very soon. After some time, he enters the portal, realizing that the view from the ground is not very good. After this, he takes off into the air and looks around in search of an enemy. He finds the skeletons quite quickly, as they do not move from their position. He carefully examines the battle formations and again regrets that he will have to destroy them. He opens one of his portals, explaining that in battle the most important thing is the first strike. Strange bone clots emerge from the portals, slowly forming into projectiles. Hank announces that it is time to say goodbye to them, and then sets off on his attack journey. A series of powerful explosions is created, which raise snow tens of meters and block Hank's view. He continues the bombing and hopes with all his might that it will bring results. However, when the smoke and evaporated snow clear, it becomes clear that the skeletons are still there. Hank isn't surprised, and this, on the contrary, strengthens his confidence in his skills. He notes that it would not hurt to reduce the number of skeletons, as they are everywhere. After this, he opens a portal from which his combat units, which he managed to arm, should emerge. Smiling, he declares that no matter how many opponents there are, he still will not lose. Along with the combat skeletons and guards, a simple worker with an ordinary shovel also passes through the portal. Meanwhile, the army of the undead, carefully watching the new enemy, continues to remain in place. Hank notes that he's interested to see if he's been able to improve his macro skills lately. Within moments, the fighters quickly enter the battle to destroy their opponent. However, one of Hank's skeletons is particularly unlucky, as he has been dealt with by an opponent that is too serious. The unfortunate skeleton, armed with a shovel, does not have time to inflict any damage on the enemy. He quickly loses his weapon, and almost instantly a skeleton from the army of the dead cuts off his head. Hank muses that their fighting strength is roughly on par, which isn't a good thing. He also understands that there is one major problem among the opponents that needs to be addressed. Of course, we are talking about the Death Knight, because of whom Hank cannot look at the battle as calmly as before. This skeleton on horseback destroys all enemies within his reach. Despite once being Hank's loyal servant, he now operates completely autonomously. Hank admits that the Death Knight was too powerful and clearly shouldn't have been made that powerful. Among other things, this skeleton can use magic to kill enemies faster. Hank thinks hard that if things continue this way, all the skeletons he has collected will be destroyed. He wearily notes that he had hoped for a quiet hunt, but now he has no other choice. After this, he takes aim at the Death Knight to quickly disable him and remove the obstacle. The Death Knight understands that the projectiles are deadly, so he jumps aside in time. Hank realizes that he will have to deal with this enemy personally and goes lower. Meanwhile, the Death Knight carefully identifies his target and realizes that he must aim exclusively at Hank. He takes the sword and uses a special spell to give it new powers. After this, he abruptly transforms the sword and immediately takes several arrows, charging them with fire. Hank watches in surprise as the dark vortex of energy emerges from which arrows fly. He quickly creates bone barriers to prevent arrows from hitting him. However, after a few moments, he realizes that all of this was just cleverly orchestrated by the Dark Knight. The Death Knight leaps into the air to deliver a crushing blow. Hank manages to create another bone barrier at the last moment, but it is instantly destroyed. The momentum of the impact is so strong that Hank is thrown to the side and falls into the snow. Hank quickly gets to his feet and irritably notes that he hates whoever wrote this macro. After this, he adds that this man clearly understands confrontations and magic. He understands that he is weak in close combat, so he will have to use specific tactics. He notes that necromancers don't fight alone to begin with, and summons several skeletons to help. These skeletons have SS-class equipment, so they have every chance of winning. They immediately rush into the attack, using the improvised weapons that Hank gave them. However, for the Death Knight, such an attack is not a serious problem, and he knocks the enemy back. After this, he pauses briefly to prepare a powerful attack on his stunned opponents. He makes a sharp swing of his sword, leaving behind a fiery trail of dark energy. Hank understands that such summoned entities only buy a little time on this level. However, thanks to them, he was able to prepare a special technique that should destroy the enemy. Hank seriously states that it is time to finish off the enemy with one blow. He targets the enemy and decides to release the synthesized energy of death. The Death Knight looks at the approaching sphere in surprise and tries to figure out what to do. His macros don't have a reaction to such an attack, so he decides to accept his fate stoically. Once the sphere reaches its target, it opens up and creates a powerful death zone. Hank watches the action closely, hoping that the attack will destroy the enemy. Fortunately, everything happens this way, and he notes with a sense of accomplishment that it is all over. A few moments later, a small piece of an unknown manuscript falls into his hands. Hank studies the text carefully and freezes in surprise for a moment. In the text, an unknown person wrote that he would take revenge on the cursed Necromancer for the events in Falm. Meanwhile, Daphne continues to wait for Hank to return, hoping that he is okay. Her excitement gradually reaches its limit, but she quickly feels the vibrations of the portal. She turns around in surprise and happily reports that Hank was able to get out unharmed. Hank confirms that this is indeed the case, after which he notices that the gate has closed, meaning there are no more monsters. Daphne notes that he cleared the gate quickly and asks if he is injured. Hank reports that he is okay, and Daphne expresses her joy that he is safe. Hank adds with a smile that he already told her that he would be fine because he was too serious. Baek Yang reports that he is glad that they returned safe and sound. With a sly smile, he thanks them for helping China fight the monsters. Baek Yang also stated that the country will offer adequate compensation for the unfortunate incident. Hank smiles and says that he wouldn't refuse such a prospect, because he needs the money. A few days later, he returns to Korea's international airport. Hank buys stylish glasses to look more presentable when meeting with journalists. The journalists immediately say they have questions, and he agrees to answer several of them. One of the journalists reports that the skeleton suddenly stopped during the raid and asks what happened. Hank adds that the aura supply was unstable during the fight with the monsters, but now everything is fine. He is informed that the incident has shown that the company is entirely dependent on the chairman's abilities. Hank points out that this is a reasonable point, and the company would indeed be in crisis if something happened to him. He emphasizes that he himself learned an important lesson from what happened and rethought many things. He adds that he wants to prepare a system that can operate stably even without his participation. He is asked how this is possible, since skeletons are his main ability and cannot be copied. He is asked to disclose details, but he states that he cannot share such information yet. He explains that, in simple terms, it will be an energy business. After some time, he calls a meeting with his confidants to discuss these matters. He announces that he is thinking about creating an artificial essence, and everyone asks what it is. Hank explains that it is an artificially created monster essence from which energy can be extracted. In fact, experiments were already being conducted in Sirona to create artificial essence from magic stones. However, the experiment failed for several reasons, as it required the development of magical power. The second reason was that the compensation for the energy expended was negligible. However, the situation here is completely different because people have not thought about developing magical powers, and they have a lot of money. Chuck notes that extracting energy from people is a risky endeavor that will invite criticism. Hank reassures him, saying that he will control the amount of energy taken, so it will not be dangerous. He adds that the maximum consequences of the process will be limited to mild fatigue. Donald says the new business is a great idea, but he could use a break. He adds that it might be helpful to imagine the person who is nearby. Hank reports that this is Guildmaster Ingvar, whom he met in China and is now taken as an ally. Ingvar reflects on how he feels ashamed after meeting so many high-ranking awakened ones. Hank adds that China sent them a big gift box, so they have a lot of work. Donald loudly asserts that the chairman needs a rest, otherwise this will end badly. Hank explains that he has a lot to do, so he doesn't have much time to rest. He adds that he has already been on holiday in China, after which Donald asks if that is not enough. Donald insists on taking a vacation because he has never taken a vacation since the company was founded. Hank reminds us that he himself has never had a single vacation, even though his job is no easier. Chuck notes that a compromise can be found in this situation. He suggests that everyone go on a vacation together to relax and discuss new things. Hank ponders the prospects of this idea and believes that it will be effective and correct. In order to have a good rest, he buys tickets to a sunny country and flies away with his friends. However, while he is getting ready for vacation, a real nightmare is happening in other parts of the world. An unknown individual informs his superior that the Death Knight army has been destroyed. The strange, demon-like creature notes that this is an unexpected situation from the enemy. He asks the lesser demon what happened to the letter, and he tells him that it was delivered. The interlocutor notes that this is good news, and he will look forward to further developments. After this, he slowly gets up and says that the best fighter needs to be sent. The younger demon asks if this is really the same demon that is so effective. The Demon King announces that he wants to send one of the original golems he created there. The Demon King adds that he felt humiliated after losing to that guy. However, now risen from the dead, he declares that the Necromancer will experience all of this for himself. Hank, meanwhile, scratches his ear, feeling that something has gotten into it and is causing a tickling sensation. He wonders who could have done this, as such symptoms are considered a sign in Korea. After some time, his short but productive vacation ends and he returns home. Almost immediately, he sets to work to make up for lost time. First of all, he begins to develop an artificial essence and mechanisms for its rapid production. Hank extracts magical energy from people and stores it, making it usable as monster essence. He collects the amount of energy that a person could restore for money and starts a special business. At first, people resist, calling it energy theft. But after confirming safety, they calm down. Hank uses the resulting artificial essence as a source of energy for the skeletons. This allows other people to control them, and the skeletons are given the ability to move freely thanks to the batteries. Hank organizes skeleton competitions that look like fights where people control them with consoles. This way, he gets combat macros faster, and competitions quickly become popular. The winners receive substantial prizes, and Hank receives high-quality macros for future fights. In addition, he expands the scope of skeletons and earns even more. In addition to the delivery skeletons, he begins to create combat soldiers to guard the border. A significant portion of the funds received goes towards the creation of high-ranking skeletons and their constant improvement. The reason he was so fascinated by this was because of that very note, which was written in the Saron language. Hank recalls that long ago, on a grand scale, he destroyed the Demon King at the site of the final battle. Even though there are many who could answer him, he understands that there is one enemy who is more dangerous than all. The one who was most offended by him was the Demon King. But the problem was that he had to die. Hank understands that the creatures still survived, and will now probably try to prevent him from earning more and more. He realizes that under current conditions, he cannot determine its location and can only prepare. Hank suggests that perhaps a weapon should be created to deal the final blow against the great Demon King. The solution, of course, goes to local areas, but they are too large to be introduced into the city. However, he decides not to destroy the program completely, as it can still be of great use. After a while, his phone starts ringing and he wonders who decided to contact him. The interlocutor asks if he has a minute, adding that he wants to ask something. Hank announces that he is listening intently, rising impatiently from his chair. The interlocutor reports that a portal has opened in one of the provinces, and hunters have been immediately sent there. He adds that of the 4 hunters, only 1 survived, and he was forced to save himself. Hank learns that an S-rank hunter was sent there, but he was destroyed without a chance. He is also informed that an unknown undead monster has emerged from the portal and is promised to send a photograph. Hank receives a strange photo and notices that the creature is very familiar to him. The photo shows the meat golem that was lost during his battle with the Demon King. Now, one of the 5 weapons of Hank's final blow has come into this world and is beginning to destroy everything in its path. Hank realizes that this is a monster among monsters who is able to single-handedly deal with the Demon King. The news reports that there is no one in the entire world who knows more about the undead than Hank. They ask him for help in clearing out this monster, and he says that he is leaving immediately. However, the next second Daphne calls him, and Hank immediately understands the reason. Hank, smiling, notes that he will probably have to face danger, but he has no other choice. After some time, he heads to the province where a large portal is still pulsating. Daphne is already there when he arrives and notices him immediately. She thanks him for his promptness, adding that she is glad that he agreed to help. Daphne reports that several awakened were instantly destroyed, and the situation is too serious. Hank approaches the gate and realizes that it is the source of the main problems. Daphne says it would be helpful to assemble a team of powerful awakened to help. Hank states that there is no need for this, emphasizing that he will go there alone. Ingvar looks at him in surprise and asks if it would be advisable to take him along for support. Hank explains that he is not ignoring help, but is going alone because he cannot let anyone die. Daphne and Ingvar listen to him attentively and are surprised by his kindness. Daphne asks how strong this monster is if the chairman is so serious. Hank clarifies that he will be able to say more precisely only after the battle. But for now, the chances of victory are slim. He notes that at least the quarter is fairly stable, so there is some time before the critical phase. Daphne reports that the portal's critical phase will occur in about a month, and Hank thinks that's a good thing. After this, he declares that he is going out on reconnaissance and will quickly return with fresh information. He emphasizes that he will quickly check the situation and return, so they need to wait. Daphne and Ingvar do not say a word, but they watch him carefully. Hank senses that he has a tense time ahead of him, as dealing with the creatures will not be easy. He opens his eyes and realizes that the time has come to meet the masterpiece he once created. However, at first, he sees only a scorched wasteland with rare patches of vegetation. The atmosphere seems serene, but Hank realizes it's just a trap. He creates special shields to make the blows that fall on him ineffective. He further strengthens his defense with new spells to survive the first blow. This combination should help in the fight against the meat golem, since its physical strength is too great. Hank notes that these are only basic security measures, but they should be sufficient. After this, he takes off into the air to enter the phase of searching for the giant creature. He stops and notes that he won't have to go far to find the creature. From a respectful distance, he notices the incredible size of the creature. Hank considers himself crazy because he got too carried away with creating unkillable monsters. He asks himself why he didn't make him a more adequate opponent. However, he understands that the only advantage is that there is no one here except the meat golem. He decides to go back and think over a battle plan. However, a moment later, the monster suddenly begins to move, although it had previously seemed calm. This is explained by the fact that the creature has an amazing sense of smell, and it quickly sensed the presence of the new entity. After this, the monster slowly turns towards Hank to lock on to his target. Hank tries to understand why the monster's behavior pattern has changed so much, because it was not like this before. The golem, meanwhile, suddenly takes off and heads forward to catch its target. Hank realizes that the situation is extremely dangerous, and now he needs to get out of here immediately. He wonders why he is suddenly running away, because Hank created this creature, which means he can defeat it. Hank realizes that he thought he was weaker because he had never faced him, but there was a chance that he could easily win. First, he decides to try his ultimate skill, and if it fails, he can retreat. He waits for the maximum amount of time to charge the sphere with powerful energy. After this, he notes that he will be interested in testing the golem's durability and his own abilities. He summons a dark storm spell into the air, the likes of which he has never created before. The golem is instantly trapped and takes significant physical damage to the body. Hank watches the action with joy and notes that the golem is not as weak as he initially thought. However, this does not mean that one spell is enough to defeat a monster. The golem overcomes the incredible pain and uses its chains to absorb the spell. Before Hank can blink, he sees a powerful blow with chains flying towards him. He doesn't have time to create a full-fledged barrier, receives serious damage and lands on the ground. When landing, it creates a small vortex due to the kinetic energy of its own body. Hank notes that without the magical protection, he would already be dead, and the monster caused him a lot of trouble. He carefully rises to his feet and watches as the giant monster approaches him. He notices that the serious wounds inflicted on the monster are gradually beginning to heal. Hank angrily notes that the monster has learned to regenerate, which complicates the situation. He wonders what kind of necromancer would fight such opponents one-on-one. After this, he flies into the air to address the creature and remind it that he is its creator. He tells the golem that he raised it, collected it piece by piece, and now he is trying to destroy it. He opens a portal and notes that the obedient creature must be taught a serious lesson. As before, among the combat skeletons, the unfortunate builders who had been damaged last time began to itch. The meat golem watches as a massive amount of undead appear out of nowhere. Powerful explosions destroy the earth, and the builders realize that they have nothing to do here. Meanwhile, the meat golem ignores any damage and continues to attack enemies. Hank notes with a smile that he initially understood that ordinary skeletons could not do anything to him. However, his army has become stronger during this time, and now they are real skeletons at the level of awakened ones. An entire squad of the highest ranks tries to act in the most coordinated manner possible. Skeletons share spiritual energy to combine forces and attack at the right time. Each of the skeletons has mastered a certain element: wind, ice, or fire. At a certain moment, Hank is hit by several elements at once, from which it is almost impossible to defend himself. Hank watches the fight with joy, and notes that this is a very good result for a first clash. He orders to continue the attack and not give the enemy time to recover in order to block regeneration. Meanwhile, the golem remains in a state of combat readiness, and it is not easy to remove it from the battle. He decides that he needs to attack the puppet master and rushes at Hank. The golem decides to use its durability to ignore incoming damage. Hank notes that the ignoring hits and attacking the caster is a macro he wrote himself. He opens a giant portal and notes that without a good tank it would have been difficult. He adds that he didn't want to use this macro here because it's not finalized yet, but he has no choice. Moments later, the meat golem's strike is blocked by the new monster's powerful, bony limb. Hank creates a giant bone dragon from parts of various monsters. The bone dragon is the pinnacle of his art, as he has never done anything like it before. Initially, it is just a dragon made of bones, but there are a few differences. It was created as a raid monster for the skeleton tournament, but has now become much stronger. Despite this, it is weaker than the final weapon for the battle with the Dark Lord, but can serve as a tank. Hank notes that it is unlikely that he will be able to hold off the monster for too long, but this is enough. Now it is important that the monster can hold out and keep the golem in place. At this time, the opponents do not sit idle and prepare a combined attack. Each one uses all their strength to unleash a crushing elemental attack. The meat golem doesn't have time to react in time and takes full damage. However, when the smoke clears, it becomes clear that these efforts are not enough to defeat the monster. He continues to feed on the darkness, draining the health of his victims. Hank notes that he will have to use one more trick to deal with the monster. The meat golem slams its hands on the ground with all its might, creating an earthquake. The skeletons scatter, recover their strength, and continue to attack. New wounds appear on the monster's body, which do not have time to heal. He also takes damage from powerful beams, which slows down his regeneration even more. The golem takes so much damage that it begins to scream in rage and inability to resist. Hank, meanwhile, happily notes that this is amazing news and decides to continue in the same spirit. He muses that the meat golem only roars in two situations, one of which is a show of force. However, in the second case, the demon only roars when he finds himself in an extremely disadvantageous position, and now is exactly such a moment. Hank realizes that it's time to finish this enemy, and all that remains is to break the core. He tries to choose the perfect moment to strike once and end everything quickly. Meanwhile, the skeletons continue to distract the monster, preventing him from concentrating. One of the skeletons launches a powerful death energy attack to cut through the enemy's body. After the attack, a giant scar remains, and it becomes clear that there is a core inside the monster. Hank captures the moment and realizes there may never be a better opportunity. The golem understands his weak spot and tries to hide it with his hands so as not to lose. Hank happily creates a special sphere, realizing that the time has come to strike right now. When a golem finds itself in a desperate situation, it instinctively defends the core by any means necessary. As long as the core is intact, the monster can regenerate infinitely. So now is the only chance to finish it off. Hank aims at the right part of the enemy's body, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Giant streams of deadly energy pass through the monster's body, knocking the core out of its chest. The core ends up in the air and immediately begins to crack from the incredible pressure. Within moments, nothing remains of the core except small fragments. Hank slowly descends and notes that his opponent has gotten on his nerves quite a bit. He taps the bone dragon's skull gently and notes that it would be much harder without him. After this, he creates a giant portal to collect the remains and recycle them into something new. However, almost immediately a note falls into Hank's hands, and he admits that he is no longer surprised by this. The paper says this is definitely not the end, and Hank notes that this is a line from a third-rate action movie villain. Afterwards, he burns the note, noting that the Demon Lord is still alive, and how he survived is a secondary question. Hank's main goal is to make him pay for preventing him from retiring. Immediately after this, he returns to the portal to move to his new world. Daphne and Ingvar have now waited for him, and he informs them that he has successfully returned from his mission. Daphne asks fearfully why Hank spent so much time there, since it was reconnaissance. Hank assures her that everything is fine and there is no need to worry, because the mission is accomplished. Daphne quickly examines him and notes that there are no serious injuries, which is a relief to her. Hank grins and declares that everything is indeed fine, after which the gate closes behind him. Daphne and Ingvar look at him in fear and ask if he was able to destroy the monster the first time. Hank reports that this is exactly what happened, and that's why he was a little late. Daphne says that they were already starting to worry and called the rescuers, and Hank is glad that he hurried. Daphne notes that thanks to Hank, additional losses were avoided and everything ended well. Thus ends the mission with the golem's portal. But Hank realizes that he needs to upgrade the defeated monster. Hank notes that his regeneration is good, but his defense is suffering, so he needs to add some bones. He turns to his magic and notes that the original form must first be restored. The process of working on a creature takes many hours, as these monsters were the pinnacle of his skills. However, Hank's skills have now increased significantly, and he has made adjustments to the monster's structure. Now, a significant portion of his body is surrounded by bone armor that protects the core. Hank happily notes that the meat monster has undergone a series of serious upgrades. He adds that all that remains is to complete the macro, after which the matter can be considered complete. However, creating macros is a tedious and time-consuming task, so it will take a lot of time. He decides to put the macro aside for now and send the monster to a pocket dimension. He notes that the behavior of the undead gates has recently been that they only appear near him. Hank suggests that this could be a source of disaster if mistakes are made. He notes that if a meat golem appears in the city center, the number of victims will number in the tens of thousands. Hank realizes that people will blame him, and a peaceful retirement will be out of the question. However, he understands that he cannot leave his business and the city because he needs money for the legions of the undead. Hank suggests that they should buy an uninhabited island and establish a base there, since the gates appear on land. His undead legion doesn't have swimming algorithms, so this is a promising idea. In Sirona, they fought only on land, so Hank programmed the undead to avoid water, especially the sea. If he lived there and returned to Korea only on business, the danger from the Legion would be greatly reduced. The problem is that it would be quite boring on a desert island, because there is no communication. Hank originally wanted to retire while still being connected to the community, so he plans to build a resort. He smiles and notes that the staff will be there permanently, so a basic infrastructure will have to be created. He adds that workers will also need to have fun, and this needs to be taken care of. Soon after, he buys one of the islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, which seems to him to be quite large. Once airborne, Hank prepares to reform the place and begin construction. Moments later, he creates a powerful explosion to scan the island and slightly alter its terrain. It turned out that the purchased island was located above underwater mountain ranges, with shallow water between the islets. This shallow water could play an important role in the design of the resort and the safety of people. Hank decides to immediately set aside part of the island for land reclamation, since this will give him an advantage in the future. He smiles and notes that the stone soil relaxes him quite well and significantly reduces stress. After this, he continues to unleash powerful blasts of energy on the stones for several more hours in order to destroy them. Rock crushing is necessary to fill in a small part of the ocean near the island. He also uses skeletons to level the land and shape the landscape. If people were working, it would take much more time and resources to ensure safety. However, there are no such problems with skeletons, and even if a collapse occurs, it is easy to clear. Hank muses that once the runway is ready, he will build living quarters for the staff. Smiling, he notes that he will then open a resort and employ skeletons as staff. Hank adds that he will create a paradise on Earth where everything will work without his participation. You might think that he is only concerned with the development of the island, but he does not forget about his important business. The creation of a skeleton region and the development of the island require astronomical financial costs. Thanks to constant work, like a squirrel in a wheel, his company launches more and more new projects. Minor conflicts arise, but they are quickly resolved, so everything remains in order. After a considerable period of time, the work on creating a real resort is finally coming to an end. He truly builds outstanding residential complexes and equips them with the latest technology. Hank smiles and notes that it's a great place to live on an island. There is a guard of a legion of skeletons, as well as traps hidden throughout the island. Hank knows this may not be enough to stand up to the Demon King, but it's something. After a while, Director Daphne calls him, and Hank realizes that it is better to take this call. Daphne reports that there is some news that might interest him, and Hank asks what happened. She claims that a strange monster has appeared in England, and Hank asks what kind of creature it is. Daphne points out that the gates are usually teeming with many different monsters distributing their power. She adds that sometimes there is only one monster inside, but its power is truly overwhelming. She notes that the power of this monster is comparable to that of a regular boss from the game, and entire raids are needed against it. Such monsters are usually classified by raid rating, and this monster receives the highest rank. Hank notes that defeating such a monster would require gathering several S-rank awakened. He realizes that this is apparently the most powerful monster that has appeared since his return to Earth. Smiling, he understands that it is necessary to obtain samples of this creature at any cost. The stronger the monster's corpse, the easier it is to transform it into a powerful undead. And Hank definitely needs this monster. Hank speculates that if the creature is that powerful, it would make an excellent basis for a definitive weapon. He notes that he needs to prepare a private jet, as he is heading to England right now. Hank flies to England to retrieve the corpse of a monster with exceptional qualities. The English are wary of his sudden appearance and try to drive him away. Hank states that he is not interested in raiding the monster, as he only wants to ransom its corpse. He adds that in such cases, the loot is divided between the raid participants depending on their contribution. He notes that instead of dividing the spoils, he is ready to buy everything, and they have already distributed the money among themselves. The British explain that they plan to use the materials to make equipment. Hank says he's willing to double the price for every artifact he gets from this monster. He adds that if they can also provide the whole body, he will pay triple the amount. Thanks to such generosity, he quickly obtains the creature's corpse. Hank looks in surprise at the giant monster called Ultravite, who has the highest rank. He taps it with his fist and notes the monster's incredible strength. Combat potential is stored in the bones, so Hank usually uses them, but here it is better to work with the whole body. Keeping materials in perfect condition is made much easier when dealing with the undead. Hank devotes himself entirely to producing a real monster and loses track of time for weeks. For the first time, he is going to create a decisive weapon against the Great Demon King. And the work ahead is serious. He invests resources without trying to save, because his future depends on it. He uses almost entirely corporate funds, but ultimately achieves incredible success. After many weeks, Hank is relieved that his efforts have paid off. After this, he looks at the giant Ultra Bear, who obediently stands and watches his creator. Hank notes with a smile that money solves a lot, and it even makes his head spin. He understands that in the previous world, this would have taken years. Now he has 2 decisive weapons against the Great Demon King, and this gives him a good chance. However, only 5 such weapons were created in Sirona, and there are still 4 left, not counting the meat golem. Hank notes that if the Demon King uses all of his remaining decisive weapons and legions, he will lose. He considers that he will have to sell his shoes and take out several loans to raise funds. Hank collects his remaining pennies and uses them to buy all the available dice, which drives up the price. Many people believe that the company in Sirona is planning a new business, and this has given rise to a lot of speculation. Hank focuses on producing undead, from high-level fighters to weak but profitable ones. The work, of course, takes place on the island of Sirona, so as not to endanger other people. With the Demon King sending threatening letters, there is no other choice, and no one knows when the invasion will begin. Hank realizes that even if he loses the battle with the Demon King, isolating the island will give him extra time. Day after day, he creates legions of undead, waiting for the gate to appear and listening to the energy vibrations of the island. One day, he finally begins to feel strange changes, which are explained by nothing other than the gate. He realizes that this may be the beginning of a very serious fight, and immediately flies into the air to find the portal. He looks around for the portal and finds it fairly quickly. A huge number of skeletons run out of the small gates and immediately form battle lines. Hank watches them with interest, analyzes their formation, and realizes that they have finally arrived. He notes that the time has come to fight them for real and settle this issue once and for all. Hank expresses a preference for the Demon King himself to appear in person to answer for his sins. After this, he orders his minions to destroy all enemies and grind them into dust. After some time, the battle ends and the opponents are irrevocably destroyed. Hank looks up at the sky and wonders if there are any more enemies, but there are none. He reflects in surprise and realizes that the fight took much less time than expected. After this, he discovers another piece of paper floating in the air and falling into his hands. Hank reads a note that says this is just the beginning, and the most serious tests are yet to come. He begins to get more and more irritated, realizing that such information makes him exceptionally angry. He crumples the piece of paper and throws it aside, wondering what to expect next. Hank begins to trample on the paper, noting that the Demon King can send as many enemies as he wants, because he will kill them all. However, 6 months pass, and since then, not a single serious threat from the Demon King has appeared. Gates containing legions of undead appear on the island 3 times, but Hank meets them fully prepared each time. Unfortunately, only minor opponents come to him, and each time they leave letters with the same message. Hank notes that if he had wanted to bore them to the point of genuine boredom, he had almost succeeded. He feels another energetic fluctuation and understands that new gates are opening. At first, he decides to ignore them, but this time the normal gate opens. He goes inside, thinking that there must be a monster or some kind of undead there. However, once he gets inside, he realizes that he is in an unknown place. This place does not look like a lifeless wasteland and is a well-finished palace. Hank notes that this is simply impossible, since he is well acquainted with such interiors. A few moments later, a dark figure belonging to the Demon King appears in front of him. He immediately focuses on a new target and hopes that this time he can get revenge. Hank watches the figure with joy, realizing that now he will definitely be able to finish her off after so many years. However, he still can't believe it and wonders if it really is the Demon King. The Demon King looks at him angrily and reminds him that he hasn't seen this pathetic necromancer for a long time. Hank waves his hands happily, noting that he has managed to miss her a lot during this time. He remembers that he once killed him and sent him to the underground space. The Demon King claims to have died but was later resurrected, and Hank wonders how this happened. The Demon King explains that he possesses a secret technique that has been passed down from generation to generation. Hank clarifies whether the undead army was his gift or someone else did it. The Demon King says it was his doing and asks if Hank liked this move. He asks in surprise why the king looks so pleased. Hank notes that anyone would be happy to receive anonymous threatening letters for a long time without knowing the blackmailer. After this, he adds that he finally found out the name of his vis-a-vis and can now get even with him with a clear conscience. The Demon King becomes enraged, noting that the pathetic necromancer is still arrogant. Hank states that before the battle, he would like to know how the king was able to steal his undead army. The Demon King smiles wickedly and says that if Hank is interested, he can check it out for himself. Immediately after this, he quickly uses a spell to summon several entities here. Hank watches carefully to see what the Demon Lord will try to surprise him with, and sees a large squad of skeletons. He also notices that he has many skeletons from the higher undead caste fighting on his side. Hank analyzes this carefully and realizes that the army really did belong to him in the past. Moreover, he discovers that among this army of undead there are unexpected guests. Among the army are 3 final weapons to fight the Demon Lord, who now serve him. Hank realizes that the power gap between him and the Demon Lord is too great at this point. However, such almost impossible circumstances are certainly no obstacle for Hank. He decides to first test the new power of his creations to see how great his progress is. Smiling, he notes that the offer seems very tempting to him, and he might not even refuse it. After this, he declares with undisguised fury that he can simply beat the answer out of the Demon King. He adds that the undead army of Earth and the undead army of Saron must clash in a brutal battle to see who is stronger. The battle truly becomes legendary as each participant gives it their all. It is impossible to determine definitively which of the participants wins, and the fight continues on equal terms for some time. Even the new weapons perform very well against the Demon King, despite the early macro system. However, Hank also has to fight with all his might, because no one will give him the opportunity to stand still. He flies into the air to dodge the numerous projectiles that the Demon King sends his way. Hank watches him with a smile, wondering if the Demon King is impressed with how much he's leveled up in this time. The Demon King menacingly reminds him that he was originally much stronger than Hank, but the army of the undead surprises him here too. Hank asks why the king wants to fight without the undead, since he himself is a necromancer. The Demon King remembers that he always loved to tease him with his incomprehensible expressions. Hank reflects that he is holding his own for now, but if the fight drags on, it will mean defeat for him. He notes that since he came here, the subconscious space has merged with his consciousness. He asks if this space is habitable, which makes the Demon King even more furious. Hank says he finds it hard to understand the despair of opening your eyes in a place where the undead are scattered everywhere. He notes that this is very familiar to him, as he first felt this way when he woke up in Serona. After this, he recalls his first steps in this world, which take place in an ordinary village without the internet. Hank asks how the king was able to transport the undead to another dimension, and the Demon King decides to answer. He claims that one day, magic suddenly became distorted, and the monsters in a certain area disappeared completely. The Demon King admits that at that moment, he sensed a faint magic emanating from the distorted flow. Hank realizes that he only transferred the undead army when he was able to directly capture the Necromancer's magic. He also asks why the king fights separately from his army, when it is much more effective to stand behind. The Demon King explains that he does this solely to uphold the rules of a fair fight. Hank watches in amazement and tries to understand since when he cares about such rules. However, after some time, he realizes that the reason lies in much more serious things. He sharply questions the Demon King and realizes that he is only using a mask behind which real power is hidden. He notes that these creatures attack not only him, but also the Demon King if he gets close enough. With these words, he opens a portal so that all of his undead can escape into the pocket dimension. Smiling, he adds that if he leaves now, he will have to maintain order among his own army. The Demon King calls him a vile scoundrel and promises to answer for his insolence. Hank suddenly warns him that he better watch out, because a serious blow is about to land. The Demon King jumps to the side as one of the great weapons immediately takes aim at him. Hank smiles and wishes them a good date, noting that they look like a great couple. After that, he heads towards the portal, and the Demon King tries to stop him, saying that the fight is not over yet. Hank states that he already has an appointment, and they will see each other later when he is stronger. The Demon King tries to stop him, but Hank ignores him to avoid wasting time. Finally, he decides to cheer up the Demon King with a characteristic gesture, hoping that he will cope with the monsters. After some time, he emerges from the portal and notes that it is unusual for him to cohabit with the Demon King. He adds that you need to wait until the enemies are exhausted so that it is easy to finish them off. He also notes that it is clear that after he finishes off the Demon King, life will get better. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's dimension, real horror begins, as he is attacked by his own creatures. Energy erupts from one of the special weapons created to kill the Demon King. The Demon King dodges, but realizes that this cannot continue for long. He thinks that the situation is getting out of control and something needs to be done. After this Necromancer's curse disappears, the army prepares against him again, and the battle is about to end. The Demon King realizes that he can't run away forever, and sooner or later he will run out of resources. He wonders what will happen if someone tries to get out of here through the gate. Smiling, Hank realizes that he can sow real terror among people. He realizes that the Demon King and the undead army will come out once the gate reaches the right point, and that he has been specifically preparing for this. A few days pass and he feels another fluctuation in energy. He wonders why it all happened now, when the gate should have tried to break through earlier. He flies into the air and heads towards the portal to control the process. When he reaches the portal, he discovers that his worst enemy has already emerged from it. The Demon King looks at Hank, noting that they are meeting this Necromancer again. Hank asks with a smile if the Demon King survived, noting that he expected less. The Demon King makes it clear that he is going to finish off the pathetic Necromancer. After this, the gates behind him begin to pulsate violently and change. A few seconds later, a gigantic number of skeletons burst out from there. However, almost immediately, real fiery comets fall upon these skeletons, creating powerful explosions. The Demon King turns around in fear, wondering if this is some kind of meteorite. Hank explains that the principle of the effect is a little different, but you could say it's similar to a meteorite. After that, he smiles and asks why the Demon King was so surprised. He raises his hand and announces that the second round is just beginning, and that there is a lot of interesting things ahead. Enemies are bombarded with a massive amount of firepower, burning everything in sight. The explosions follow one after another, making it almost impossible to survive such a fiery salvo. Only the rare skeletons that survived the first salvo try to escape. However, one of them accidentally steps on a special device that resembles a fire mine. The device immediately detonates, causing a powerful explosion that throws the skeleton aside. The Demon King stands in the middle of this utter hell and wonders what it is. Hank reveals that he has prepared all of this to use in battle against him and his undead army. The Demon King admits that he could not have imagined that he could have prepared such a large-scale trap. He suggests that Hank has found a worthy sponsor among various countries. Hank explains with a smile that no one actually sponsors him, and that he raises all his money himself. The Demon King says he doesn't understand how the Necromancer could prepare something so large-scale without sponsors. Hank announces that he has decided to go into business, and the Demon King asks how that is even possible. He explains that he used the skeletons to produce and sell things, as well as for farming. He adds that skeletons were even used for displaying goods in shops. The Demon King expresses disbelief that people would use products created by skeletons. Hank notes that one can believe it or not, because this place is seriously different from Theros and Saran. Smiling, he states that in any case, the Demon King no longer has a chance of winning, and he can simply give up. The Demon King angrily asks if he is really so sure that he has no chance of winning. He adds that something had been bothering him since he came here, and now he understood what it was. The Demon King recalls that the demon of Theros he knows was so cruel that he even turned his allies into undead. After this, he notes that there are no other living beings here except the two of them, and this seems strange to him. He adds that now, apparently, Hank is engaged in business and interacts with people quite often. The Demon King recalls that the Theros demon was a difficult enemy back then because it did not care about protecting those around it. However, under the current circumstances, the Demon King has an important hypothesis. He asks if the demon of Theros has suddenly begun to value his allies. Hank smiles and notes that if that's the case, it's worth conducting a little experiment. Immediately after this, he takes off into the air and rushes off in an unknown direction. The Demon King declares that he will destroy every living thing that comes into his sight. Hank rushes after him and asks what he is doing, because his opponent is himself. Hank realizes that the direction the Demon King is heading is Japan and then Korea. The Demon King reports that his health is fine, but he feels pain in his arms from previous battles. After some time, the action moves to a small island, where ordinary workers are enjoying the end of the working day. After this, he turns around, hearing the strange sound of an approaching projectile. A few moments later, strange objects land in front of him, creating a powerful shockwave. The Demon King waits for the dust to clear to add more pathos to his appearance. His eyes fill with rage, and he looks at his first target, which he is preparing for. Meanwhile, the simple farmer does not understand who this strange man is and why he fell from the sky. However, he almost immediately feels the air become tense and the Demon King's aura more threatening. He puts his hand forward, forming a special sphere that destroys all living things around. He smiles slyly, realizing that it is necessary to destroy as many people as possible. A powerful beam of dark energy emerges from the portal, intended to vaporize the unfortunate farmer. The average worker still doesn't understand that it's best for him to leave. But even then, he wouldn't have time. A few moments later, a bone barrier suddenly appears in front of him, blocking the beam's path. The worker falls to the ground and wonders how he managed to survive such a brutal attack. Hank drops to the ground and advises him to run away as quickly as possible before it's too late. The worker realizes that he has abused the hospitality and quickly disappears. Hank states that if the Demon King attacks civilians, it would be a very pathetic sight. The Demon King explains that he is taking revenge by killing them, and Hank asks what the point is. The Demon King notes that he is beginning to regret not choosing this path from the very beginning. He adds that it was not worth sending a legion of undead to him and sending them somewhere far away. Hank smiles and states that there are a lot of people here and they need to see if the king can protect them all at the same time. Hank calls the Demon King a crazy bastard and notes that he asked for his subsequent execution. The Demon King curls up and begins flying over villages and towns, destroying everything in sight. However, none of these people manage to get hurt, because the skeletons always come to the defense. Each of the skeletons sacrifices their lives without any worries, because that is what their existence consists of. Hank notes that he has invested a lot of money and will now incur serious losses. The Demon King admits that the Necromancer fights so desperately to protect people that it breaks his heart. Hank muses that he needs to stop him before he reaches the big cities. The Demon King is constantly moving and attacking people from different locations, so it was not easy. Hank sacrifices his regions to the undead time and time again to protect civilians. However, after a while, he begins to realize that such battles are tiring him out more and more. Hank knows something is wrong here, because he is holding everything back with all his might. But casualties are inevitable. He quickly realizes that the Demon King's goal may be solely his legion of undead. To avoid serious casualties, His legion suffered huge losses and could soon be wiped out. Hank realizes that at this rate, he will lose his strategic advantage as a necromancer. He notes that the threat to civilians cannot simply be ignored. Otherwise, the Demon King will start killing people. He realizes he has no other choice, and the Demon King states that his efforts are worthy of respect. He wonders what the human allied forces would think if they saw him now. Hank replies that he doesn't care at all, since he has long forgotten about them. The Demon King asks if he should continue, when Hank suddenly raises his hands and says he surrenders. The Demon King looks at him in surprise and asks what this all means. Hank explains that he is lost, so it is better to stop this pointless war of attrition. He wonders if the king knows that Hank can only open his pocket world around himself. He also adds that he can offer a one-on-one fight if the Demon King really wants it. The Demon King notes that this is a very unexpected idea, and Hank declares that he will not tolerate any tricks this time. The Demon King says that this offer is impossible to refuse, and that he must be in despair. After some time, they reach a stunning location, perfect for the final battle. Hank and the Demon King stand opposite each other to prepare properly. The Demon King states that his spirit of self-sacrifice for the people is commendable. Hank insists that feelings of kinship have nothing to do with it, as he is simply working towards a carefree retirement. He says that the battle is not doomed because he came here to win. Hank adds that he has some aces up his sleeve, which he decided to hide until the last moment of the battle. He decides to show the Demon King how much he cares about this land he has decided to protect. Immediately after these words, a seal appears under his feet. The Demon King says he senses fighting energy and is surrounded on all sides. Countless skeletons scattered throughout the land begin to feed him with their power. Hank absorbs their energy despite the fact that they are at a great distance. After a while, he feels his strength increase many times over and carefully exhales. After this, he turns to his enemy and informs him that he must know that he will suffer losses because of this. He then takes to the air and uses his Dark Knight and Black Storm skills to perform rapid shots. The Demon King does not move and is completely oblivious to these attacks, which do not even cause him a scratch. He notes that the Necromancer is still green, so his self-confidence during this time was not in vain. After this, he declares that in this case he will not hold back. Charging his attacks, he announces that he will now respond in kind to wipe Hank off the face of the earth. Hank begins to maneuver and summons several bone constructs at once to block them. He angrily creates bone copies and notes that the Demon King has really gotten on his nerves. The Demon King smiles and claims that there is no getting rid of him, and Hank can only do this in his dreams. After this, he acknowledges him as his sworn rival for life, worthy of giving his all. Hank says that such pathos is inappropriate, since he has already lost. He reflects that he won't be able to endure this for much longer, and that if things continue like this, the mana vessel will be destroyed. He adds that if he loses to a creature that lost to a meat golem, he will be very ashamed. The Demon King declares that he will make him regret his words and immediately rushes into attack. Hank tries to counterattack using a special reality-altering skill. He notes that he needs to hit the big one, so it's time to load up on some extra buffs. However, after a few moments, he realizes that the vessel is overflowing. The Demon King asks if this is the limit, adding that he expected more. Smiling, Hank notes that the monster's tenacity is impressive, but it's time to end this farce. He says with a smile that the monster has finally shown itself in all its glory. Attacking at the limit leaves a gap, so you just need to mark this blow and that will be enough. The Demon King, meanwhile, launches a giant sphere forward and notes that now the Necromancer will finally die. Hank uses all his strength to create a spell against this attack. He quickly attacks the sphere, but it is unstoppable and approaches him. A few moments later, a powerful explosion occurs where he had just been. Hank is seriously injured and starts bleeding heavily, which needs to be treated quickly. The Demon King states that it was impressive, as Hank was even able to block the blow. After this, he raises his hand and notes that now his end is definitely in sight, and his creation will be destroyed. Finally, he says that it was interesting, but now the Necromancer must be wiped off the face of the earth. Hank starts laughing loudly, and the Demon King looks at him in surprise, trying to understand what is happening. Hank explains that he thought it was all over, but now he must finally accept his fate. After this, he looks up and notes that it's all over, but not for him, but for the Demon King. The Demon King immediately realizes what the catch is, when suddenly a portal opens above him. He looks up in surprise, but is too late to dodge. The giant bone golem slams its mighty paw down on him, pinning him to the ground. The Demon King does not have enough strength to break free from the grip. He is surprised that the monster is here, because he thought he left it somewhere else. Hank adds that there was too much magical power in it to be a fake, so they had to use illusions. The Demon King calls him a vile creature who still hasn't learned to fight fairly. Hank happily notes that he is now free, because his main mission has been completed. He states that once he has sorted out the remaining affairs on the island, he will be able to retire. The Demon King laughs and claims that it is too early for him to think about retirement. He threatens that even if he is destined to die, he will torment Hank until his last breath. He talks about his plans, according to which the legions of the undead will automatically resume their movement. He also notes that we need to continue to detain them without rest. Otherwise, they will start killing everyone in their path. Hank watches his enemy and wonders if he has forgotten one very important thing. With a smile, he reminds his opponent that he himself is a necromancer, and the Demon King understands where this is heading. Hank declares that if he dies here, he will deal with this army of the undead himself. The Demon King realizes how much fate truly awaits him and claims that it would be better to die. Hank notes that now the Necromancer will not allow him to do this, because he himself asked for such a fate. Using his magic, he announces that from now on, he will deal with the entire undead army in the region. 3 years later, we are once again transported to the Saren Company, which during this time has become even larger and richer. Hank takes on another case, a call about whether another promising monster can be created. He notes that it will be impossible to create something similar a second time, as he was very lucky with the material. After this, he announces that it is time to begin an important procedure that he has long dreamed of. He is asked what this procedure is, and he explains that he is going to resign. After some time, he moves to a construction site where one of his important subordinates works. Holly holds up several of the chemical spheres Hank gave her and looks at him in surprise. He says he's going to retire, so she won't need his help anymore. With these words, he activates a spell that creates a seal under Holly. Her hair, which had previously been completely gray, is gradually beginning to acquire its natural color. After some time, the famous silhouette comes to an unknown apartment to ring the bell. The door to the apartment is opened by a young man who wonders who has come. After a few moments, he freezes in place, not believing his own eyes. His dear sister, who during this time has regained her soul and consciousness, comes to him. Her parents run out to meet her, surprised that they were able to live to see this day. Hank happily moves away so as not to draw attention to himself. He notes that he did not think that it would take 3 years to decipher the king's manuscript. After this, he turns to his comrades and announces that it is time for him to retire. He adds with a smile that things will go better without him, so he will be happy and relax on the island. Chuck asks what they should do in his absence, to which Hank replies that they should do the same thing they did before. He proposes Donald for the post of next chairman, who only notes with a smile that it would be better to wait with this. A few moments later, Hank's phone starts ringing and he decides to take the last call. He says irritably that the moment is not the best, but there is not much choice. He is informed that there is an urgent problem with the skeletons that needs to be addressed immediately. Hank prepares to leave the office and says he will deal with this before he retires. Bernard, Donald, and Chuck are left alone in the office and understand that there will be many more such calls. Donald immediately reassures his comrades, asserting that their boss will definitely not retire. He smiles and notes that Hank has always been planning to leave for as long as he has known it. Finally, he notes that their chairman attracts problems to himself and is doomed to work forever.